Welcome to Alpha Live and round number 3 of the Rich Energy British Minibike Championships. After 2 new circuits at Ella Park and Lydd, we move to round number 3 and a familiar setting, Wilton Mill in Northamptonshire. I'm Chris Czora and I'm going to be joined by Jake Sampson for the afternoon's action.
Hi Chris, it's great to be back in British Minibikes once again. We're really excited for what today brings. Wilton Mill is a very tough and technical circuit. There's a lot of camber changes, elevation changes, parts of the circuit where grip is going to be at a premium, especially after rain yesterday. The riders are going to have a real challenge today.
Well, it's certainly a very different challenge after the fast 2 opening rounds of the series. Join us for the afternoon's action.
B&B 2020, are you ready?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to round number 3 of the Rich Energy British Minibikes Championship. And we are here at a very busy Wilton Mill circuit for this third round, very popular track with the riders. As you can see from this superb drone footage, qualifying is drawing to a close. We've got an afternoon of race action right here on Alpha Live. My name is Chris Czora, and looking forward to taking you through this third round of the championship. Joined in the commentary booth this afternoon by Jake Sampson. And Jake, you've been out and about this morning, very much an expert on the Wilton Mill circuit, and tell us your thoughts.
Well, I've done very nearly as much laps on foot as a lot of these riders have done around the circuit over the last 7 or 8 years. So yes, this is one of the toughest challenges on the Rich Energy British Minibikes calendar. They have so many different types of corner around this particular circuit, and obviously there was heavy rain yesterday through the course of their practice sessions, and the track has changed a lot since those sessions went out. This is one of those circuits that bites back if you push it a little bit too hard too soon. There are some big bumps on various parts of the course, particularly in the middle section of the course. And obviously, as the circuit has dried since yesterday, it's only just now at about coming up to 12:15 local time. It's starting slowly to get some heat into the track temperature, but the air temperature is only about 12 to 13 degrees, so it's only going to get to about a height of about 21, 22 degrees Celsius track temperature, so it's not going to warm up very quickly. That means there'll be some really greasy patches, particularly in the heavy braking zones into Christmas and probably into the toe of the boot as well.
Well, that's a very good point, actually, because looking at the local temperatures today, last time out at Lydd, it was incredibly hot, incredibly warm, and we were talking to some of the riders, very much a case of good tyre choice as well being important because of the hot temperatures. A lot cooler this afternoon, and like we say, it's a good weather forecast this afternoon. It is fairly cold, but a very low chance of rain, negligible chance of any rain this afternoon. Track is looking good and already starting to develop some lines. We have a few minutes now whilst the riders get ready for the first race of the day. Just a shout out as well, if you're watching this afternoon here, to have a look on the YouTube channel. You can give us a shout out and cheer your riders on. We've had a few shout outs from Tobias Mayfall, Luca Hopkins, number 41, best of luck, and Billy Wiz, 85. Shout out to Michael Garwood as well. So if you're watching on the YouTube channel, feel free to drop a comment, and come on Eddie, says Rachel Tarry as well. Drop a comment and support your riders. Thanks, of course, to those who would have liked to come along this afternoon. As per 2020, there's no spectators here at the event, just purely people involved with the event and with the paddock as well. So thanks a lot for staying away and instead enjoying this superb coverage on Alpha Live. There's a moment's quiet now. It's just a case now of the hard-working marshals, I believe, coming in to have their lunch break, and they'll be back out on track all afternoon. Hopefully, we won't need much use of the marshals or the medics. And just looking at this track, of course, Wilton Mill, the first 2 rounds, Ella Park and Lydd, were both very fast, very flowing tracks, especially Lydd. It's arguably billed as the fastest karting track in the UK, so when the minibikes go there as well, there was a lot of speed out there. It's a very fast-flowing circuit. As we can see here at Wilton Mill, this has got a bit of everything. Oblivion here, the first corner complex up to Christmas on the top left of your corner. The uphill braking zone, Ashby, pretty much dead centre on the track. There's Christmas as well. And this track, compared to the first two in the calendar, it really has got a bit of everything. And what we're saying, Jake, as well, is that this track, it's fast bits, slow bits, there's all sorts of corners here, aren't there?
Absolutely. I mean, there are so many different types of dynamic braking zone, and this is the difficulty. You've got riders trying to get a little bit more aggression out of the bike as the track dries out. And over the course of the day, it will get tougher because you're trying to push that bike a little bit more. The qualifying times today have not been truly representative of how quick all the riders are, because certain riders will push a little bit earlier than others based on experience, based on their comfort on the bike, trying to find where the tires are really starting to get heat into them. So the qualifying times are a little bit staggered between the riders. I was just looking at some of the times this morning, particularly from the Junior SM90 and Mini GP 90 race coming up, the first one. There's some big gaps between the riders. Now, normally the times between them wouldn't be quite so spaced out. They'd be a lot closer, but different riders will get a different sense of just how much grip the circuit is getting. And you were talking in particular about, Oblivion into Crook. It's a really tricky circuit, particularly those first two turns to get right, because it's quite bumpy on the way to the braking zone. So you've got to nail it absolutely right. And when there's surface moisture, it really does make it quite slippery. It's a real grease patch once you hit that first bit of the tarmac. And then coming down Manuel's Bank and Fine Lady, you actually climb up quite a steep crest. It doesn't really show you on the drone footage here just how big a climb that is up to Christmas Corner. And then into that right-hander at the hairpin, you've really got to nail it on the throttle back out, because it's a heavy braking zone. You kneel into the apex, and you've got to squeeze that throttle at exactly the right moment. But do it too quickly and too early in the apex, the back of the bike will kick you out and spit you off. So it's very easy to get a high side back on the throttle again. And we've seen many times before at Christmas, a lot of riders, they get on the power just a little fraction of a second too early, and it really does bolt you off the bike quicker than you can think about it. You've then got that left kink, which is another one. The bike can very quickly wash away out from underneath you on the front end, because you're putting a lot of power into the bike on that part of the course. You're leaning into the left, but you've got to keep the power open. You can't really afford to deviate from the throttle at that point, because your rider behind you is going to make mincemeat of you on your way into the next braking zone. So you've got to be very aggressive on that left-hander. And as the races speed up, you're going to see a few more riders brave that overtaking move to the inside line. But you can see in the middle of the course here, particularly into Ashby, the tight right, just towards the top of your screen, then down that straight into the pair of left-handers, Parker into Chapman. Those are very bumpy parts of the course. Riders have got to keep their wits about them, certainly in race one. By race two, they'll be able to open up the taps a little bit more, get those elbows out and be a little bit more aggressive. But it is going to be tricky in the early stages.
Well, thanks for that, Jake, and certainly good insight with the Wilton Mill circuit. We're going to have a look at this in a little bit more detail.
Well, the circuit here is a very difficult one because there are so many technical challenges around the Wilton Mill track. You've got a lot of different types of corner, you've got elevation and camber changes, and because it was very wet yesterday, the rain is definitely going to cause its own problems because it will rub and wash away a lot of the surface rubber that have come off the tyres in yesterday's practice sessions. So particularly as you head on the way through these first two corners, through Oblivion and into Crook, the bike is going to really start tank slapping away, particularly in the Ovale 110s and probably in the Mini GP classes as well. Riders are going to really struggle off the line because that surface rubber that's there on the starting grid, usually in these conditions, a lot of that will have been washed away. So now that basically the riders have got to learn the circuit again in these slightly colder conditions. There's not a massive headwind either. Now that would normally catch riders out in these difficult circumstances, but they're actually doing quite a decent job through these practice and qualifying sessions of learning the track again, so to speak. As you can see, we're obviously adapting to new conditions here as well with the COVID-19 protocols, so it's a very exciting challenge for the riders.
So that's just a brief preview of the Wilton Mill circuit. Just a few shout-outs, actually. Matt Moto83, thanks for your word about the coverage. And again, tyre choice, very important. Maybe run an R on the front. I think that may well be a possibility. And shout-outs to Michael Hart and Dave Carr. Thanks for all your comments. So looking at the Wilton Mill circuit, riders will be assembling in the waiting zone in a few moments' time for the first race. At the moment, we're just pausing to allow the hard-working marshals and track officials just to run back to the clubhouse and grab a nice warm cup of tea, I would say, in these sort of conditions, and perhaps a plate of chips or something to get it back out on the track. a little bit later on. And one thing we were saying here, of course, the riders are here all weekend. This is just the afternoon. This is the culmination, you would say, of the weekend's racing. There's been a lot of track time. Riders have had a lot of sessions out on the track, but it really has been a mixed bag of weather conditions. Today looks quite nice, as you can see from the footage. The sun has started to come out. It was a bit dull and miserable this morning, but really is brightening up. It's not particularly warm by August standards, but all over the weekend that we had a real mixture of everything. There's been rain and different track temperatures, and as you alluded to in the video there, of course, the rain has washed a lot of those greasy parts away. So it really has been a changeable weekend, really, and the riders maybe, it would be interesting to see what the riders think about this, but I would speculate perhaps that the riders maybe haven't got quite as dialed in as you'd normally expect.
It's a good point, because yeah, yesterday they're obviously doing all of their laps of the circuit in wet and tricky conditions, so they've got a rough idea, but all of their setup adjustments that they've been doing when they're back at home, tweaking this and fiddling with that, is essentially dialed in for when the conditions are at their peak. And unfortunately, it's only now really that they're getting the opportunity to really experience it, and the circuit's going to get better as the day goes on. But they've had limited testing, obviously, partly because of the way that the track is scheduled due to COVID-19, but also just because of the general to and fro of the riders' schedules. So they haven't had a massive amount of dry running here of late, and that is going to compromise their setup. So a lot of riders are kind of learning on the job. Interesting point from Matt Moto 83, who's talking about tyre choice. Maybe running an R on the front, he notices. I have a feeling that a few of the riders are going to go down that route, and I have been speaking to a few of them. We spoke to Simon James Dean a little earlier this morning. He's said that one of the key factors for today is going to be tyre pressures. If you get it just a couple of PSIs in the right direction, that could be the difference between a second a lap compared to some of the other riders out there. And that's going to be interesting, because a few riders will roll the dice and throw a bit of a gamble in there. And if you've got that right, you'll know within about the first 2 or 3 laps. And if you get 1 or 2 riders disappearing out into the distance after that point, you know they've got the PSI spot on.
You would say that as well, because the bikes, it's relatively stock series, not that many modifications, so the bikes are relatively equal. So like these finer points of setup, I think, could be very important. Just a quick note, good luck to Chloe Jones, says Connor Weston, and go Dean Quimsey, ram them. That's motocross style, that is, I would say ram them.
I don't think there's going to be much opportunity for them to do that, to be perfectly honest, because the thing is with this circuit, it can get very, very tight and very, very tricky early on, but we do tend to see, particularly over the last few seasons, there does appear sometimes to be a few calamities around this circuit. Riders do try to get that gap on the inside line, and there are some good overtaking spots here, particularly into Christmas, probably into Ashby as well. And then just the corner that's coming up on the screen now, that left-hander into the boot, is actually quite a pinnacle overtaking point. The last corner, I would be very surprised if any rider is going to brave an overtaking move there in the first race of the day. Maybe by the second they will want to have a go at it. But that runoff area, yes, it is tarmacked rather than grass, but it's so bumpy, it's so abrasive, you don't want to get out there and have a move unless you are absolutely 100% dead certain it's going to work.
Yeah, difficult part of the track to make the overtake. I believe we're going to have a go for an interview now with Chloe Jones. We spoke to Chloe in the paddock earlier to get some feelings about the track and the weekend.
Well, there are many different types of bikes here at Wilton Mill in the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes. Let's have a word with Chloe Jones, who could tell us a bit about the class she's in. So tell us about this particular bike, Chloe.
So this isn't actually my bike, but this is a GRC. It's a brand new, it's UK, the first one in the UK. We're just developing it. MRS is the official the supplier of it now, so it's a good little bike. You can get them in 110s, 140s and 190s, so it's for all classes, all ages, and it's just a great little bike to start on as well.
Now, you've been in this paddock a fair while now as a competitor, and you've evolved so quickly since your first day on the bike. Just how challenging is it to step out of the comfort zone as a novice and then get mixing it with the front runners?
Yeah, obviously it's a bit, it's obviously challenging. Like, you come to the best in the country, the best championship you can ride in. So obviously it's not going to be easy, but it's very good, very good. A lot of competition and great fun.
And obviously, and compared to other forms of motorsport at this level, the learning curve is quite steep, but once you click with the bike and the circuit, you can find you're gaining lap times pretty quickly.
Yeah, exactly. Like these little Ovale bikes, they're great to start on, and then once you're building up, it's just amazing. Like, now I'm out in the adults, it's just so much more fun. And so much more faster and challenge you more than ever.
One of the things I've always really liked about the British mini bike paddock as well is just how many women like yourself are racing and up at the front end of the field. Just how has that changed over the last 2 or 3 years? Because it used to be there were 1 or 2, and now there seems to be dozens of you.
Yeah, when I first started there was only 2 of us, but now there's more women that are enjoying it, like more girls that are enjoying it, and they're being inspired by Maria Costello, Jenny Timmuth and people like that.
Well, it's fantastic to see. I mean, this is a Wilton Mill circuit that can be very tough and very technically challenging. How are you guys finding it in your team?
Yeah, it's just a little bit of fun because obviously in and out of BSB, we got it next weekend, we had it last weekend, so we just come here for a bit of fun really. Qualifying went good, I think I was P7, mixing it up in the 160s on a 140, so it's just having a bit of fun.
Well, hopefully it's a good one for you today. Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, that was Chloe Jones giving us an insight into the bike and the weekend's racing here at Wilton Mill. Just a shout out from Christopher Garton on the YouTube channel to Eddie Roberts. Let's have it into the tyre wall. Perhaps not best for him. And go Luca Hopkins from Tobias May, spoke to us earlier. So best of luck to Luca Hopkins as well. If you're just joining us, welcome to round number 3 of the British Mini Bikes Championship in association with Rich Energy. We are here for this 3rd round at Wilton Mill at a relatively familiar track, you might say, by mini bike standards. We went to 2 newer venues on the circuit. Ella Park, of course, was the first real 2-wheel meeting there's been at that venue for quite a long time. And Lydd, right on the south coast in Kent, is very much a track that not too many riders are familiar with. Going right to the other end of the spectrum here at Wilton Mill, a lot of riders racing here on a regular basis, testing here as well, and very much a centrally based circuit. Just to give you an idea of where the track is located, we're in Northamptonshire, roughly between Birmingham and London, so it is very much in the centre of the UK, not that far from Silverstone. And on some of these background shots, in fact, you will see the traffic going down the M1 as well, the main artery through the UK. Riders are down in the waiting zone and will be underway very, very shortly for our first race of the day.
So we're getting ourselves ready for the first race down here in pit lane. The riders obviously going into unknown territory as they head out onto the circuit for this one. The clouds have started to sweep over the circuit now a little bit, so that's going to cool down the track a little bit as well. But the riders are getting themselves ready for the Offbrook champion there, getting herself ready. Obviously one of the riders up at the front end in the JSM 90 class. There was a big gap though in qualifying between the riders. The fastest time was Arnie Carr in the number 1 bike. He managed to get under 60 seconds. He was the only rider who was able to do so. A lot of the qualifying times are not truly representative of the whole pace that we're going to see from these races, particularly in each of the categories, where the riders are still learning just how fast the bikes are going to be. Alongside me, we have the 83 bike just getting himself ready to go. We also have Reeves Racing, number 18 in the back there as well, going to go very well in this one, we believe, Pierce Reeves. But the riders are getting themselves ready for the action. Let's see if we can grab a quick word. How are things ready for the weekend? You ready to go?
Yeah.
Excellent. So what's the focus for this first race? How do we think the circuit's going to be out there?
Good.
Yeah, nice and simple. We like it. He's obviously very, very focused on the task ahead, so we need to make sure he can get on with it. Obviously, these first few laps are going to be quite interesting for the riders because obviously with the circuit now effectively bone dry, but it's not quite at its driest yet. So the circuit is definitely going to improve as the race wears on. But as we can see behind me, all of the riders getting themselves ready for the off. The 217 in the mix here, Hudson Cooper, towards the sharp end of the field. He's definitely one to keep an eye on as well. But keep an eye on Jack Newton as well, the 135. He's definitely going to be a sharp one up at the front end of the field. The riders all in together here in a nice box mix. So we'll see some really good overtakes in the early phase of racing. But as the day goes on, obviously a very greasy conditions for the first part of the racing. The marshals I can see now out on the circuit are just about to head back out to their posts. We have to give a massive shout out, I have to say, to the marshals here this weekend. Through all this COVID-19 protocol that we're having to adjust to, it's the guys and girls in the Orange Army. They are the ones who are keeping us racing. Without them, we can't race at all. So we're very much indebted to them. It's going to be really exciting racing here at Wilton Mill. Back to you, Chris. We're going to have a great start.
Thank you, Jake. And I would echo those thoughts about the marshals. You can see them making their way to their points now. As always in motorsport, these sort of events simply couldn't run without the army of marshals and volunteers and helpers to run these meetings. So thanks, of course, to our marshals and everyone playing a part in this meeting. Let's have a look at the grid for the Junior SM90 Mini GP90 race number 1. And topping the qualifying charts this morning was Arnie Carr with a 59.24. Luca Wilkinson in second from Daniel Stevenson. Jack Newton making up the second row. Hudson Cooper in fifth from Thomas Bond. Charlie Cunningham was in 7th from Billy Carter. Charlie Ward, Brooke Champion in 10th position. Owen Tempest, Pierce Reeves sitting in 12th on the grid. Finley Hanna in 13th from Logan Conley. Leo Soliu, 15th position. Ollie Brooks, Jack Beard and Ava Cushing, not representing a lap time in qualifying, will start in 18th position. A real variety of lap times out there, and as Jake mentioned earlier, there's been changeable conditions this weekend. I would expect some of those times to tumble as the racing gets underway. Final preparations taking place in the waiting zone at the moment. Marshals, I believe, will be on their points in a few moments, and we'll be ready for the afternoon's racing in just a few moments. Just a shout out from Rachel Tarry on the YouTube channel. Stay safe, everyone. Have a good race. That's what it's all about. Of course, we want to see good racing and make sure that everyone gets home safely in one piece. Always something to say there. You would say everyone has a safe and enjoyable afternoon's racing. Just to demonstrate these changeable weather conditions, it really is starting to cloud over once again. It's by late summer standards, it's not particularly warm out there, and it's a bit of a difficult situation in terms of setup and getting the bikes ready for racing. And thanks, of course, to Jake for all the work off the track, interviewing the riders. You've just been out there on the track. It doesn't look particularly warm out there.
It's not, and you know what? The wind's picking up, and that's unusual because we thought it was going to be quite a mild day at the office. Now, this is one of those circuits that's a bit like Assen in Holland. It can change weather conditions in about 4.3 seconds. It's a very difficult circuit to predict in terms of weather. We can get the Met Office telling us all day long, oh, there's not going to be any rain. No, less than 5% chance of rain. It won't change. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. And then 7 seconds later, there's drizzle coming down, and the riders are all falling off going, well, you told us it was going to be fine. So it's a very, very unusual circuit for that, but this is going to be a cracking opening race.
It's a strange deal, actually, looking at the weather. I was down here last week for the Wilton Mill karting club event on Alpha Live, and all the weather forecasts said, there's 10% chance of rain, if that really, and all through the late afternoon it was on and off, and there was these situations where pit crews and parents were scrambling onto the grid almost to change the tyres because it was changing that quickly.
Yeah, it can get very, very tricky very early in, and that's, I think, one of the trickiest situations the riders are going to have. Fascinated to see how these guys are going to get on with things early doors, because obviously everybody's going to want to be right up at the front end very quickly. Looks as though Charlie Cunningham has actually got a different bike for this one. Now, obviously in British mini bikes, you run with a certain number, but if there's an issue with your bike for whatever reason, you can actually switch bikes at last minute. It's a very open and friendly paddock, and even if there's not time to change numbers over, or if you're using somebody else's bike, that's one of the things I love about British mini bikes. It makes it confusing for you and me, Chris, obviously, but it means that the riders can actually get out there and race, which is a lovely little omen. And there is the number 83, which should, of course, be the 34, Charlie Cunningham. But it's good to see him out there getting his run. Oh, no, sorry, that is Arnie Carr, my apologies, who's on the number 1, although actually he's running as 83. So just to confuse you, but Arnie Carr will be running from the front of the field in the 83. I spoke to him briefly. He didn't have much to say. But it's fine. He's obviously focused. He knows what he needs to do. He knows his objectives. And it's always, very early doors for these guys getting into the world of television for the first time, really. And they're obviously going to build up their confidence as they go. But watch out for Arnie. His qualifying pace was lightning. The only rider in qualifying this morning to get round the circuit in under 60 seconds. So if he has that same sort of confidence with the bike early doors and he gets a decent start, none of the other riders on this field will see which way he went.
Well, we were speculating actually that the lap times will tumble as the afternoon goes on. A few more riders just taking their positions on the grid, and well said there by Jake as well, actually, is that the numbers do change on these things. So please bear with us occasionally, because I'm used to this in motocross as well. Sometimes in the club races, sometimes it's like you say, it's a friendly paddock, and if a rider's bike hits trouble, they'll nip out on another bike or share a bike with another rider. So sometimes it's a bit of a job. Luckily, we're not lap scorers. So
no.
Back in the day, especially when you had manual lap scorers as opposed to the transponder systems nowadays, They tend to be working very hard. Here we go then. So looks like riders are ready. Grid is cleared, and round number 3 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship gets underway. The flag drops, and away we go into the first corner. Let's hope for a good sort of nice sweep around the outside. I think it was Luca Wilkinson getting a good jump around the outside, and up Fair Lady towards Christmas for the first time. Looks like a good clean start. Everyone through, but Arnie Carvin look on the inside. Nice drive up the hill to Christmas going into that first corner. Everyone seems to have gone away well as we go into Christmas for the first time. And as Jake said, this one rider running a bit wide through Christmas there, but looking a little bit treacherous on that first lap going through that section.
It's so greasy out there. The riders have really got to learn the circuit at full speed as they go through it. And you'll see a couple of riders getting it slightly wrong. And you can see already that the field is already spacing out quite dramatically. And that's because riders need to get confident on these bikes at speed when they're racing wheel to wheel with other riders as they go through it. So Carr has obviously got himself into a nice position out front, and he's already starting to open up the taps a little bit. And he's got the confidence already to ride away from Wilkinson. Stevenson, Newton and Bond very close in behind. Carter's in the mix there as well. So a lot of good performances coming up, but Carr has already got himself a decent, look, 2.2 seconds clear from Wilkinson already.
Arnie Carr has got this drilled on the first lap, leading by just over those 2 seconds. Wilkinson currently second from Daniel Stevenson, Jack Newton and Billy Carter rounding out the top 5. And as Jake commented there, the field already starting to spread out quite some distance. A lot of these riders relatively new to the sport with limited experience, so it really is a learning curve for them at the moment. Carr pulling away. Here we look at the second place, number 76, Luca Wilkinson, and Daniel Stevenson not too far behind as they make their way round back towards the boot complex to complete their first full flying lap. We'll get an idea of the race pace as the lap goes on.
Yeah, Stevenson has the advantage here in third position. He's watching Wilkinson, and being sat right in behind, he can actually see where he's putting the fairing of the bike, where he's leaning in. He can actually gain a lot of an advantage here over Wilkinson. Carr, obviously, on the Mini GP 90 bike, well, he's gone. He's already in a different postcode, checked out in front. So it's all about Carr just staying on the bike and staying in control. But Stevenson has a really good chance to get one over on Luca Wilkinson up front here, because Dan Stevenson is now just waiting for his opportunity. He's getting a little bit closer, as you can see, but he can just follow in behind Wilkinson and let him do all the hard work. He can gain an advantage of him as he comes through, as Carr is already starting to lap back markers. But look, as they come into Ashby, Stevenson is all over the back of Wilkinson.
Well, he's not quite braving the move down the inside just yet, but as you said, it's just a case here, I think, of looking at the lines. They are starting to nip past some of the tail ends. I think that may well have been Jack Beard on the number 8 that they've just lapped. Beard looks like he's wearing one of the novice bibs, just to indicate that it's an experienced rider, so just a case of being careful of some of those slow riders who, of course, are out there enjoying their own race. Carr currently making his way around the final corner as we concentrate on this battle for second place. The lap time 59.8 last time round for Carr, the race leader, who's already making his way up to Christmas. Here we see another close battle going through the boot complex, and there's the back marker, the 54 of Thomas Bond, currently in 6th place. Charlie Cunningham, Hudson Cooper, all very close as they go screaming over the line. The number 34 of Cunningham, very close indeed. As you can see here, Jake, is another case. Sometimes it's not always an advantage to be in front. Some of the riders behind almost using this as a learning experience as we look at Cunningham having a look down the inside into Christmas. Nice little braking move down the inside and keeps it tight on the exit to maintain the position. And the riders, of course, sometimes a case of looking at the lines and just learning almost from the rider in front.
Yeah, this is all about confidence, essentially. You can't push too hard. You've got to essentially ride to your comfort zone. And you can see that Bond is really struggling to get to grips with the changeable conditions of the circuit. He's doing his best, but he just doesn't quite have the confidence on the brake throttle, or brake or the throttle at the moment, because he's slowing it up in the right point on the braking zone, but he's just being a little bit too deliberate with the effort to slow down, essentially. And you've got to get on the throttle at the right moment. He's losing ground just by being a little bit too tentative. He has to have a little bit more strength in his own free will here to try and get away from Cunningham. Cunningham having obviously got through. Cooper is now all over the back of him, and Hudson Cooper looked very confident this morning morning once he got up to speed with the bike. So I imagine he's going to get on the power here, nice and easy up manuals and Fine Lady. He might even be well clear before he even gets to the braking zone. Look at that. It's just more authority and confidence on the bike. Really well taken there by Hudson Cooper. And now that he's done that, that's going to spur him on to head off after Cunningham.
Well, here we are going down towards Ashby, and great move there on the exit on the uphill. Really off-camber, tricky braking point into Ashby as one rider hits trouble. That is the 23. A bit further down the field at the moment, Ava Cushing was running in 15th place. I don't think that's going to be the case any longer as we again concentrate on this battle just in the middle of the top 10. And it looks like Charlie Cunningham now coming under a little bit of pressure as we head towards Boots. Really slow technical part of the track, and this double apex series, the two right-handers that finish off. This is, of course, it's almost one corner into two separate corners here, and carrying the speed around those last two corners. Oh, got a back marker there as well. They're going to get close here.
They have, but Cunningham made a slight mistake there, and that's going to unsettle him. He's now playing the defensive card into Crook, but watch for Cooper. He's got strength on the throttle, so he's going to be able to power out of here. He's actually second-guessing him. Look, he's trying to come around the outside. They're trying to make sure that they get this nailed right for the bike in front. I think that's Leo Solio that they're going through. It might actually be Brooks on second glance, but this is a very tricky part of the course to try and nail an overtake on the inside. So Cooper is swarming around behind Cunningham, trying to get the squeeze on the throttle pedal just at the right moment, but they're also getting past the back marker at the right moment. Well, that's gaining confidence in terms of trying to go wheel to wheel with another rider. I think he feels that that's the rider he's actually racing with, rather than trying to get out of the way to be lapped, and that's really going to hold them up. So here's an opportunity now for Cooper, who's going to enter the picture stage left. He's got very close indeed now to Cunningham, so this is a good opportunity for Cooper. Coming out of the final turn, he's going to make the move in the boot and completes it through the final apex, but now Cooper is going to have to try and defend because Cunningham's going to get back alongside. Can he make the move back again? No. Very nicely handled there by Hudson Cooper.
So drag race was there, and this is where Cooper looks quick out, seeming to get a lot of power out of the exit as they make their way up towards Christmas once again. And it looks like Cunningham just hanging on the back wheel there, just keeping an eye on those racing lines as they make their way down towards Ashby. It's still Arnie Carr that leads the way. The gap has gone up to over 10 seconds, so Carr really running away with this one at the moment as the leading group of riders filter their way through the back markers. And well, there we see the 85. I think that may actually be
oh, it's Carter. I do apologise.
Yeah,
it's Carter. They caught him. Yes, I assumed that was a back marker, but I do apologise. That was Billy Carter. They managed to catch him because he was quite a few bike lengths ahead of them up until that point. But now it's Billy Whiz himself who's really struggling to now hold on in front of Cunningham. So Cooper's already got past him. Cunningham's now the next one in. But this is a difficult one for Cunningham to get right because now that he's caught up to Carter and tripped over him once trying to overtake, Billy Whiz is making all the right moves to keep him back. Look, he's placing the bike.
Nice.
That's really wise from Carter because he's held the bike right in the middle of the circuit there. There's no way for Cunningham to go left or right, so he's got to try and switch it up a bit. And again, he's just placing his bike on the inside line. This is going to be so hard for Cunningham to sweep around, and he can't. This is so wise in terms of the riding stance from Carter. He's got him licked at the moment. Good
defensive riding there. He really is making Cunningham do all the work at the moment. Slower rider moving to the outside to let the faster riders through as they go down through Ashby Angle Ledge, giving you an idea of what a tricky off-cambered corner that is. Still Carr leading the way, Luca Wilkinson in second position, but over 13 seconds adrift. Here we look at the battle again with the 80.
No!
Trouble there, but Carter tripping over. Oh, bad luck there until he tripped over a slower rider. And
see, he had the right idea there. He had exactly the right idea to go wide around the outside of the back marker, and he needed to keep the his hand planted on the throttle to gain the traction around. So he did the right thing. Unfortunately, the rider on the inside being a little tentative, and he clipped the apex curb, and that's what unsettled the bike and spat him into Carter. Nothing wrong that Carter did there at all. He did exactly what he should have done. But it's just unfortunate. Red flags now. Red flags. That's unfortunate.
Looks like Carter getting a bit of medical attention at the moment. So the race has been red flagged. It was a racing incident there, but just a bit of bad luck. Like I say, an inexperienced rider getting a little bit maybe nervous on the inside, and it's just, that's the thing with experience sometimes, when the rider changes lines like that. Nobody really at fault there, but it was quite a nasty tumble. And Carter currently just getting a bit of medical treatment. So the race has been brought to a close at the moment. Well, that actually been declared as a result. So Arnie Carr will be the unofficial race winner that will be declared very soon. Arnie Carr winning by over 11 seconds from Luca Wilkinson, Daniel Stevenson third, Jack Newton and Hudson Cooper rounding out the top 5. But the race has been drawn to a close. Medics are making their way out onto the circuit because of the incident we saw a few moments ago with Carter colliding with the back marker. As we say, just a bit of bad luck there. The back marker, the bike just seemed to drift out, just seemed to change his line and just wipe the unfortunate Carter out. Wasn't really expecting that, and we hope he's okay. The medics are on the track at the moment, just dealing with Billy Carter, who I think indicated he needed some medical assistance. We didn't catch the back marker that he tripped over there, but it appeared the back marker was okay. And we'll just cut to the replay of the incident in a few moments.
I think essentially what's happened with Billy Carter is he's gone down at an awkward angle. He's just winded, essentially, because he's ended up getting tagged by the inside line, and he's gone down at a very awkward angle. But then the rider that he tangles with, actually the bikes end up tangling with each other, and that's where the real energy of the accident goes. So it's a bit of an awkward one because they kind of fell into each other as it went, because normally in a situation like that the bikes dissipate and they separate away, but the back marker didn't quite catch the curb. What essentially happened is he didn't turn in enough. I think he was so busy focusing on trying to get out of Billy Carter's way that he didn't steer enough into the left-hander. He didn't quite get the cornering right, and that's why he accidentally drifted into him. And this is the difficulty. When you're trying to be lapped by people, it's actually quite a skill to do it correctly, because there's such a big difference in terms of the raw speed of a back marker compared to a front runner. And you're trying your best to get out of the way while also doing it sportingly, whilst also trying to make sure that you're not impeding your own race. It's quite a tough skill, and it's difficult because, you know, you have to try and make sure that you've done it correctly. And as you say, you know, I don't think either rider is particularly at fault there. The inexperienced rider just doing what he could to get out of the way, and it's the slightest error in judgment. That's all it is. Carter certainly doing everything he should have done. It's just unfortunate that it ended up in a red flag. Yeah,
a bit of bad luck there. Carter still getting the medical attention. And we'll cut to have a look at the track in a few moments and get some more views from the riders. So as I'm sure you saw a few moments ago, that incident, Carter really hitting the ground quite hard, the front wheel washing away as he went into the grass, and really he did slam into the ground quite hard. So medics are still on the track. The other rider, we didn't quite get the number of the other rider involved in the incident, but appears to be the other rider got straight up and has made his way back to the pits. Carter is still receiving some medical attention. I can't tell you at the moment of his condition, but we hope it's nothing serious. Medics, of course, at these events throughout the season at the Rich Energy British Mini Bike Championship, always on standby. We hope that they're not required, but of course in the situation like this, I think they're on the track within seconds of the red flag coming out, straight there to deal with the injured rider. So we have a pause in the action at the moment. Riders have gone back to the paddock. That race has, we believe, been declared as a result. Next race of the day will be coming up very soon, just as soon as we get the all clear from the medics and the clerk of the course. Pit Bike Spare Stock 160 Group B. That will be out a little bit later on, but at the moment our thoughts are with the injured Billy Carter, who was running well at the time, battling with the top 5, currently was in 6th when the red flag came out, but at the moment just receiving some medical attention. We're going to cut to Jake and some more paddock interviews.
Well, as we're waiting for the track recovery to continue, obviously, we're hoping everything is okay with Billy Carter, Billy Whiz 85. But we've got Ed Roberts alongside me on the grid here as we get ready for the Pit Bike Stock 160. Just tell us a little bit about how the circuit was this morning through the warm-up and the qualifying session and how it's differed from yesterday.
Warm-up, it was a bit different, a bit slippery because of obviously the damp conditions last night. And then qualifying was spot on, and yesterday was a bit easy, but we're all right for the race.
Now, obviously, these Pit Bike Stock 160s, you guys have got only a thin wheel compared to some of the other bikes in the other categories. Now, what is it like around this circuit when you're trying to deal with a circuit that's changing and developing in grip as the race goes on?
Well, grip just gets easier, and then more you ask for in the corners, so you're just able to do it.
And in terms of prime overtaking points on the course, this is actually a circuit where you can get quite a few decent overtaking moves.
Yeah, spot on. Turn 1's probably my best option, and up to the hairpin.
So obviously you're one of the riders that will have a go into Oblivion. It's a tough circuit, a tough corner to get right, especially when you've come off that final corner. What's the secret to basically intimidating and psyching out your opponent? Is it where you place the bike into the move, or do you just have a little bit more strength in that department?
I'll just take a couple of laps or so to suss out what they do and where they position, and then I'll just go for the move, either way, inside or outside.
Fair enough. Now this is obviously a very tricky competition, this category. There are so many riders looking around here that are right up at the front, and you're here, you know, after a very solid run, less than a tenth of a second off the pace, so it's very, very close up at the front end. Just how difficult is it going to be to nail a victory today?
We'll go for it. It's my first ever race, so hopefully we'll nail it.
Sorry, did you just say that's your first ever race?
Yeah, this is my first ever race in B&B in all competitions, so...
And second in qualifying. Have you got over the shock yet?
No, I'm a bit shaky, but we'll get there.
But obviously there's a lot of people watching back home. I mean, if this is your first event, you'll obviously know now how close it is. Just what is the atmosphere like for a new rider coming into the category?
Bit different, just being thrown into the deep end really, and it's a bit quiet, but you get along with other people because we're all riders at the end of the day, so...
Fantastic. Well, we wish you all the very best from the front row. Hope there's a couple of wins in it for you.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Ed Roberts getting himself ready for a very exciting run. Looks like the recovery job is pretty much done and dusted, Chris. So we'll head back over to you.
Thank you, Jake, as we get another aerial view of the Wilton Mill circuit here. Almost looks like a Sopwith camel or something there flying over the circuit at the moment. We believe that there's supposed to be some Spitfires coming over later on as part of a flight path. We'll have a look at the grid for the pit bike stock 160 with Nathan Smith, the fastest qualifier, Edward Roberts, who we spoke to a moment ago, currently sitting second on the grid, Ben Nixon, James Lewis in fourth, Gary Carter, an unidentified rider in sixth position. Kieran Boyd seventh from Nathan Gardner, William Horner in ninth, Jack Carter 10th position, Simon James Dean and Dervin Elaine in 12th position. Those 12 riders under the 1 minute marker in qualifying. Tom White in 13th from Chris Reed, Hugh Jones, Tony Reveley. Kira Williamson in 17th place from Dean Rowland, 19th for Mark James Cockfield, Brian Dodd, Mark Prattley, Dean Willowson in 22nd position, Adam Pipes and Tommy Champion in 24th position. The rest of the riders not displaying a lap time in qualifying, so they will start at the back of the grid. And good news is that Eddie was... we saw that red flag. He was walking away, the injured rider, from that first race, and ambulance has now left the track, and pleased to say that the rider was seen to be walking away a little bit gingerly, but at least he was walking away, so that's a good sign. Hopefully it's nothing too serious, and we'll see him later on for the second moto once that gets underway. Meanwhile, the machine's now warming up, the pit bike stock 160 on the formation lap down to the grid, and certainly had some decent entries at Ella Park and Lydd for the second round as well. But here, Wilton Mill, there is a bumper grid. A lot of riders taking part this weekend. And as always in motorsport, the start here, Jake, I think will be very important.
Well, absolutely. And we're in the second group of the competitors in this particular category as well. And this is the thing with such a big grid in the pit bike spares, pit bike stock 160. You've got so many riders at different degrees of level and competition. I was speaking to Ed Roberts there. You know, he's at the front row of the grid in his first weekend. Yes, it's in the second group, but hey, you've still got a whole bunch of riders in there behind you. That's a big credit to come into a race like this, especially when it's your first weekend. And that just shows you, you know, it doesn't matter what your experience levels. You can come in as a novice and be straight at the front row of a grid in your first weekend. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets on with the likes of Smith, Nixon and Boyd right up at that front end.
Well, let's see how he gets on as the last few riders line up on the grid now. I think there's one rider just hitting a bit of mechanical trouble there on the start, but everyone else appears to be ready to go. Just going to wait and see.
It's Kieran Boyd, I think.
So 9, yeah, Kieran Boyd, I think, was hitting some trouble. Nothing serious, though. It appears he's back on there now and ready to go. Riders are ready, and we wait for the green flag. Once that flag drops, of course, the race will be underway. And riders waiting now for the flag to drop. And away we go. Looks a decent start. Everyone gets off the grid okay. And here we go, around the first couple of corners. And as you can see, there's so many riders out there in this grid. It's a little bit of banging and buffing towards the back there, but
that's Roberts into the
that's
lead.
The man he spoke to, isn't he? He's
it
already
is indeed.
got a good start.
It must have helped.
Yeah, definitely. Here we go through Christmas for the first time, getting a great start through this. Oh, a little bit of a high sider there, a little bit aggressive on the throttle. Down we go towards Ashby. That mistake has allowed the looks like the 162 possibly down the inside. Oh, a bit of handlebar banging here through Ashby, and that was Boyd, I think,
Yes, it was again.
Tangled handlebars there, didn't he? But everything seems okay.
3 into Parker. This is going to end in tears unless somebody bails out of it. Oh dear, they're getting a little bit hedgy as they come through, just nudging, and those elbows are starting to get out early doors as riders want to assert their authority around this circuit. But you can see that riders are still trying to get used to the circuit. They're pushing in varying degrees of aggression on this first lap, trying to get track position, because it makes such a big difference around this place. If you've got track position in the first lap, you can change the face of your entire race, essentially. It can make a massive difference to how things play out. So it's a very difficult start to proceedings already, but the competitors are already starting to hedge their bets a little bit more up at the front end of the field, so it's getting quite hectic out there. Simon James Dean having a good opening lap, the treble 6, number of the beast, in there behind Roberts, who is now third, so a really tricky first lap for him, initially gaining the lead, but then slipping down to third. Oh, we've got red flags again.
We'll try and pick up what that was. We didn't see any incidents out there on the track, but the red flag riders, of course, raising their hands to indicate that racing has stopped.
Ah, something's happened. Oh, okay, so we've had a rider down at the final corner, I think that is. So riders moving around, which is important, but obviously in a rather precarious spot. And in fact, it's really good to see. I mean, you can't see this on your live stream because obviously it would be very unprofessional of us to focus in on the incident as it's being cleared up. But we can see that we've got 2 riders down there assisting the rider that's actually on the floor. So that makes a very welcome sight. The rider is awake and conscious, we can tell you that much, but obviously in a precarious position on the circuit. So the race had to be neutralised there. There was just no real alternative on that particular one.
Just to give an indication, it is just after the point where the marshal is stood with the red flag in the boot complex, rider on the edge of the track, just receiving some attention from marshals there. And as you can see in the background, the medical car, unfortunately, has had to go out again. We've been fortunate in the first 2 rounds. There's been very little need for the medics, but certainly are being kept busy at the moment, unfortunately. Let's hope that that's nothing serious. But medics are on the track at the moment, and that red flag occurring very early in the race. So we'll keep an eye, of course, on what the clerk of the course decides. But one would imagine that race will go back to the grid and be restarted. Riders currently being held on the approach to the boot complex. This is just on the back straight of the, you can see just behind you on the camera footage here, that is the start-finish line straight. And riders currently being held at the moment. So we are under a red flag situation for the pit bike stock 160 Group B. Unidentified rider at the moment is on the track receiving some medical attention. So we're going to cut for a break for a few moments and join you back for the restart in just a few moments. So here we are at Wilton Mill for round number 3 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship. My name's Chris Czora, joined by Jake Sanson, and the odd sight of riders riding in the anti-clockwise direction here. It looks like they're going back to the pits. The reason this is basically because the injured rider is on the racing line just by the final corner, so riders being directed round the wrong way around the circuit back towards the waiting zone. Hopefully we'll get the restart very soon. We were just discussing, Jake, there has been a few incidents this afternoon already. This Wilton Mill track is very demanding.
It certainly is. I mean, it's very tricky out there, and obviously greasy-ish conditions, so the competitors It was a very frenetic first lap, wasn't it? Because all of the riders essentially were so eager to gain track position. They really wanted to pick off 2 or 3 bikes in the early stages. So they got their elbows out quite aggressively to get themselves into a neat position. But the trouble is there's no temperature in the tyres whatsoever. There's no heat in the brakes. So essentially you're pushing the bike to do more than it can handle on the opening lap. Once you're about 3-4 laps in, then yeah, okay, the bike's going to perform to that level. But the riders were willing it to do a little bit more than it could cope with in that particular moment. So a very difficult situation for the riders, and a few of them handling it better than others. But on that restart, obviously, on that first race, we had the treble 5 up there at the front end of the field. Nathan Smith taking the initial lead away from Carter, I think it was, who was in second place, Gary Carter, and then Ed Roberts in third position. So we've got a rough idea as to how it could work out on the restart, but it's not particularly straightforward, and it's definitely not clear-cut how it's all going to even out. But there's a lot of riders up at that front who are eager to get this race restarted. And as we can see from the general behavior and the body language of the riders on the bikes in that first lap, a few of them who feel that qualifying didn't go as well as they would like, and they're desperate to get back into a competitive position.
And this is the important part in any sort of bike racing, really. The first couple of laps can quite often be vital because the guys at the front get to pull away, using their own lines and just riding as you wish. Further down the field, of course, everyone else is trading paint and rubbing handlebars, gets a bit slower in the midfield. So for those riders who perhaps didn't qualify as well as they wanted to, these first couple of laps will be very important just to try and get a good start and get towards the front as quickly as possible, not get drawn in to any sort of midfield battles and lose sight of the leaders. Just to keep you up to date, the Pit Bike Stock 160 race Group B, sponsored with Pit Bike Spares, is currently red flag. There is a rider just on the middle of the boot complex. This is towards the end of the lap, the last few corners. I think further down the field, we didn't notice amongst the lead group anyone go down. Rider in trouble and currently receiving some medical treatment, so we hope it's nothing serious. Medics, once again, very quickly out onto the track to attend to the injured rider. There were some marshals up there as well. You can just see in the background of the footage where the incident has occurred in relation to the start-finish straight. That's why the riders had to go away from the incident anti-clockwise back to the waiting zone, and currently assembled in the waiting zone ready to get the race underway just as soon, of course, as we get the all clear from the medics and the clerk of the course. And this is quite a tense moment for the riders back in the waiting zone, having to almost to rein it back in, of course, and look at restarting the race. When you're waiting, this is the worst part, really, because you're alone in the waiting zone, effectively. You can't really see really what's going on apart from the ambulance on the track. So you just got to stay there and just stay cool and calm and get ready for when the race restarts.
Yeah, you're right. I think personally in bikes, you're actually a little bit more tense in these situations than you would be on four wheels, because we could see from that first lap just how chaotic it was in terms of, different riders' stances and trying to get stuck in. We had a few corners there where they were 3-4 wide into it, and I think that might be what's caused this incident that's brought out the red flag. Just a few riders in there. Sorry, I knew I was going to do it more than once today. But a few riders in there essentially trying to get their elbows a little bit too eager into the apex of the braking zones, and they're just trying to assert themselves early doors. And when you've got 2 or 3 riders trying to go for the same bit of road on cold tyres with cold brakes, you're never going to get 2 riders through the same bit of track together in the same breath. So I think essentially a lot of the riders now, they're sitting there in the holding area and they have to do a little bit more of an intriguing self-assessment with each other. They've got to consider now essentially, where they went wrong on that first lap, because there was a lot of jockeying for position and they were being a little bit too eager for me. It was almost like an incident was inevitable.
Oh, that's bike racing, you have to say.
Absolutely.
I think a little bit of a joke there we'd say is sometimes when you look at the Formula 1 coverage and they say there's always going to be a gap that's going to close. I think with bikes it doesn't seem to work that way. I think they always seem to, if there's half a gap, you'll get your front wheel in there. So very fast and frantic first lap of the Pit Bike Stock 160 Group B. Unfortunately, it has ended in tears somewhat because there is a rider towards the back of the field receiving some medical attention. Just had a brief glimpse as to what's going on down there. The rider is certainly conscious and is conversing with the medics. I think they are stretching the injured rider away at the moment. I can't tell you who it is, unfortunately. There's no indication of the rider number, and we won't speculate unless we get any definitive news as to who the rider is, but is talking with the medics and currently just a case of taking them away for further assessment. There was quite a heavy injury. It's quite a slow part of the track there when it came off, so it is quite likely to have a hefty tumble should he bang wheels with somebody down there. I believe that Jake is on his way down to the waiting zone at the moment. You may well see him in shot. So we're going to grab a few words with these riders who are waiting for the restart of the Pit Bikes 160 Group B. Riders assembled in the waiting zone. And I believe Jake is down there and ready to grab a few words.
So I thought I'd come down to the grid here just to see how the mood is. Essentially, we've just got word back from the medical centre as well on Billy Carter. He is okay, which is very good news. I mean, there was a slight cause for concern in regards to his hip, and he's very sore, so there's not going to be any more racing again for him today, unfortunately. It's a real shame because he was looking very, very strong up to that point, well up into the top 6 and fighting at the front, but he won't take any further part in the races today. Unfortunate, but at least he's okay. That is the main thing. Now, obviously, after the red flag incident, we're going to go down and have a word with the man on pole position for it, Nathan Smith. Nathan, it looks like a very tough circuit out there. We saw in that first start, obviously you were able to get yourself into a position, but a lot of the riders behind you were finding it really difficult to get on the brakes, and there was a little bit of elbow nudging in there. Yeah. I mean, is it quite tricky out there on the first lap?
It's one of them circuits that it comes from like fast flowing, the first couple of corners, so then like the bottom corner, the first heavy braking right-hander, and you're getting people obviously trying to make up on brakes, but because it becomes narrow and then you're flipping like a flip-flop right-left, it becomes nearly impossible to try and keep out of people's ways. Like on fourth corner, fifth corner, I got clattered up inside, and then suddenly you go from second or third to back at grid. So it's a difficult track. It's definitely one you need to keep your flow on. If you lose your flow, it's not easy to try and make times, but you kind of lose one lap and then you lose lap after as well. So, but it's all fun and games. Just hope laddie over there is all right, because I was behind that and it was it was a big issue on like, but I'm hoping he'll be all right.
It looked to me as though as well, obviously yesterday's practice session was very wet, and this morning the track was quite damp for the warm-up and qualifying, so there could be quite a few riders perhaps out of position. Do you think that's possibly part of the reason why it got so frenetic?
Yeah, I think you always tend to find that if people have rode on the Saturday, they tend to be a little bit a step in front on the Sunday, but I think yesterday the conditions were so, like you said, they were so indifferent. It weren't full wet and it weren't dry, and it makes it difficult to try and put laps together because you're coming round, it's raining at one end of the circuit and you come round, it's dry at other. So yeah, this morning you'll probably see a lot of people in races coming from maybe mid-packs at front and back to mid-pack. So yeah, you're right on that. It gives a false kind of reading yesterday, and this morning even so more. A little bit greasy this morning, but as day goes on you'll probably find it levels out and a bit of rubber down, it dries up. Fingers crossed there's no more rain, so hopefully we'll be all right.
I was just going to say, it's Wilton Mill and those clouds are getting heavy, so we could be in for anything.
I keep looking, I said to my missus over there, I said, if it rains, I've just changed my tyres this morning to kind of go for a full dry setup. It keeps these, like I said, these clouds keep coming over, and I'm praying that it stays dry, because if it's wet, it's another thing I have to keep changing tyres all the time. So
that's it, and it's a lot harder, of course, to change the tyres on these bikes than it would be in other forms of motorsport.
It is, yeah. Because they're not kind of designed for quick changes. They're off-road bikes made into, there's different things that you can get from them to make them easier, but it's not a 2-minute change. And you'll see a lot of people riding maybe on wrong tyres because they can't be bothered or they ain't got the time to change. So this morning I went out and you think if I could just clip my fingers and I'd have a different set of tyres on, you change. But it takes that long sometimes to do them. You just kind of ride and cope with what you've got. So let's hope we just get a decent start this time and a clean race.
Fair play, Nathan. Well, thanks very much. It's good to get your insight on it, and hopefully it's a much cleaner race this time around.
Hopefully, mate. Cheers, thank you.
Thank you. It is going to be interesting how this race gets going again. The riders look like, now that the medical crew has come back, I think we're about to get ready for racing once again.
Thank you, Jake. And yes, indeed, the ambulance has left the circuit. Riders firing the machines up in the waiting zone, and we're back out on for the formation lap in just a few moments for the restart of the Pit Bike Stock 160. Just a shout out, actually looking at some of the rules of the race category and the engines involved. These machines basically stock based, anything from 140 to 160 cc's. And no engine modifications whatsoever allowed for these bikes. That's including any sort of polishing and porting either. So the bikes really are stock based, and that's part of the beauty for riders getting into the series as well. That it is a case you can pretty much pick these machines up and out of the crate essentially have a competitive bike. So looking at the generally between 140 and 160cc, depending on the model of the machine. Maximum seat height of 84 centimeters, hence the definition of mini bikes. Later on, of course, we have the mini supermoto machines, which is what one of the fastest classes out there. The bikes derived from former youth motocross bikes. We've got the 85cc two-strokes and began really with the Honda CRF 150. So those machines very quick, and we'll see those a bit later on. At the moment, I think Alan Lord, the main man from British Mini Bikes, just having a word with the riders, and we'll be underway very soon. At the moment, things have been paused due to the accident on the first lap, rider injury, and the rider has now left the circuit in the ambulance, so let's hope it's nothing too serious. And at the moment, we're looking out of the window here, tough weather conditions. It doesn't look like it's going to rain at the moment, but it does seem a bit cagey out there, Jake.
I think the riders are a little bit tentative now because the wind has picked up again, so it has intensified a little bit, and those clouds are really starting to come over the circuit. It was interesting you were talking about the different specs of the bikes at this level, and obviously, you're talking about the power output. It doesn't sound like much on paper, and for certainly a lot of motorcycle riders watching this who have a road bike and thinking, well, my bike's more powerful than that. Well, yes, it is, but you have to take into account that these bikes are considerably lighter. So you've got that illusion of not having a lot of power, but what you have got is a massive power-to-weight ratio, and that's where you really get that sense of speed and that sense of aggression from the bike. And obviously, with these bikes being so much lighter, you get that intensity of speed, but you also get that slightly difficult aspect of weight transfer as you go through the corners. Yes, you've got less power, but you've got less weight. So the weight transfer is actually very physical on these bikes compared to what you would have out on the road. And that means that mistakes are so easy to creep in.
Definitely, and the issue, of course, with the power-to-weight ratio is we're looking at the supermotos a bit later on today. Got a lot of the 85cc two-strokes out now. Now, in the world of motocross, the 85 two-stroke, it's a youth bike, but effectively it's got the best power-to-weight ratio of any bikes. It's almost got the engine power, you might say, of a 125 or a full-size bike, but it's on that light frame, very small packaged machine. And the power-to-weight ratio of these bikes, they're not as compared, of course, to like a super bike, for example, that you can go out and buy. They're not as quick as those, of course, but it's in the context, of course, it's getting that power down.
It's comparable to Superstock 1000, essentially, isn't it? In terms of power-to-weight transfer, the sort of raw comparison. I mean, yes, the numbers aren't the same, but in terms of direct comparison and correlation, there is quite an even split between it. So these riders, they are going through a lot of physicality with these particular bikes. It's not easy to get right, especially on a narrow circuit where drainage isn't particularly spot on for bikes. It's more designed for karting, where you've got more surface rubber on the road, you've got more grip to play with in the raw scheme of things. This is a much tougher circuit for bikes than it is for karts. And therefore, the riders are still essentially learning on the job. And you've got to remember that a lot of these riders, particularly in Group B, they're racing on this circuit for the first time. So they're essentially learning as they do it. And that's what we saw a lot in the previous race as well. You saw the novice riders with the orange jackets on. There's no other field of competition where you can learn about getting up to speed. You've just got to learn on the job. You've got to learn by racing.
And part of the attraction, you would say, of British mini bikes is these bikes relatively stock-based. It is easy to go out there and buy a competitive bike out of the crate, essentially. There's very limited amount of modifications and sort of tuning of the bike. Certainly no porting with the cylinder head, for example. Nothing like that allowed. So it is quite straightforward to get a bike that's competitive relatively out of the crate, barring any sort of real setup changes. A lot of riders come to this, actually, from the world of road racing. It's a case it might possibly be a little bit cheaper as well. Certainly the lower speeds, a bit kinder to the body, maybe. Riders coming occasionally from motocross as well, but a lot of riders from the likes of road racing. It does seem to be attractive, and it does seem to be picking up throughout as the years go on. More and more riders getting involved. It's quite easy to get involved in this series. If you are interested, incidentally, go to the British Mini Bikes website. There may be the scope to have a arrive and ride session a bit later on in the year if you fancy go yourself. But I think that's part of the attraction of British Mini Bikes is a lot of riders come into the series, and it's quite easy to pick a bike up and, depending on your talents, be competitive from the outset.
Yeah, it's a very friendly community. I mean, this is very much an all-for-one, one-for-all mode of racing. And I think all of the riders are very much, there is a sense of communal sporting grace and dignity within this particular type of racing. You don't get a lot of spats, which is nice to see. And, I've been in this paddock now in and out for the last 2 or 3 seasons, and it is one of the most dignified paddocks in terms of motorcycle racing I've ever been in. They are friends, they are rivals, but they are friendly rivals. And, you even get that sort of style of racing where, a guy is trying to beat another one, his bike is up the Swanee, it's like, oh, I need another bike. And 9 times out of 10, if it's his rival that's got one, he'll say, yeah, sure, mate, come and ride it. Because they want to be there for the race. They don't want it handed to them on a plate. They want a battle. They come here for the spirit of the race. They don't just want to be gifted things on silver plates. They really want to roll up their sleeves and get on with it.
So, like we say, we saw a couple of incidents at Lydd actually last time. There's a couple of riders colliding out on the track, racing incidents, taking each other out, and certainly no pushing and shoving or arguing after. It's the case of checking they're okay, and don't worry, we'll go back to the paddock, get it straightened up, and try again next time out. So we are just waiting for the racing to get back underway. Pit Bike Stock 160 Group B are currently in the waiting zone, waiting for the restart. I'm Chris Czora, joined by Jake Sanson for the afternoon's racing. We're going to cut for a few moments and join you back at Wilton Mill in a few moments' time.
B&B 2020, are you ready?
Welcome back to Wilton Mill and round number 3 of the Rich Energy British Minibikes Championship here, waiting for the restart of Pit Bike Stock 160. I'm Chris Czora, joined by Jake Sanson, and we've just been looking actually at some of the shout-outs of people where they're watching. We had a watcher from Ireland early viewing the series, and somebody from as far away as Indonesia. So nice to see that it's getting the coverage, you would say.
Absolutely. Well, this is the thing about motorcycle racing. It doesn't matter where you go around the world, there is still a massive partisan fan base for it. And it's great. I've been fortunate enough in the last sort of 18 months or so to jet around to various different countries for various different forms of racing. And it's always really quite humbling to see, there's a massive partisan fan base for motorcycle racing in this category of pit bikes and all the way up to, sort of Metrokit and whatever. In parts of Asia, particularly in sort of Indonesia, Thailand, the Malaysian scene is really strong at the moment, and it's really good to see. There's a lot of riders coming across over to Europe to battle away, even riders coming in at this level. And we were talking earlier on about a lot of riders coming to this form of the sport from road bike racing and road racing, and whether it's to do with budget or whatever, but a lot of it is down to the raw fact that this is fun. A lot of riders, you get to a certain stage in your career when you're in your mid to late 20s and you start thinking, 10 years from now, what am I going to be racing in? And am I going to be spending, hundreds of thousands of pounds trying to get into the upper echelons of, the road racing and circuit racing elite? Or do I want to have fun while I'm racing? And I think a lot of riders actually forget that the fun element has to be the driving force for why you do it. That's got to be the main element. If you are stressing, 18 hours a day trying to get the sponsorship to race, and then you're working in the garage trying to tweak this and change that, and then you're putting on a business suit to go and chat to a corporate sponsor to get you on the grid at Donington, you're going to burn out. And I've seen a lot of great racers, both on bikes and cars, just completely wash out in terms of their stature as a rider or a racer, because you just don't have the mentality and the energy to keep up with it. But a lot of riders, as you say, they've come into this because essentially what you've got is a stock bike. You've got like-minded people who love the racing the same way you do. You're all good eggs. You want to get on. You want to push wheel to wheel. You want to have a good race, and you want to go and have a nice beer at the end of it, or the end of the day when it's all over. And that is what motor racing, whether it's bikes, cars, trucks, whatever it is, that's what it's all about. And you can't deny that element of it, that flavor of the sport, that enjoyment factor, is why a lot of the riders in this sport, I'd say probably about 90% of them, certainly over the age of 18, if you're still riding here, you're doing it because it's a heck of a good laugh.
Well, that's it. It's essentially an amateur sport, so to speak. I mean, riders do take it seriously. A lot of preparation and training goes in for a lot of riders, but it's one of these things where you can pick up the machine and follow the series, get out and about there and just enjoy the racing, because ultimately it is a fun series for 99% of people. Don't want to sound miserable here, but they're not going to make it as professionals, really. So,
we're not all going to be at the top of the sport.
Not everyone's going to make a living out of it. So what is the driving force, of course, is that it's good fun, that you enjoy the series and get the experience of racing as well. So it is always good to see popularity from the riders in the British Mini Bikes paddock. Certainly the huge grids here this weekend at Wilton Mill, testament to how popular the series is. Like every other motorsport and motorcycling event in the calendar, really has been a difficult year getting things underway with, of course, the coronavirus pandemic, and of course spectators still not allowed to come and watch the racing. So if you were planning to come down, thanks of course for helping the organisers out and watching the event on the Alpha Live footage. We hope you enjoyed the afternoon's race action. Just to keep you up to date, we will try and find out what's going on at the moment. There was an injured rider at the start of this pit bike stock 160 race, and at the moment the ambulance has left the circuit, but for whatever reason there is a delay. We're just going to try and find out with the clerk of the course as to what the delay is. Maybe the case that they're just waiting for further medical treatments to come down, possibly. That's a speculation, but just as soon as we get the all clear, things will get going once again. So thanks for your patience, and we hope to get some racing back out on track very soon. And as you were saying, of course, Jake, the fun element is very strong, and one of the things, like camaraderie amongst the paddock as well. I mean, I do a lot of motocross series and motorcycle racing as well, and it does seem to be looking out for your fellow competitors is a key part of the series. It's everyone takes it seriously. There is taking it seriously as well, isn't it? When we say having fun, it's not just a case of messing about on bikes. They are taking it seriously in the one sense, but it's the right side of fun, you would say.
Oh, absolutely. And I when I talk about the fact that these riders are here because they have fun and they enjoy themselves, that's the prime focus. That's totally not how they're taking it in terms of when they're on the bike. When that visor goes down and the flag drops, you are a racer, as serious as that. You are pushing it the same way that all of the great riders, not only here in this country but all over the world. Everybody, whatever class of bike racing that you're in, when that flag drops and that visor's down, it doesn't matter whether you're on a MotoGP grid or whether you're on a BMB grid. That emotion, that raw adrenaline, that focus is still exactly the same. It's the same emotion, it's the same pulse that runs through your veins, and it's that same adrenaline rush that you get waiting for the flag to drop. So you still have to treat it when you're on the bike with that same mentality, that same focus. But obviously, you can't control what happens off paddock in quite the same way. So you need to be in an environment where you can feel like you're at one with your bike, you're at one with the people that are around you and supporting you, and you're in a comfortable environment. If you're pushing the elements and you're not getting enough from it, then you're basically just expending energy, time, money, resources in the wrong direction. So it's very important that you're in a community and an environment that suits you, that gives you that sense of achievement and that sense of well-being within the bike, which is why there's a lot of positivity flowing through. I know obviously there's a lot of people wanting to make sure that we can get racing again soon. You have to take into account as well, not only is it really important that we follow all the acute medical protocols to the letter, and they have to be done no matter what situation they're presented with. And sometimes, we didn't see the incident ourselves, so we don't know the severity of the incident. So we obviously have to allow the medical teams to carry out their protocol. But also, we're in a COVID-19 protocol situation. It's harder to measure those incidents as they happen. And you obviously have to ensure then that you're carrying out those procedures, those guidelines, those protocols within the measures that are being presented to us. This is a new world, essentially, that we're in. This is a new normal. We have to do things in a different way, in a different medium. So a little bit of grace, I think, has to be given to the teams that are working tirelessly to make sure that obviously racing can get underway. For whatever reason, if there's not enough medical staff or marshal staff because they're dealing with the incident out on the circuit, you can't race, if the right team is not out on the circuit. And we push for those, at least, we're waiting around for ages and ages. Why aren't we racing? Why aren't we racing? And it's a simple answer, because we need the right team on the circuit. If the team is not on the circuit, we can't race. And it's as simple as that. And, I give a massive handshake to Alan Lord and everybody within B&B. They have always maintained whatever happens out on the circuit, whether there's an incident, whether there's a rivalry, whether there's a great race for the victory, whatever it might be, every single time those riders have gone out on the circuit, they know that they're in the safest possible conditions that they can be for racing at this level. And that's a true credit to everybody within the team, and the administrative staff, the logistics team, the organisation, the scrutineering, everything is done absolutely to the letter. Yes, it's a long delay, but now I think we're getting the signals that the team is back in their positions. The marshals will return to their posts imminently, and we can actually go racing correctly. But thank you for your patience, everybody. We could not get ourselves back into that frame of mind, and we couldn't go racing again until every box was checked. Every single situation is as it needs to be. So obviously, yes, there is a delay and it's frustrating, but we do have to make sure we get things done in the right order.
So here we go. Speaking of Alan Lord, he was just down in the waiting zone talking to the riders, and as I'm sure you can see on the footage, the machines have fired up and are way back out on the circuit for the formation lap. Just one of the bikes there getting a bump start. Of course, most of these bikes are kickstart, mechanical kickstart. I don't think there really is any electric starts in mini bikes. And riders now out onto the circuit. Of course, they got to try and get the tyres and machines warmed up. This can be a difficult part. I've done this in motocross before as a competitor. You'll be out on the race for the first lap, and bad luck, unfortunately, for some poor rider goes down, and for whatever reason requires a lengthy medical delay. We've been down for about a good 25 minutes, I think. It's been quite a while. So you've got to sit there in the waiting zone and can't really keep the engines running. It's just a case of sitting there, the bike gets cold, the tyres get cold, and you might say, well, they've got to warm the tyres up now, but it's the same for everyone, of course. You've got to go out there onto a fresh track. You've been sat there for 20 minutes, and all of a sudden somebody comes into the waiting zone, right, off you go. And like you say, we've got cold tyres now and cold bikes, but this is really the same for all of the riders now. It's a case of just getting the visor down, getting yourself dusted off almost, and out onto the track. They're going to go for another formation lap, of course, because they have had quite a lengthy delay. There's the sixth. That was Kieran Boyd, I think, was struggling to get the machine started up, but seems to have got things back underway. So the rider's out for another formation lap, but they're not racing at the moment, of course. It's just a case of getting the tyres, getting the bikes warmed up, because they have been sat for quite a while. And as Jake mentioned, of course, it's really is a case of rider safety coming first all of the time. And of course, with the COVID-19 situation as well, there are protocols that the medics have to deal with. So sometimes it may be a case that it takes longer to get the racing back underway than it already would be. Sometimes if a rider needs extra medical attention, it may be the case that all medics are diverted off the track, and it simply wouldn't be safe to go racing until medics and officials are back in place. There we see, actually, just as a side point, you'll see on the background there the M1. Just goes to show how central this circuit is. We're not that far. If you're not familiar with the Wilton Mill circuit, where it's located, we're in Northamptonshire, in pretty much not too far from Watford Gap, really, so pretty much just in the south of the country, almost between London and Birmingham, not that far actually from Silverstone. So the first two rounds of the championship, actually, we started off at Ella Park, pretty much in the far east of the country, just down by Norwich, over the Suffolk border. Round number 2, we were at Lydd, and that is really down on the Kent coast. It was very, very warm and very nice weather down there, actually. So here we are at very much a central venue, and once again, of course, a popular track with the riders, and very easy for most people to get to. So we reflected here, of course, we had some big entries, and it was a case for some riders. They really had to speed up and get their entries in, otherwise they wouldn't be taking part this weekend.
Very true, yeah, and this is a great challenge for all the riders. They do very much enjoy competing here. It's a very difficult circuit. It's also a very challenging one. And as you say, you know, completely different characteristics of a race circuit compared to where we saw in the first 2 rounds. So a lot of these riders are facing, you know, considering this is their first season and they've had a lot of months off the bike due to the COVID-19 pause, you know, a lot of these guys are having a real steep uphill climb to get themselves to a decent level. But the green flag is in the air.
Here we go then, the restart of pit bike stock 160 gets underway, and a good drive on the inside from Nathan Smith. Now, can he get through the first corner? Yes, he makes that line and takes the lead. Let's hope they get through the opening few corners safely, taking the run up to Christmas for the first time. Oh, good drive on the inside there from the 162. Nice exit out of that second corner. Here they come from Christmas. Somebody getting a great jump down the inside, the 77, Daniel Pearson. Lovely inside line braking move there. And here we see just how technical it is just on that exit from Christmas down the inside into Ashby. Nice move down the inside. That may have been Gary Carter. Some good moves there from the midfield there from riders. Very brave into Christmas corner.
Do you know what? The circuit's actually dried out a little bit. They will have found that out on their second exploratory formation lap, and they'll find that there are a few more of the damp patches from earlier on the first start that have now dissipated, and it's now a lot smoother. So obviously they've got to be very cautious still on that opening lap, but I think the riders have got themselves out of that little jittery phase that they had at the start of the race, and we've got this nice little battle now developing between these 2 riders up front as they start to go into the second lap, and it's developing quite nicely. We've got Nixon there battling away in the lead of the race, and I think it's a change of bike potentially for one of the riders in second position. The 162 is in the mix there. Can't quite make out who that is, and we haven't got the record of it on our timing screen, unfortunately. Hopefully that's going to update shortly. I think, is that Ginger there in second place, actually?
Yeah,
I think it is. Yeah, it's Ginger. He's running a good race there in second place. Nickname, of course, but everyone in the paddock will know exactly who that is riding around there, trying to give Nixon a little bit of pressure as they come down into the next part of the turn. It's always a very tricky part of this course, and the riders obviously working very top-notch to try and gain a little bit more position. But the competitors are going very hard fast through this opening couple of laps. Smith and Roberts have continued their battle, but they're now down in 3rd and 4th. There's not a lot of grip between the 2 of them in terms of raw pace, but they're both there in good stead, as I think it is a change of bike for Roberts. Looking at it, Roberts has actually changed bike. No, it's Carter that's got through, that's why. So Carter on the 111 has actually now come through into 4th position past Eddie Roberts. And so Edward Roberts is there in position, and a nice sweep across there. That's from Carter to get up past Smith into 3rd position on the treble 1. Nice move there. He's just swept across with more power out of Oblivion and Crook, and then straight up Fine Lady and Manuel's Bank. And he's got there into the braking zone for Christmas and swept across the front nose fairing of Smith's bike before he's even had a chance to squeeze the brake.
And the top 4, actually, the pace has picked up now. Lap time's going under 1 minute. And the 3rd and 4th there, Smith and the Jack Carter on the 111. Now, of course, up to 3rd and actually starting to close up on the 2 leaders who, it would appear, are holding each other up slightly here. So let's have a look at Jack Carter in 3rd. You see on the red machine in 3rd, round the final corner. And the treble 5 of Nathan Smith, who had that great start. Now pulling away from the rest of the top 10, just to round out the rest of the top 10, we've got Edward Roberts up to 5th from Simon James Dean, another top rider in this group. He's up to 6th position. Daniel Pearson, Kieran Boyd, Gary Carter, James Lewis. As we look at this move down the inside, a little peak there from the 162 on the inside going into Christmas. And all the time, 3rd and 4th are closing up. Let's have a look as they run down to Ashby. Carter looks threatening in 3rd, but not quite close enough to go for a pass. Carter again shadowing the back, so the top 4 really have broke away from the rest of the field, and as this battle for the lead develops, we're looking now at possibly a 4-way scrap for the lead.
Absolutely, and this is the thing. We've had that massive pause now between the first start and the second start, and that's allowed the track to dry out a little bit more, so riders can gain a little bit more confidence. They can start to shoot for those overtaking moves that would have been a little bit harder for them to try and attempt under normal circumstances. It's always a little bit more treacherous in the greasier part of the course, but they're now starting to gain a little bit more speed, so this is where the riders can really start to edge it a little bit more. Nixon in front of Ginger, then Carter, Smith, Pearson's got past Roberts as well, so Roberts is really struggling in his maiden race in British mini bikes. He was there on the front row. Ginger now making his bid up the inside, and surely now he's going to take it. This time he has got the job done, and that was a very nice executed pass. Very close for Nixon to lose out to Carter. Carter is now going to try and make his bid to come through on the inside line. He's not quite there. So Ginger's got the upper hand at the moment as he holds on to it from the first part of the course, but oh dear, Nixon almost tumbling over the back of his wheel.
Certainly fighting back there and looking very threatening in third place is the 111 of Jack Carter as they make their way towards boot. Nathan Smith still hanging in there as Carter barges down the inside. Nice little move, but fails to take the corner. Nixon shuts the door. Carter looks quick at the moment. Fastest lap of the race, 57.764 for the third place rider. Number 111, Jack Carter, around the final corner they go. And the 162 race leader is starting to pull away now. Let's have a look at Carter as we go through Fair Lady on the run up the hill towards Christmas Corner. And let's have a look at Carter sweeping on the outside. Not really able to have a look down the inside. Smith still hanging in there in fourth place. And again, Carter trying to square the turn off on the run down to Ashby. Having a look on the inside and, had to bail out of that one, didn't he?
Yeah, I think that was a last-minute decision. He suddenly thought, you know what, I need to commit to this, and I needed to be a few miles an hour faster in the approach to the braking zone to really make the push on it on the inside of Nixon, and he just had to bail out. It was a sensible move, really, to kind of look at the situation and go, we're going to have an accident here if I don't squeeze this brake. So he got very close, but he's not quite there yet. He's got a chance, though, out of the double apex.
And he makes the move down the inside into that final corner. Nice move and takes the corner. So Carter up to second. One rider to look out for, though, might catch him on the back of this little group here, is the 77 of Daniel Pearson. 2 consecutive fastest laps. Goes through on a 56.831. And you may well start to see him at the back of this little group. Now, there's the treble 5 of Nathan Smith. There's 77. And Pearson, currently the fastest rider on the track. He took that brave move down the inside on Christmas Corner on the first lap. 2 laps to go, so time is against Pearson on the 77. This could be a late factor in the race, and like you said, of course, Jake, this is a rider who qualified poorly, but now the flag's dropped, seems to have found some pace.
Well, absolutely, and he's gaining about 3/4 of a second to a second on the riders up front. Again, this comes down to a very key factor, tyre pressures. If they've got it right in the mid part of the race when the circuit's really starting to settle out, you can really start to gain that upper hand and you can make up some of the desolation that you've had from the earlier sessions. Pearson is the one who's taking full advantage of this. Yes, he's only P5 at the moment, but in the last lap, if these 3 or 4 riders up front really start to squabble, and it looks as though they're looking a little uneven out there, Ginger, of course, still out front, pulling, well, he was pulling away, but now Carter's catching him. Look, he's starting to gain ground now, Carter. He's gaining on the 162 bike as they come into the final lap. Pearson's now starting to have a look. He's testing the waters there a little bit on this last lap. He could make up a place or two.
Well, certainly Pearson, time running out for him. He's going to be hoping that there's some handlebar bashing in front, you would say, as Carter starts to put the pressure on the final half lap. Time is running out. Nixon looking involved in third place. We're making our way back towards finish now for the final time. Pit bike stock 160. Race number 1.
No, that's
front
Nixon.
end washes out for Nixon there. Relatively low speed tumble. He's okay. The race goes on.
And Pearson's going for third. Look, he's timed it perfectly. He lets Nixon wash out. Smith hesitated and Pearson snatched third. Great move.
So taking advantage of an incident as Smith tries to fight back, but round the final corner on the dramatic final lap, the 162 is your race winner by 1/10 of a second, barely a wheel track in it there. Pearson third, Smith fourth. The unfortunate Ben Nixon washed out there on the approach to boot, the front end tucking away on him there. That means everyone else goes up a position. Edward Roberts up to 5th place, Simon James Dean into 6th, Kieran Boyd, Gary Carter, Nathan Gardner and James Lewis rounding up the top 10. Ben Nixon has still not gone through yet. The rider okay, but seems to have hit trouble on that final lap. We'll have a look at that accident again on the final lap. Here we go into the corner, and Nixon, just the front wheel, just seemed to get a bit squirrely there and just took away on him there, and nothing you can really do about that in the middle of the apex.
Yeah, just washed out from underneath him. It's a very stereotypical error from the bike there, just not keeping up with him. But a nice win for Ginge as he runs out in the lead of the race there from Carter. One more lap, and I think Carter might have had something to him there. But that's what I was talking about for Pearson. He just had so much more confidence on the bike in the latter stages of the race, and I think it's all about tyre pressures. He got it right, and he had a lot of time to make up ground from, but he was able to react very quickly. Smith had to hesitate a little bit on the brakes to avoid the incident from Nixon, and that was all the ammunition Pearson needed. He'd already gained 4th place when Nixon washed out. Now he's got the chance to get up the inside, and he had better confidence. So he was able to snatch 3rd position when 2 corners before he was 5th. He was always going to gain that momentum, though, because he had the confidence in the bike.
Well, a dramatic end there, and I think shout out there for Ed Roberts, who his first ever race, finishing in the top 5 on the 469. Very competitive race there. We're going to move very shortly to our next race. Riders in the waiting zone at the moment. Pit bike stock 160 Group A will be underway in just a few moments. riders now in the waiting zone for the first race of the day for Pit Bike Stock 160 Group A. Let's have a look at how they lined up in the morning qualifying. Riders will be out in just a few moments, and this is how they line up. We've got Ryan Tyres on pole with 52.727, and a few unidentified riders making up the positions up to 4th place. Chase Collymore, one of the established names, in 5th position. Brad Copland in 6th place. 7th was James Mostica. Chloe Jones in 8th position, who we spoke to earlier. Jake Whittaker in 9th. Phil Dickens in 10th. Ben Clucas, and another unidentified rider we'll find out later, rounding up the top 12. John Buckle, Jamie Callan in 14th place. A bit further down, Ben Rea in 16th position. James O'Hanlon in 17th from Ben Johnson. 19th was Mike Smallbone. Scott McGibbon in 20th place. Andrew Jones, Sebastian Barron 22nd. Louise Webster and Nathan Summers taking us down to 24th position. Big group of riders here, of course. Alan Armstrong, Carl Sanders, Dean Quincy in 27th. Dougie Craven 28th. 30 rider grid, and it's all going to be very important on that first lap as the riders take to the track now to warm up. And we've got some established names out here. Once again, though, Jake, the first lap is going to be very important indeed with so many riders out on the track.
Well, absolutely, and of course we're in the 3rd weekend of the series, so it's going to be that battle again, isn't it, between Ryan Tyres and Jim Lovell that will take full focus. Dominic Herbertson doing a very good job from his first 2 weekends. Herbertson right up in the mix there, within the top 5 in both races, and of course Jamie Callan is going to be one to watch out for. He's not had a great qualifying performance though, starts down in 14th on the grid, so he's got some time to make up, so expect some overtakes from him. He's 4th in the standings at the moment after a really solid effort to start the season with. Jake Whittaker's gone reasonably well. 9th on the grid is not quite where he wants to be, but he's there or thereabouts. And again, a strong performance last time out at Leeds, so expect him to be one of the riders who'll make up some good ground. But a lot of this comes down to strategy, how they've gone in terms of their tyre pressures, and they need to get it right straight out of the blocks. It's not going to be easy to predict this one.
Well, here we go. This first lap, I think first 2 laps especially, very important. And for those riders who failed to get the qualifying performance they wanted, they'll be looking to get the setup on the bike correct, and certainly in bike racing, the first 2 laps incredibly important, just to make as many positions as possible, get away from that midfield and up towards the front. Last few riders now taking their positions on the grid. We should be underway in just a few moments. Looking at the footage, it looks like the riders are ready. The green flag is about to drop, and Pit Bike Stock 160 Group A gets underway. Good start there from the 1, 2, 3. Ryan Tyres getting away well down the inside and has taken the corner. So Ryan Tyres, your early race leader. Everyone filters through Fair Lady for the first time. Seems like a clean start as he got towards Christmas for the first time. Jim Lovell in there as well in the 97. And here they pile into Christmas for the first time. This really technical part on the top of the circuit. Down the hill now towards Ashby, and everyone has just about got through safely.
Oh,
Looks
nice
like
move. Nice move from Lovell. Sorry,
Lovell
straight up there into 2nd position, gets the run, and it's a really bold manoeuvre there past the rider on the inside line there to get the overtaking move, and it's not easy to hold on to in this first lap, but Lovell's got plenty of strength. He's just caught the curb on the exit of Chapman though. That's going to unsettle the bike a little bit as they come up to the toe of the boot, but he seems to have plenty of strength and confidence in the bike as they complete the lap. But it's a really good run from Lovell. Now he's got to try and chase down Ryan Tyres, and that's no easy task.
So Ryan Tyres certainly getting the jump on the field first time round. Very quick opening lap. But Lovell in 2nd position. The rest of the field make their way through. Rest of the top 10 made up. Brad Copland into 4th. James Mostica, Chase Jones and Chase Collymore in there. The number 7 a bit further down. There he is having a look down the inside. And he almost pulled that one off. Chase Collymore, an established youth rider, now making his name in the adult categories and starting to pressure the leaders. Jake Whittaker and Phil Dickens on the 51 in there as well. And we just saw Phil Dickens actually towards the back of the top 10 with the 51. There he is, 84 in there as well of Ben Clucas. So some established names battling away on the edge of the top 10, and it's very close indeed in this battle, just at the edge of the top 10.
So in terms of the points positions, obviously it's a very difficult situation for a couple of the riders out there as they push for procedure. There is the 71 pushing through, I think that is. No, sorry, that's the 121 even. That's Whittaker battling away with Dickens. 2 riders that are trying to make up some ground after difficult qualifying sessions. They are 5th and 7th in the standings respectfully, and Dickens has now got into that 8th position spot past Whittaker, so they're dueling away for position. There's Lovell in front of the 123 as they continue to battle away for position there. So a very close run from those riders as they run in formation. A very, very difficult start to proceedings there for Lovell, who had to fight his way through into second position on the first lap, but he's already now lost about a second out to Ryan Tyers up front. Even though there's 9.5 laps essentially remaining in this one, that's a big gap and a big deficit to try and come back. 1 second around this place is not easy to find when you've got a rider as smooth and serene as Ryan Tyers in a decent position. And now that the circuit is a bit more bone dry, you're going to see the Ryan Tyers who bolts from the blue and disappears out in front. He's not going to be easy to catch.
Ryan Tyers certainly has got this one drilled at the moment. 52.884 last time round, fastest lap of the race, and leads by 1.5 seconds. The rest of the top 10 make their way through. There goes Chase Collymore. Chloe Jones, actually a rider on the move, getting past Phil Dickens up to 7th
that's
place.
For second.
Oh, it's getting
that's for
close
second.
now. Yeah, this is the 97. Lovell past now for second position, and we'll have a look down the inside into Ashby, but the second place, the 1, 2, 3 has got that line covered, holding on to that second position, and now starting to close up on the race leader Ryan Tyers, although there's a rider in trouble at Christmas Corner, not bothering the leaders, of course. Ryan Tyers at the moment, 52.884 last time round, has held on to the lead, and well, Ryan Tyers looking good on this one. Chloe Jones and Chase Collymore starting to make their way through the top 10 as well, as we've got the 8 lap to go marker. Ryan Tyers, there he is, the 55, looking strong at the front.
We finally know the identity of the 123. It's Stevenson. I thought it was a familiar rider. I just couldn't quite make it out, and unfortunately I'm still one of those people who's been out of the seat for about 9 months with the BMB, so it's hard to remember everybody. But Lovell and Stevenson having that terrific battle for second place. Stevenson did make the jump past initially, but Lovell is now getting back into it, as there is the battle further down. This is Whitaker, just in front of, I can't quite make out the number of that particular bike. And again, it's one of the transponders that's yet to update. So Dickens and Whitaker are in the mix there, but look at this little squabble further back. This is for about 9th position, 10th position, a great little duel, as we've got 3 or 4 riders now really squabbling it out in the mix there. And that's Buckle, I think, in the middle of it, the number 20, and he's obviously got a really tough run behind from the 84 in the mix there.
That's Ben Clucas involved in that mix. This is just on the edge of the top 10. And actually, Reece Stevenson, we were talking about a moment ago on the 1, 2, 3, that's a rider who really gave it a go at the Pro-Am race at Ella Park, the first race of the year. There's a few established road racers and VSB riders there, and Stevenson's certainly making a mark for himself in that race, and incidentally has set the fastest lap of the race.
I'm fairly sure this is his first pit bike race of the season, isn't it? He hasn't done the pit bike class yet.
He's done a couple earlier. He was looking good at the start of the year. He was in the Pro-Am race as well, and he's certainly making people stand up and take notes at the moment, because looking very competitive in front of a very strong race category.
So the battle really intensifying in the mid-pack there. I think we just saw a move in the middle of the field. I think that was Clark on Dickens. But still a really intense battle, as Buckle there is trying to drop Ben Clucas, who is still right in the mix there, trying to duel his way further forward as they try and close up on the bottom end of the top 10. The likes of Dickens, Clark and Whitaker all having a nice little shufti as round the outside. Was that the move there from Buckle on Whitaker?
Here we see the battle of the second, which is starting to hot up here now. Reece Stevenson still in 3rd place, battling away. He's up to second now.
He has got through to second, yeah, he's made the move. I think he must have done that out of Oblivion and Crook.
Link, yeah, it was on the exit of the corner, it seemed. He seemed to have that one drilled. Now, the gap here, just under 2.3 seconds, you could say, from Ryan Tyers, the race leader. Jim Lovell tagging on to the back of Reece Stevenson here as they try to close up on the race leader. There's still time here, 5.5 laps effectively to go in this one. There's the 1, 2, 3 of Stevenson, but you would say Jim Lovell in 3rd still looks threatening, trying to find some pace around the outside of the boot complex here into the final corner. And here, Jake, this is a case now, you're just getting the sacrifice some pace through the corner to get the speed on the exit.
Yeah, there's not a lot of space to get this wrong, so you've really got to trust the bike essentially when you get on the throttle and take a wider berth. Stevenson's doing the right thing here. He's cutting across Lovell's path up to the braking zone, so there's no real way for him to dive up the inside without unsettling the rhythm of the bike. And so Lovell's got to do a much harder job to keep in front of Reece Stevenson here. He's got to try and get back on terms with him to start with, and at the moment they are close enough that there's going to be a little bit of a Barney if they're not careful, but the leader, I should say, Tyers, is actually in amongst traffic now. Now this is the essential part of the battle for the riders up at the front end. You've got to be so careful when you try and work your way through the traffic, But Lovell and Stevenson are pushing each other so hard, they've dropped the rest of the field by a good dozen seconds or so. Mostica, Collymore and Jones all there in the battle for the top 6 as Lovell gets very badly balked in there behind one of the back markers. That was a very close run thing. He was lucky there not to get taken off the bike completely. And now as they pick their way through back markers, this is where Lovell can really respond quite quickly to the move up the inside line. But they've got to be very focused on how they get that done. Full credit to Carl Sanders. He got out of the way nice and easy. But these two are really starting to up the ante. And they need to turn the dial up to 11. Oh, he's lost it. Lovell's gone off.
Lovell's gone off. Just seems to lose traction there through Ashby. Rider okay, let's have a look at that again down on the run into Ashby, and just seemed to almost just ground out on the corner there in that battle. Now, of course, the issue here, of course, in the battle for second place, as there we see a bit of Northamptonshire turf on the back there, but the bike's okay. We'll pick him up on the lap charts in a few moments. And Lovell, he seems okay, just seemed to get back into pace. The bike's okay. There's a bit of turf there on the rear hub, but everything seems okay. Ryan Ty's still your leader. 52.501 last time round, and we're just going to see what's going on. There's the 55 of Tyres picking his way through the tail enders now. And of course, the hardest part here for the leader, the gap 3.4 seconds at the moment. Tyres has got a cushion here, but of course, when the first rider comes through these tail enders, who of course are all battling for their own positions further down the field, once the leader gets through here, it's a case that the slow riders are aware, of course, that faster riders are coming through. So this leader has got to make his presence felt here. Of course, no blue flags, so it's a case of just getting in there and getting the decisive moves to overtake these riders.
Yeah, I've never been a fan of blue flags. They only came around in the mid-90s, and it hasn't exactly done a massive... it hasn't made a massive difference to the world of motorsport, in my opinion, but I always find it's a lot tougher without them, and you can tell that these riders are a lot more grounded, they're a lot more calculated, they're having to be a little bit smarter on their feet, trying to make their way through the back markers. Look at Tyres, look, he's just trying to knit his way on the inside line. He has to change lines midway round the turn there to avoid some of the melee in there. It was Matt Lockyer that he was trying to get around, and he's now managed to do that. Next up on the line is Gav Tappenden. He gets through there, no problem at all. Past the 13 now. That is Gav Tappenden, because he's on a 13 bike rather than a 43 today. That's his number, but he's on a 13 bike. But astonishingly, Stevenson in second place in front of Lovell. But when Lovell dropped the bike, he's rejoined in third place. He didn't lose ground to Mostica. Mostica's still there in P4.
It's the bike didn't lose the bike, so he's able to hop straight back on the machine and get back underway. Here we see the battle just on the edge of the top 10. That was the Ben Ray as well, number 141. In there as well as we go to the last lap. And of course, these riders further down the field, they should finish on the lead lap here. They're still quite a bit down the track ahead of the race leader Ryan Tyres, who all the action has been behind Tyres throughout the race and maintains that gap, 4.2 seconds. Lovell and Stevenson battling away, of course, for that second place. Lovell dropping the bike, but like you say, of course, Jake didn't lose much time in there, so certainly staying amongst the leaders, but it's all been about the 55 of Ryan Tyres making his way through boot towards there for the final time, down the back straight, and we should be seeing him down by the finish very shortly indeed. Here he comes down the back straight for the final time. Clear track behind him, clear track in front of him, 55. Ryan Tyres looks almost certain to be your race winner. Just got to get through boot for the final time, nice and easy, round the final corner, and the first race win of the day for the 55. Ryan Tyres, nice and smooth over the line there. It was a tough race, but he had that one well and truly dialed.
What a season he's having. He's absolutely marching to the title in 2020. He's taken everything in his stride over the course of the first 3 weekends of the year, and he's got another victory in his pocket now. It's hard to suggest him as a title winner already, but in the form he's in, it's essentially up to all the other riders to try and close him down and take it away from him, because at the moment he's just flawless. He's absolutely relentless in terms of speed.
Well, the rest of the top 10 make their way through. It's Jim Lovell second, Reece Stevenson third, Mostica in fourth, Chase Collymore up to fifth, Foley Jones in seventh, and Phil Dickens, Jake Whittaker rounding out the top 10 in what was a very close battle on the edge of the top 10. The rest of the midfield runners making their way through now at the end of this Pit Bike Spares Stock 160 Group A race. Some very competitive riders, but no one could match the 55 of Ryan Tyres. We've got the MGP Junior Supermotos 140s in the waiting zone. They'll be out in a few moments, so plenty of action with the pit bikes and some more of the mini bike 140s and 50s coming up in just a few moments. So this is the Mini GP. 140s and 50s coming up in a few moments. Riders are in the waiting zone and we're underway in just a few moments as the rest of the pit bikes make their way off the circuit. Has been a bit of a delay, of course, if you are just joining us here. There were a couple of incidents earlier on today requiring medical attention, so the race program is running a little bit later than anticipated as the riders make their way out onto the track for their formation lap. Still plenty of action, of course, to come in this first block of racing today. We've got the veterans coming up after this race. But in the meantime, let's have a look at the SM140 Mini GP 140 and 50 race lineup. And Daniel Goodman was the pole sitter with a 54.398 from Ruben Bray, Zach Weston in third, Joel Gregg in fourth, Lewis Mullen and Peter Willis rounding out the top six. Seventh was Mason Greasley from Harvey Lathrop, Nathan Ellis Ward in ninth, Luke Hutchinson in 10th, Ty Butler and James Cleary taking us down to 12th position, Kobe Perry and Teo Collymore 13th and 14th position, Luke Schofield, Bobby King, Dominic Gardner, Matthew Wood in 18th position. Last rider to qualify within the 1 minute marker, Ruby Booth in 19th, Joe Mostica in 20th, George Wood and James Walker 22nd, Harry Pell, Cade Watt in 24th position, Ozian Thomas, Jack Knight's 26th, Brooke Champion Harvey Brooks, Kelsey Carter and with no time Ryan Frost rounding up the top 30 and tagging on at the back there is the 67 of George Bowes again. No lap time in qualifying, so he will start right at the back of the field. These, of course, two race groups and combined into one race. They are scored separately, racing together, of course. Just a shout out for the O'Varley race. That's a little bit later on. We've got the bikes lining up now. We've got the vets coming up after this race, and then it will be race number one for the O'Varley Cup just a little bit later on in the schedule. So we are lining up now for the first race of the Junior SM 140 and the Mini GP riders down on the grid. Two different race classes racing together, and good to see there were quite a few out there at Lydd, but a bumper entry here at Wilton Mill for the third round of the championship, Jake.
Yeah, it really is good to see so many more riders out there filling up the grid and putting themselves around this Wilton Mill circuit. Just managed to get a quick look at them as they made their way out onto the circuit. A lot of motivated and very confident riders now that the sun has come back out here at Wilton Mill. So the riders looking a little bit more focused and not quite so nervous and tetchy as they might have been earlier in the day. A really good performance in that previous race, by the way, from Chloe Jones to be there in the top six. A former racer in this category, of course. So she's really elevated herself into the seniors and done a fantastic job. But that's what these riders are looking at as they continue their progress up through the ranks. They want to be in that competitive position in the senior categories before too long. But the riders here are getting themselves into position. This should be an absolute cracker.
Well, here we go. The rider's ready. The green flag goes up. We wait for the flag to drop. And away we go for the first moto for the Junior SM 140s. One rider stranded on the line there. We'll get that machine restarted. Everyone else seems to have gone away cleanly around the first few corners. And we'll update you on the two race categories as the race gets underway. Daniel Goodman, though, with a superb start into Christmas for the first time. Rear breast. Amongst that top group there, I think it was Peter Willis and Lewis Mullen battling away. And through they go. Everyone seems to have got through safely. There was that one rider stuck on the start line, but they seem to have sorted that one out as they go down to Ashby for the first time. Very good first lap so far, first half lap at least anyway. As, plenty of battle. There's the 111. Lewis Mullen down the inside of Joel Gregg. But outbraked himself. Now this is the thing, Jake, we've seen a couple of riders going very deep into Christmas Corner, for example, but these corners you really have got to be careful with the outbraking manoeuvres because it's so easy to outbrake yourself and just lose a whole load of time.
Much better run through into the toe of the boot there from the 111 of Lewis Mullen. Manages to get himself up into, I think that's now fifth position, so a really good opening lap from Goodman, then Bray, Weston, Willis, and then we should have Mullen there into sixth position, in fact, behind Grieg and Lathrop. But I have to say, you were talking about that, on the opening lap with riders just braking themselves too late. You've got to remember that all of yesterday, as that is the move now to come through into position from the 111. So well done for Mullen, getting the move there on Greek. But yesterday they were in the wet, so they don't really know, a lot of them, how the bike is going to handle in the dry. They're kind of having to learn by doing. And so the race circuit is finally starting to come to them. But it is going to take a few manoeuvres, whether they get them right or whether they get them wrong, to learn exactly what the bike can do. As up the inside, Grieg is trying to hang on as Lathrop comes around the outside to pull off the move out of Parker. That is a serious overtake from Henry Lathrop.
And I think a lot of trust in the bike there that was going to hang on through there. That very tricky corner. Not easy to pass on the outside through there, but certainly the treble 2 of Harvey Lathrop, really pulling that move off and moving up another position. There is number 3 of Joel Grigg, 97 in the mix as well. Ty Butler as the leaders make their way through. Daniel Goodman, though, got the jump on the field and already starting to pull away. 53.7, best lap of the race so far. Ruben Bray still in second, but here is the man on the move. The treble 2 of Harvey Lathrop on the run up to Christmas corner, and very close on the edge of the top 10. The unfortunate Joel Grigg started off well, but seems to be losing some places here. And I think there are some stronger riders further down the field who seem to have got the grips of the track quite well so far.
Could be PSIs. The circuit's warmed up. You've got to remember that the heat is now starting to come into the track surface temperatures. If they've not quite got the PSIs right, then he might not have a decent level of grip in the bike. If they've just got the PSI slightly out, then there's not going to be a lot he can do. The bike is going to start sliding. He's not going to get a lot of confidence in it, and losing places, that really knocks your confidence anyway. So he's got to really start to regroup, get himself back on the bike again, and start to push himself back up the order. But if the bike isn't really responding in the way he needs it to, then it's going to be hard for him to keep his focus. He's doing his best, but it's a very tricky situation, and it's also a losing battle. Once the bike starts to drift away, it's very hard to convince yourself it can come back. The treble 2 here, though, Harvey Lathrop, doing an absolutely fantastic job, as Nathan Ellis-Ward on the 8 bike is starting to get into the mix here as well, as is the 80, and that is Tayo Collymore. So they're all starting to get into the mix of a decent battle here. I think that's Collymore now on the back of Lathrop as they duel away. Nathan Ellis-Ward just in behind this little duel, so a good little battle starting to shape up here, but Harvey Lathrop doing a great job.
Yeah, it's just starting to hot up it here, and actually Lathrop hasn't really shaken off this group on the edge of the top 10. He came through very quickly, but they are starting to keep the pressure on the treble 2. It's still Goodman that leads, Ruben Brain second, Zach Weston and Peter Willis. Then this battle on the edge of the top 5, the 111 of Lewis Mullen just going through now, and here we see Lathrop crossing the line. Looks like could be Alice behind there, Nathan Ward, Tayo Collymore all getting involved in this. Harvey Lathrop with his fastest lap of the race so far goes down the inside of one of the back markers, the 119, which was that Harvey Brooks that's going a lap down, just filtering through these riders. There's the number 100 of Kelsey Carter as well, all doing a good job of getting through the slower traffic. Just one thing I think we should say here is, we were saying, I think neither of us are particularly fans of blue flags, and of course in a series like this, the riders at the back of the field, the ones battling for 25th, 26th place, their race is just as important as well.
That's exactly it. It's a very good point. You know, their race is important, and it doesn't matter at this stage when you're beginning your career in racing in motorbikes at this level, whether you're racing for first or whether you're racing for 15th or whether you're racing for 25th. You know, you've still got to be very focused on your battle. You've got to fight your rider that your opponent is. You've got to keep on that hunt, because it is a very tricky situation. The battle is obviously very intense, but you've got to ignore the fact that it's for a lower position, because as you learn, as you get faster as a rider, those battles are going to get bigger and bigger. Oh, Grieg, so close.
That was close. That was the Pete Willis there, and Zach Weston battling now for third position. Very tight through Ashby a few moments ago, and Weston holds on to the third position. Still got Willis behind him, and going to have a look now into Boot. He looks strong into this final few corners here. Willis having a look down the inside, but can't find the way through at the moment.
I was very impressed with Weston off the start, actually. He bolted out of the blocks and went straight into second place, but he just couldn't quite hold on from Bray at the end of the opening lap. Bray obviously very confident on the bike in the opening stint, and you've got to remember, of course, that, you know, Weston is obviously still trying to shake off the 151 of Willis. Looking further down the field, of course, Grieg is obviously in a different class to these guys. He's on the JSM 140 bike, but Harvey Lathrop is now leading that class, having charged his way forward. So Lathrop is actually gaining the ground on that one. My apologies, no, it's actually Greasley who's leading it. Greasley's leading that, because he's in sixth position. There's only 2 seconds between the two of them, and we've got 6 laps to run, so there is still a chance that that could change hands. But you know, you've got several battles in the field, and obviously inter-class battles in the field as well, because the victory for JSM 140 is there currently being played out between Greasley and Lathrop, but then the Mini GP 140 is being battled out between the likes of Goodman, Bray, and these two for third place, the final rung on the podium, Weston and Willis.
So it's all very close. All the action really for third place at the moment, as Bray sets the fastest lap of the race, 53.595. All very close though for third position as they make their way through. It's still Mason Greasley just a little bit further behind this that leads the Junior Supermoto 140. They make their way through Christmas. The race leader, I think, was just nipping through some of the tail enders going down to Ashby, and that looks like Bray in second place,
Yep.
just snipping through. Yeah, that certainly is it. Yeah, it looks like he's closing up quite a bit now on Goodman. Now, of course, Goodman's got this problem. There's the race leader, Goodman, really being closed on by Bray. Now, as he goes through the slower track, of course, for these midfield runners, they get a bit of a shock to the system when the leader comes through, so he's been slowed down a bit, I think.
Do you know what? I'm not sure Goodman realises just how close Bray is to him at this moment. Bray is now going to get very close to him indeed, and I would not be surprised at all if Goodman isn't quite sure just how close to him Bray is. He's going to have to look over his shoulder very quickly, but he's also got to do it in a safe place, because I think Bray's going to be on him as they come up to Christmas. Bray has been lapping much quicker than Goodman in the last couple of laps, but the thing is now he's got 4 laps to go. He's got time. He doesn't need to rush this. He's right there in behind Goodman. He's done the hard work. He's caught him up. He can essentially wait a couple of laps, read what Goodman's doing on the bike, and pick him off when he's got a sense of where he's vulnerable. If he can choose his moment wisely, he does not have to rush this overtake at all. He's done the hard work. He was a good 2 seconds back. Now he's been able to gain ground. He's been rapidly quicker than Goodman, but he's got time. He cannot afford to rush this or he'll lose everything. He's just got to pick his moment, and studying Goodman's line here is what he needs to spend the next 2 laps basically accomplishing.
So here we go as they filter through some of the slower riders. That's the 52 just going up.
Oh,
That driver
they
in
come
trouble.
down. Now, who's that that's gone down?
I think that might possibly have been Willis. I'm not sure. We'll check it on the lap charts when they go through. It was one of the top 10, though, I think.
It might have been Greasley, actually, thinking about it.
Yeah, possibly. The race goes on at the front as though the race has
Red
been
flag.
drawn to a close.
They're just coming up to that particular
Yeah, that was
incident
on
so they can
Christmas
see
corner.
why. And, well, it's a rather nasty tumble, that's for certain.
We're not sure. I think it may well have been Mason Greaser. Will confirm that on the lap charts, but not showing up at the moment.
I think the race will be declared there as well. We only had 3 laps to go.
So it looks likely that race will draw to a close. The pit by Vets will be out, sponsored by Simoto in a few moments. But the injured rider up on Christmas Corner has brought this race to a premature close. Riders are still on the track, stationary at the moment. Now, like you say, I think you might be right there. We'll wait and see what the clerk of the course says, of course, but that was coming up to the last lap. So quite likely that race will be declared. Injured rider just at the top of the circuit by Christmas Corner receiving some medical attention. We didn't see that accident occur. The medics are going out onto the track now just to assist the rider, who seems to be moving about quite a bit. It was one of the riders in the top 10. I'm just trying to pick out the number on that bike. It was one of the ones involved in the battle for the top 10. But the rider is moving about somewhat.
It's just a rather, unfortunately, it's one of those rather clumsy falls where you just end up hitting the deck rather awkwardly. So I think, looking at the ride, I think that's Greasley, but I couldn't be. I don't want to confirm it because obviously it's difficult from a distance. We've got a camera focusing on the incident, but obviously the main priority and the main focus is making sure that the medical teams are there attending to the situation. So, you know, we'd be ill-adverse to confirm that the rider involved until we knew the situation clearly. But it is a difficult one because I think essentially the battle's got very tight in. And I think it's that same situation we've seen 100 times before up at Christmas, where riders just get a little bit too clustered into each other, and one of them just gets sideswiped. It's so easy to do when you've got so many bikes trying to go for the same bit of space. What that does mean, of course, though, is that it essentially brings the race to a halt, and it's unfortunate in a way because obviously it means that we'll never know if Ruben Bray was able to get that move done on Goodman. He was really sizing him up. Well,
it was certainly coming to a conclusion there, and helped by the flag as the injured rider is now sitting up. It was it's one of these crashes sometimes, I speculate here, but sometimes when a rider goes down quite heavily, I know in motocross when you go down hard, it's sometimes the case is not really much you can do for a few moments, just knocking the wind out of you. The rider did seem in some discomfort, but the medics was attending to the rider at the moment as the machine is pushed away. I think that's the stricken bike being pushed back to the pits at the moment with some extremely bent, if not completely snapped handlebars on it. So there will be some repairs in the pits before the second moto gets underway. And at the moment we've got the vets in the waiting zone at the moment. They'll be underway very shortly, sponsored by Simoto. So I do believe that the race has been declared. The riders are going back to the pits. In the waiting zone at the moment are the pit bike vets, and that's sponsored by Simoto. They're in the waiting zone at the moment to be underway in a few moments. Thanks to Ugly & Co for their support of the Mini GP Junior Supermoto class, who have returned back to the paddock, and they'll be out a bit later on today on track in a few moments. Of course, so it's the Pit Bike Vets. And this is always one of the most popular and competitive classes in British mini bikes. It's the Vets. They're in the waiting zone at the moment, and this race brought to you in association with Moto. We'll have a look at how things line up in just a few moments' time, but the Vets are in the waiting zone and will be underway very shortly indeed. Very competitive class, as we say. A lot of riders could well be in the mix for this one as well. And the Vets are now down on the track. They'll be underway in just a few moments. If you're joining us here for the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship, we are running a little bit behind schedule. There have been a few incidents earlier on in the race programme. And we'll be underway very shortly with the veterans, followed by the O'Varley Cup a bit later on. And the Brap Super Minis will be out a bit later on as well. We are running a little bit behind schedule. In the meantime, though, the Vets are in the waiting zone and will be underway in just a few moments' time. Machines being fired up. We'll have a look at the lineups in a few moments. In the meantime, though, Jake is down in the waiting zone and we'll grab a few words with a couple of the riders. Just waiting now for the race to get underway. Jake Sanson is making his way down to the waiting zone. I think we'll be ready in a few moments. The bikes are fired up and will be underway in a few moments. The Pit Bike Vets down in the waiting zone, looking a little bit cooler down there as well. So just waiting for the riders to prepare and the track to be cleared and ready to go. Jake is down in the pits and we'll grab a few words with him.
So we're getting ourselves ready for the Pit Bike Vets to get out onto the circuit. We've just heard news that it's going to be a little bit of a short day at the office for Nathan Ellis Ward, the number 8 bike. It was him that came off, but the medical teams are there now getting him sorted. Right up into the mix, though, of the Pit Bike Vets. The riders are getting themselves ready. Just in behind me, we have James Mostiker getting himself ready. And obviously, it's not going to be long before they head off onto the circuit. On that outside line, you've also got the likes of Julian Grovitt and John Bolsover. They're going to be quite competitive in this race. And then obviously to this inside line as well, you have the likes of Matthew Davies and Phil Dickens there, the 51. They're going to be very competitive in this race. And again, obviously, it's that same situation. Qualifying is not going to be too indicative of what the racing is going to be. It's going to be a lot tighter than the qualifying times were, although there was only 0.2 of a second between the pole time and the second place. So it's going to be very difficult. The circuit's getting faster. The clouds are coming in as well, though, so it is actually going to make the circuit pretty rapid. And as we've seen, the race pace has been increasing and accelerating, so we should see some really intensive battles at the start of things. Phil Dickens looking particularly hungry from the outside of the second row.
And the Pit Bike Vets making their way out onto the track for their formation lap. Very busy race and very competitive. A lot of riders in with a shout for this one. And I would say the first couple of corners, first lap, will be very important indeed, as the 27 of James Mostiker, who sits on pole, leads them out, followed by Matthew Davis in second place. Third for Julian Gromit. Fourth was Phil Dickens, John Bolsover and Gav Tappenden rounding up the top 6 on the grid. Seventh is Alan Brooks from Ben Douglas. Ian Wareham, 9th, Paul Histon will round out the top 10 from Ian Walker and Adam Redding in 12th position. 13th is Darren Hall from Dervin Lane, Al Morris, Tony Reveley, Gary Carter, Steve Allen in 18th position. 19th, unidentified rider from William Horner, Robin Kyle, Mark Jarrett, Chris Reed and Matthew Corbett in 24th, Dan Gill, Stu Bateson, John Pearson and Mick Price in 28th. Michael Judkins in 29th, Roy Marsden with no lap time rounds out the top 30. So 30 riders making their way down onto the grid for the Moto's Pit Bike Vets. This is always a very competitive class throughout the field. A lot of experienced riders out there and some good names spread throughout the top 10 there. I think once again we're repeating ourselves here almost, but I think the first couple of laps here, I think, Jake, will be very important indeed, because there are quite a few top riders out there looking to get a good getaway and a good first few laps.
Absolutely. I did not expect when I was going to get up this morning that I would have, 15 bikes either side of me, inches apart from the edge of my feet. But I tell you what, that's better than breakfast. Anyway, and absolutely a fantastic battle in prospect for us. You've got such a tight-knit group of riders up at the front end of the field here. Quite a few of the midfielders wanting to charge their way forward as well. Pit bike vets definitely going to give us plenty of entertainment. Julian Gromit currently leading the championship standings as well, though, from third on the grid. So expect him to bolt out of the blocks straight away. He's had a perfect start to his season, and he'll want to keep that up.
Here we go then. The rider's ready. The green flag goes up, and Pit Bike Vets race number 1 is underway. Great getaway on the inside.
He's not
from
started.
Mostica.
He's not started.
Gromit was there. Hit trouble. Mostica got away well, and yeah, it was. No, I think it was that.
That's Phil Dickens. That's Phil Dickens who hasn't got away.
Gav Taplin's got away well, and the 75 in the top 5 there as well. That's Julian Gromit then. He gets away in around 4th place, so riders stuck on the grid. It's always a nerve-wracking moment there when they don't get away, but everyone seems to filter through that station rider okay. So there's Gav Taplin in around 3rd position right now. James Mostica with a brilliant getaway. Gets the jump on the field from Matthew Davis. Taplin 3rd. Relatively incident-free otherwise, as the rest of the top 10, the rest of the field make their way through. Ian Wareham in there, Adam Redding and Darren Hall, Steve Allen, all battling away on the edge of the top 10. They make their way down towards Boot for the first time. And let's have a look at that midfield battle. There's Tappenden, and I believe that's Matthew Davis in 2nd, but James Mostica, great jump on the field, and he's gone and away.
Yeah, really good start. Perfectly read the situation, managed to get off the line, no problem at all. Heartbreak for Phil Dickens. That's really ruined his weekend, and potentially a decent haul of points there disappeared for him. Out the inside now. This is the move from Gromit, trying to get through on the inside of Tappenden for 3rd position, and he needs to get on with this fairly quickly. His perfect score is definitely under threat after, it has to be said for Gromit, a rather lackluster start from his reputation. He's not really been able to bolt out of the blocks the way we'd like to see him do. So he's actually really struggling at the moment, but he's trying to come around the outside of Tappenden into Parker. There's no way he's going to let a cheap overtaking move out today, though, so he's going to have to try again as he comes out of Chapman. Hesitation from Tappenden.
I was just about to say, Gav Tappenden won't make it easy for Gromit. He's a very tough rider to get through sometimes, but it almost seemed to lose momentum. He does seem a bit slow into the corners there.
Done it again.
Yeah. Whether to set with a bike or something, but Tappenden looks very, very slow into the corners there. Look, he doesn't look comfortable on the bike at all, does he?
No, he's quite unsettled by the look of things, so it's not quite going according to plan. Mostica's just completely disappeared as the rest of the field have really struggled to get themselves up to speed. Bolsover's now in 4th place ahead of Brooks. Tappenden's still struggling. Again, I think it's tyre pressures. If you get it slightly wrong, then it completely unsettles. It changes the whole rhythm and nature of the bike. And where earlier in the day he would have been one of the fastest riders, which of course he was, he gets a good initial start, but if you don't get good rhythm in that bike and you can't sustain it with decent tyre temperatures, the pressures of these tyres really do count for everything. You'll probably see a dramatic change going into the 2nd race between the pace that he has now, because they'll realise where they went wrong and make the adjustment, but it's too late for this first race.
It would seem that way because Tappenden really dropping down the field. We've got the 77 here of Ian Wareham. Battling away now with the 115 just in front. It's a very close battle on the edge of the top 10. And Wareham looks at Adam Redding with a different number quite possibly, as Tappenden dropping like a stone here. We just touched on there. Seems to be some apparent setup issues because Tappenden normally is a rider who'd be very aggressive and very strong at the front, but hitting trouble at the moment. There is the 77 of Wareham. This is the battle on the edge of the top 10. Gary Carter and Darren Hall just a little bit further behind. James Mostica, meanwhile, really has cleared away from the rest of the field.
Douglas. Douglas trying to move.
Having a nip down the inside there, the 71 of Ben Douglas. Trying the outside of Walker now. And, Walker just positioning that bike correctly, I think, at the moment. Just making that machine as wide as possible and making life tough for Douglas here.
Yeah, and the thing is, he's really got to dial into him as quickly as he possibly can. He can't afford to let the ground fade away. And this is the difficulty. When you're in the train, you've got to go for the overtaking move as soon as is humanly possible, especially around here at Wilton Mill, because you get stuck with the cork in the bottle, essentially, and you can't move anywhere, and all that pent-up energy, it needs to go somewhere, and you've got to make the overtaking move early, otherwise you're going to be impeding and losing so much time. If you look at Douglas and Walker, look, they're already 15 seconds off the pace of Mostica. This time he's going to get him, surely. Nice move.
Now, can he make that stick? Good block pass on the inside. Yes, he does. Important to do the block pass there to prevent Walker from repassing, and Reading looking threatening as well on the edge of the top 10. Mostica then still your race leader as the 71. Moving up a position there, Ben Douglas through Ashby. The 272 of Adam Reading now starting to look threatening as they make their way back towards the boot complex and the end of the lap. Mostica still your race leader, and the fastest lap of the race was a 54.652. Mostica still maintaining that fastest lap pace and really clear of Davis in second. And here we see a little bit further down the number 50, just looking who that, maybe Stu Bateson down a bit further down there as well, and
it's Andy Williams.
Andy Williams, sorry, beg pardon. Yep, this is a bit further down the field at the moment. Battling in the midfield, these riders, the 177 down there as well, of John Pearson, battling for 22nd. So pretty close battle here. And this, well, there's the, I've seen that bike before, that's Stan Gill. A very smart looking bike there, the 27 on the bike there, the old Pepsi Cola Kevin Schwantz tribute graphics on that bike. Now these riders just on the edge of the top 20 in the close battle, and this might be a factor for James Mostica a bit later in the race.
Well, absolutely. I mean, he's lapping a second a lap faster than anybody else out there, Mostica, so this is going to get tricky. Oh, nice move on the inside line there from the 50. A very good overtaking move indeed there from Williams to slice up the inside of Pearson, and that was really well executed. But you're absolutely right, Mostica is lapping about a second a lap faster than everybody else out there. He's in the 54s. Nobody else can even break out of the 55s at the moment. So Mostica has managed to pull out about 7 seconds over Matthew Davies, no problem at all. With 6 laps to go, he could be well a dozen seconds clear. But as you say, you know, he's going to get into traffic before long, and these guys are in their own duel. They're not going to care squat about Mostica. They want to get out of the way unless, you know, if there's a chance it will impede their own battle. But as far as they're concerned, their only interest is facing off against their rival and winning their own private duel.
Well, here they go, these riders just outside the top 20 at the moment. There's Stan Gill. You'll see the Pepsi Cola graphics, very reminiscent of Kevin Schwantz, you would say, as you see one of the Ovali machines just at the top of the bank, coming down toward, now that might be William Horner behind on the 68, coming down through Ashby once again. These riders battling just in around 15th position, just on the edge. There's the 68 actually of William Horner indeed. He's currently in 19th position. Can't identify the number of the rider in front, but I believe that would be Robin Kyle, riding the Ovali machine, which we'll see, of course, the Ovali Cup next time once the bets draw to a close. And that's that Ovali just going through there, just behind there, Horner, having a look, trying to get the momentum on the outside. Now, this is what we see sometimes, Jake, is you can make a pass into Christmas corner effectively at the starts of boot, because you've got to get the line on the outside, get that momentum going, and just carry it all the way through. As we see this sweep up to Christmas corner, you can make the move there half a lap earlier, effectively.
Yeah, it's difficult to time it right, but you also have to make sure that it's not just about the move you make in that moment, it's also a lot about the exit speed as well. It's about making sure that you've got the move nailed in correctly afterwards. You can't just think about the one corner, you've got to think about the consequences of the apexes after that as well, and how the bike is going to feed out. It's nice to keep an eye on the Ovali there. The thing I like most about it actually is that it's
Trouble aim
tricky.
That was the 51, wasn't it, of Phil Dickens. Just clipped the apex there, didn't he? And
fair play to him to have fought back though, because he's up in 9th, would you believe? Well, make that 8th now, because he's just dealt with Reading. So considering he didn't start the race, if you remember, he dropped it. Well, he basically couldn't start and then ended up trailing from the back of the field. So he has worked his way forward masterfully up into the top 10.
Just looking at Mostica there, charging through some of the back markers, and yes, indeed, Phil Dickens charging up to out of Christmas corner, really on a move and making his way through the top 10. This is not going to bother James Mostica at all, though, as we head towards the 4-lap marker. There's the midfield battle still charging away, being closed on by the race leader. And Matthew Davis out of sight in second place, but James Mostica looking very comfortable at the front of the field as we look at the, I think it's the 117 possibly, or 177 of John Pearson. There's the race leader, Mostica, going through Christmas nice and neatly through the midfield runners, and of course these riders having their own battle. Matthew Davis out of reach. It'll be interesting to see how indeed, as you look at the left of the timing charts there, Dickens now up to 7th place, closing up on Tapperton, who seems to have recovered. And of course, for these midfield runners, Jake, of course they know who the lead riders are. Once you see that leader come through, you're almost conditioned to expect some faster riders to come through, but for this lead, it's a bit of hard work just to get through the midfield battles.
Lovely move from Mostica to overtake the two, but at the same time, Williams decided, well, this is my moment, because we both got to move over and let the leader go by, but I'm going to use this as an opportunity, and he stormed back up the inside of Bateson to take the place for 19th. So nice bit of opportunism there from Williams to sort out the move. So Andy Williams gets through no problem at all there on Stu Bateson, with the likes of Jarrett and Dervin Alleyne still battling away with Stan Gill and John Pearson behind this lot. There comes the 75 of Gromit. Is he going to get the move now? Finally on Davies.
Not quite. Just holds that line off, doesn't he, on the inside there?
Working so hard here as well, and this is the thing. Mostica is, you know, having an amazing race up front, although he is losing time in the traffic, so he's not going to have enough time to cane him, Gromit, but he can certainly get into second place past Davies, and that will at least alleviate some of the damage done.
Closing up on Stan Gill here, I think sees them coming and concedes the racing line to let those two riders through. So good awareness there from Gill, again just checking the shoulder to make sure there's no faster riders coming. Gromit looking very strong here as he goes through Boot, but can't find a way through at the moment, so there is slower traffic in front. As we head towards the last lap, James Mostica all on his own at the front, hasn't really dropped much pace either. Davis in second, Gromit scribbling around the outside there. Oh, that was tight, going through to oblivion.
He nearly got caught out there by Bateson, who manages to get out of the way, but that was a very close run thing. Now Davies again has to protect, as the leader is on the last lap, of course. But Davies here looking strong in front of Gromit. Gromit's got to come at him from a long way back. He's got to try and gain the ground and use the apparent momentum he's found to sweep by on the inside before Davies even knows he's going to be a factor. This is going to be a tough overtaking move from Gromit if he can nail it.
Well, Davis riding defensively here, guarding the apex of each of the corners, but in turn that's making him slow down. It really is allowing Gromit to close up. You saw how slow he was in the Christmas corner, guarding that apex. But Gromit's got the hard work to do here. Mostica, meanwhile, is about to take the flag, really all on his own around the final corner. Mostica wins, but all the action is for second place, as James Mostica takes the checkered flag, and this battle for second place is going to go down to the wire, very close to the line, almost wheel to wheel. Less than a tenth of a second. Davis just about takes second place from Gromit, bowls over fourth, and we're waiting now for Phil Dickens to come through. That's a great fight back to fifth position. And always very sporting after the line between the riders battling for position. Good sportsmanship, waiting to see where Dickens has come through. There he goes in fifth place. Quite a comeback for him, though, of course, because he was stranded on the line at the start of the race.
Amazing to see him return to the top five. But yeah, good sportsmanship there displayed by Davies and Gromit. They managed to catch up to only 4 seconds back from Mostica in the end. So Mostica clearly just taking it easy in the traffic, not really pushing too hard once he'd got that gap up to about 7.5. But Davies and Gromit, you know, they're just up for the scrap. They want to have a good fight. Gromit won't have lost a massive amount of points there by finishing in third place. It's not panic stations for Gromit by any means at all there. Staying in the top 3 after his first 2 weekends keeps him in check at the front end of the field. So he's got plenty to be comfortable about there. But it's a really good race between him and Davies. Almost no liberties taken at all out the outside of the final corner from Gromit. Really good racing.
Well, as always, the Pit Bike Vets never fails to deliver in terms of action, and we move on to one of our new race categories, of course, for 2020. It's the O'Varley Cup. They're in the waiting zone, and they'll be out on track in just a few moments. So with OMG is the O'Varley UK Cup. The riders in the waiting zone and will be out on track in just a few moments in this exciting one-make series. Riders are in the waiting zone and out on track in just a few moments' time. We believe Jake will be down on the grid in a few moments to talk to some of these riders. And O'Varley Cup, as you say, a new race class for 2020. This is in association effectively with Peter Hickman, the road racing ace, fastest rider on the Isle of Man TT, and he of course was here at the first round of the Championship at Nello Park, as you see the last of the riders make their way through. If you look at these bikes in the paddock, they really do resemble scaled down BSB or MotoGP machines. Really great bikes for the youngsters to enjoy riding. Let's have a look how they lined up, because it was very close at the front this morning. Henry McCartney, the fastest rider from Harley McCabe, in second. Ruben Bray and Luca Hopkins all separated by less than 1 second. Wilson Dilks was in fifth. Laken Payne lining up in sixth position. Arnie Carr, George Bowes eighth. Zach Weston ninth. Ralph Croft rounding out the top 10 from Daniel Stevenson and Cameron Ancliffe in 12th place. Jack Newton 13th from Izzy Carter. Charlie Sketchley in 15th from Kobe Garrett. Dan Deering, Luca Wilkinson with no time in the morning qualifying will line up at the back, but the top 4 or 5 riders covered by less than a second. This is a one-make series. sealed engines, and so the bike's pretty much identical. Less than 1 second covering the top few riders in qualifying. Now, there has been close sometimes this year, Jake, in terms of qualifying, and this looks set to be a closely fought race.
Well, yeah, the third weekend is no exception to that. Harley McCabe only has an 8-point swing over Henry McCartney, and of course it's the latter that's managed to get the pole position time by only 0.05 of a second. So the battle really is raging between these first two bikers on the front row of the starting grid. It's going to be really interesting to see how this race plays out now. There looks like only one bike on the front row. What has happened to Henry McCartney? He's meant to be there in pole position. Where is he? Because his bike is not in position on the front row. It looks like it's only Harley McCabe.
It would appear so. Is looking out on the, certainly no riders out on the track at the moment, only purely on the starting grid, so we are losing a couple of positions there. Whether they have hit trouble, I don't know. I mean, see the riders all seem to be
without him.
All ready to go. Here we go then, and of course good to see a couple more of the novice riders out there again. Flag drops, and away we go. Good start there from Harley McCabe. Actually, there he is down the inside. Good jump on Ruben Bray. Bray move into that first corner, and up towards the top corner we go. Luke Hopkins in there as well on the 41, closely followed by Wilson Dilks. Nice and smooth through Christmas for the first time. Another good start. Everyone seems to have gone away well. And down we go towards Ashby for the first time. Harley McCabe, great jump on the field, so he did seem to have lined up there and gets away smoothly as they make their way through Ashby for the first time.
Yeah, there's no Henry McCartney, which is rather unfortunate considering he was the fastest from qualifying, so that's a story to clear up for later on. But yes, McCabe settling in quite nicely on these exquisite Ovale bikes. They really are quite nice to behold, and they are giving us a really nice battle in this 2020 season, the first for the Ovale Cup in the British mini bikes. So a good battle there, continuing to rage as they round through the first turn. This is not going to be an easy one for McCabe because Bray is giving him plenty of pressure. Actually goes slightly faster on the first lap.
Bray looking smooth there through Oblivion up towards Christmas, gets a nice exit from the corner. Let's have a look as they go into Christmas corner. Bray down the inside, but can't quite get the apex. Has to back out of that one. Will tag onto the back of McCabe here as we head down towards Ashby. Bray looks very quick and very threatening down the hill, but not close enough to go for a move. Now, Luca Hopkins in third is only 1 second adrift, so we'll be trying to keep tabs of these two riders battling for the lead. As again, Bray looks quicker at the moment, but can't find a way through. Hopkins and Wilson Dilks both look threatening, third and fourth. As Bray, let's see what he does through boots. Nice wide exit into the corner, carrying the speed. And we'll try and get past McCabe on the exit here, I think. Let's have a look around the final corner. Bray all over the back wheel, gets a good drive out to the final corner as they cross the line. Almost identical lap times there. But, again, Bray seems quick out of those final few corners, and this is where he's going to try and make the move.
Yeah, and this is the difference between the two riders. Ruben Bray's already done a race this morning, of course, or early this afternoon, I should say. Bray has already had a race in these bikes, obviously not in the Ovale Cup, but in one of the other classes. So he knows the circuit. He knows the conditions of each contact patch in the braking zones and when you get back on the throttle, where the application is, where the bike is going to transfer, how the bike is going to feel in terms of the settling nature of the track. So he's actually got the advantage here on McCabe. McCabe has not had that first opening race, whereas Bray is one of the riders here this weekend that's doing two classes. So Bray is already right in the hunt here because he knows what to do with the bike and he knows which parts of the car, which parts of the circuit are going to be tricky. Now that's the 67 that's come down. That's Bose. That's Bose.
That's on the run down to Ashby by the looks of things. Rider sat up, so let's hope that the race continues. We'll keep an eye out on the race control as to what happens, but the race goes on in the meantime. Harley McCabe and Ruben Bray, again, very quick on the run up to Christmas corner. McCabe so far has got the line covered. Now I believe there will be some waved yellows here because this is where the fallen rider is. Still there, I think, but the race goes on. Down the hill they go towards Ashby, and Bray has to fall in line here at the moment because of the yellow flag. Still Luke Hopkins in third place from Wilson Dilks as we see this fantastic aerial footage giving us an idea of how things are still quite close at the front. There we see Bose tumbling down the order off the track at the moment, but the race goes on, doesn't appear to be anything too serious. Bray does seem very quick on the entrance into boot here, trying to carry that speed. Now, of course, the bikes are relatively closely matched for speed here, so it's just a case, I think, of just trying to get the speed on the exit.
Yeah, the only difference really between these two is in terms of what they did in qualifying this morning. They both had wet circuits, or I should say damp circuits, to play with this morning. McCabe was 0.3 of a second quicker than Ruben Bray, but Bray has one race experience this weekend over McCabe. So he has a little bit more knowledge of the circuit conditions than McCabe does. Now, McCabe has a tiny bit more raw pace, but Bray has that extra knowledge. So as a result, they're kind of even. They're pushing each other to the limits a little bit. You've got Hopkins there running a very solid race in third position, but he's just not quite able to keep up with the leaders as they continue on their way through. He's still running a very solid race. There's no question of that. Dilks is there in fourth place. Carr, Payne, Croft, Wilkinson, then Antcliffe and Stevenson having a nice little duel over ninth place. But the two leaders, McCabe and Bray, they're getting very close together. If I'm Luca Hopkins, I'm still keeping this nice and lit, because if these two do get together and they do end up impeding each other, there's a very good chance of a subtle, sneaky victory creeping in.
I think Hopkins has just gone down the outside of, I think that's Dan Deering, actually, one of our novice riders, who's still back out there and learning and enjoying the race series. And Deering currently in 15th place. The gap between first and third just a shade over 5 seconds. So at the moment, Luca Hopkins not an immediate threat in this race, but certainly if these two start trading paint and getting too close, then you think that Hopkins and Dilks might get involved in this one. At the moment, though, it's a battle between the 179 of Harley McCabe, your race leader, Ruben Bray in second. Just to round out the rest of the top 10, Hopkins third, Wilson Dilks third, in fourth, Arnie Carr, Laken Payne in sixth position, Ralph Croft, Luca Wilkinson, Cameron Atcliffe and Daniel Stevenson rounding out the top 10 as they close in on a back mark, and that's the 25 of Kobe Garrett, currently in 13th position. Oh, it's getting close here though, back marker.
The leader got impeded, and Bray's surely going to sweep past them all, and he's got there to the inside.
Not quite. Oh, that was brave there from McCabe. He had to commit to that outside line. Now, I think that might have been Newton, I think, just in the wrong place at the wrong time, as Bray again has a look down the inside. Oh, but McCabe shuts the door. So the unfortunate Jack Newton there, wrong place at the wrong time, really, just seemed to throw this race wide open.
He was so lucky that he didn't get sideswiped by either of them, but Bray knew that that could have been his one and only opportunity to get past, so he kept the feather in. The problem is, having swept around the outside, he found himself in the wrong position to go through Oblivion flat on the throttle, so he had to back out of it just a little bit, a little blip of the throttle, and that's all it took. McCabe was still in the right place for that left-hander, so a very tricky little race battle between these two riders as they continue to fight for the position. McCabe and Bray very evenly matched, and Bray has the extra added confidence of knowing what the circuit is doing compared to McCabe. McCabe is still essentially a bat in headlights at the moment, trying to stay out of trouble while also pushing the limits of the bike. If they get up to another back marker, Bray is going to pounce.
Well, this is close now. Again, McCabe surely knows that Bray's there, guarding the inside line into Christmas corner, nice and quick on the exit. Down they come towards Ashby as George Bowes takes a seat on the edge of the track. Again, it's just a bit too close there, but Bray looks quick on the exit here. Just got to try and stay on the rear wheel here as they make their way down towards Boot once again. No real chance to overtake directly unless McCabe is slow into the entrance, but here now Bray, I think, is going to try and get the speed round Boot and try and make the pass on the exit on the run to Christmas corner possibly. Bray looks threatening here.
Yeah, Ruben Bray has got everything to gain here. McCabe has everything to lose. And Bray's got more knowledge of the circuit conditions here because of his earlier race. He's got a little bit more momentum with him as well because McCabe had that little bit of a moment where he almost lost the lead. Bray is essentially the man doing all of the chasing here, so he can afford to take these opportunities, but they've still got 4 laps to go. So he doesn't want to throw an ugly move onto the inside line in the hope it sticks. He's got to calculate it and time it right. The hardest job for Bray here is essentially to stay coughing up the exhaust fumes of McCabe's bike. He's got to stay that close to him. He's got to be chewing dirt on the way through these apexes, and that's the only way you're going to pounce on him, because he has this opportunity to use that momentum to slingshot past him in the apex, and that's where he's going to nail him, but he's got to be patient.
Luke Hopkins a distant third at the moment with the 85 Wilson Dilks, the two leaders closing on the back markers now. That's down the inside of the slower riders. It's the 85, that's the 4th place rider Wilson Dilks at the moment alone in 4th place, although the 83 of Arnie Carr not too far behind. Certainly a bit close, a bit of traffic here on the edge of the top 10. There's the 135 in 11th place as the two leaders thread their way through the riders on the edge of the top 10. And fortunately here for Harley McCabe, it looks like Bray has been bulked slightly by, that's I think the number 7, the 9th place.
Oh,
yeah.
Dear, oh dear.
Nice.
I think he actually got held up the rider before thinking about it. I think it was Stevenson that initially held him up, and now McCabe is able to utilize that opportunity. And look how close they were at the line. They were only 0.08 of a second apart at the line, so that suggests to me that Bray was having another crack at McCabe. But essentially, Bray then got bulked in behind first Stevenson and then Antcliffe. That's opened up the gap, and that's really made it a difficult situation now for Bray to get back on terms with McCabe.
There is Antcliffe, the number 7 in 9th place, I believe. That looks like Stevenson close behind. They're having their own battle, of course, on the edge of the top 10 with 2 laps to go. They fall a lap down. So Bray, nice little squaring the turn off there to get past Antcliffe and stay in contention with the leader. Still not much in it as they go down the inside of the 8th place rider, number 76. That is Luca Wilkinson. These 2 race leaders really are maintaining a good pace at the front. They've lapped well into the top 10 now and may even catch up on the 49 of Ralph Croft. They've already lapped Dan Deering for a second time, so the pace at the front is very quick indeed. Luca Hopkins currently 6.5 seconds adrift in 3rd. Let's have a look at Ruben Bray here, because it looks like he's starting to close back up on Harley McCabe. Always a lot easier when you're in 2nd place to catch up on the leader. There's McCabe, then 179 has led pretty much the entire race. Got a great start, but Ruben Bray looks threatening in 2nd place as we now head on to the last lap. So it's now or never for Ruben Bray, who continues to close the gap.
It's difficult because it's 0.6 of a second, which is a good 8 or 9 bike lengths, and that's a sizable advantage around a circuit like this when you've only got a few hundred meters to play with. So it is going to be difficult for Bray to maintain this, to keep this fight up to McCabe. Essentially, I think Harley has already got this one nailed to the mast. The reason he's been able to do it is because he's nibbled his way through the back markers to the absolute perfection. He made the moves, he kept himself in the advantage point. Essentially, he's just got to guide it round, but he is being a little bit cautious. Bray might be able to sneak this one in the final couple of corners if McCabe isn't concentrating.
Well, here we go. Bray now really attacking through into boot. At the moment, it looks like Harley McCabe has just about done enough. Bray still pushing hard in 2nd place, but round the final corner goes Harley McCabe. Ruben Bray still battling, but the checkered flag falls to Harley McCabe. Ruben Bray, 52.7 on the final lap, fastest lap of the race by quite some margin. 3rd position will be the 41 of Luca Hopkins. Wilson Dilks crossing in 4th as Luca Wilkinson goes through, finishing 1 lap down, but still in 8th position. Daniel Stevenson and Cameron Antcliffe rounding out the top 10. Looks like Dilks there in 4th position, and Arnie Carr will round out the top 5. So a very closely fought O'Varley Cup burst race. Some very close racing at the front and very fast pace lapping all the way through into the top 10. But well-deserved victory for Harley McCabe.
Yeah, and a character-building race as well for Ruben Bray, because he really had to work hard to stay with Harley McCabe on that one. Luca Hopkins, a solid 3rd place for him there, but McCabe, that's such an important race victory when you consider that his main rival, Henry McCartney, who had actually outpaced him in qualifying, had actually managed to not only beat him off the line, but obviously McCartney wasn't there on the line. So it's a great opportunity for McCabe as he disappears out in front and really nails it to the mast in terms of his performance. So we obviously have more great races to come. The Super Minis are up next, and that's going to be really exciting to see the battle emerge between the riders at the front end of the field, Carl Ryde and Joe Dickinson, as they duel here at Wilton Mill. Rich Energy British mini bikes continue here at Wilton Mill. I'm Jake Sanson. Chris Czora is alongside me. So obviously the competitors are continuing their way around this Wilton Mill circuit over the course of the day. Super Minis coming up next. Carl Ryde and Joe Dickinson. Not much to choose between them in terms of raw pace. Dane Blackburn and Ash Barnes on the 2nd row of the grid, with Jack Bednarak and Richard Holmes-Williams together on the 3rd row of the starting grid. Row 4 sees Ryan Tyers and JJ Cunningham beside each other, then Lawrence Wardle and Sam Crooks to round out the top 10. Joe Duggan is alongside Tom Lewis on the 6th row of the grid. Then Jordan Pritchard and James Dutton from Stephen Brooks and Mike Smallbones. Rounding out the row 9, it is Callum Ricketts and then Craig Spencer. From row 10, it is Michael Garwood and Chris Patterson. And then Lee Thompson is beside Simon Chambers. We've got Dean Bednarek alongside Gary Butler on the 12th row of the grid. Then it is Howard Taylor, Luke Bithell and Dan Scheller. The latter two unable to set times in their qualifying sessions. It's not going to be too long at all before the Super Minis head out onto the circuit, as of course the officials are trying to gain back time and momentum lost from the earlier red flag incidents. We've had 3 races, I think it is now, that have been stopped at various points over the course of racing. But the gap between the likes of Ryde and Dickinson are going to be fascinating. And of course, the pair of them are both on bikes numbered 48, just to confuse you. So it's going to be an interesting one as they duel away for position. It's Carl Ryde who will start on the inside line, and Joe Dickinson, the one nearest to the camera, that will line up on the outside line on the grid. But the riders are heading out now for the Brat Bike Super Minis, and it will be interesting to see how they get off the grid, because obviously these guys are getting the momentum built up very quickly. But we can see now that the circuit is getting faster and faster as time wears on, and obviously now the competitors will want to put on a really exciting show as the momentum continues. So the riders just getting themselves dialed in. They obviously have to make sure that the tyres and brakes are warmed up efficiently enough around this sighting lap to gain the momentum. But it's obviously going to be interesting for myself and Chris. The work cut out for us with the two front riders in the H150s, both as the number 48. That's not going to be confusing in the slightest. But that's a normal day in the office for the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes.
I think so. That's one to look at the, I think it's Joe Dickinson and Ash Barnes only, isn't it? That's one to look at the lap scorers for, isn't it, on the timing charts? Because they both are on different transponders. So the Brat Bikes Super Minis, great category here. We've got the mixture of the 85cc two-strokes. They can run large, slightly large, up to 105. I think most usually are 85s, plus the 154 strokes. Both these bikes derived from youth motocross, and they really are competitive. They sound crisp. We're just listening to them down in the waiting zone now. Those two strokes really do sound nice and crisp out there, and mixed, of course, with the 150s, which I think with that smoother four-stroke power band would normally suit the track quite well, but it does seem to be going the way of the 85s in qualifying. The last few riders lining up, big group of riders here again. Great to see so many riders out there on the track today.
Indeed, and Joe Dickinson starting second on the grid to the left of your picture on the front row alongside Carl Ryde. Dickinson leads the title race, so from second on the grid, he actually has a bit of an advantage here getting to the first corner. If he can get a faster bolt off the line, he can actually cut across to the first corner into Oblivion and into Crook, and he can bolt away. But can he do it?
Here we go then, wait for the flag to drop for the Super Minis, and away we go. Two-stroke versus four at the start, but it's the two Husqvarnas that lead the way through. Joe Dickinson and Carl Ryde.
He's done it. Dickinson's jumped the gun already and gone straight ahead of Carl Ryde. No problem at all.
Looks like Dane Blackburn in third. Good jump for the Honda there. Fourth position was a good... Oh, trouble there. Front wheel washing out into Christmas. The KTM goes down. Let's have a look at that one. I'm trying to see who the rider was. One of the top 10. And, just a bit... The front wheel seemed to wash out into braking there. Wasn't expecting to come across, were they?
So easy to do at this stage of the race. The rider has, well, attempted to get going again. I was about to say has got going again, but it's only an attempt at the moment. I don't know if it's actually going to work, because the rider has picked the bike up and has started to try and edge it towards Ashby, but I'm not entirely sure if that's going to work out in formation. So a very tricky situation there for the rider, but certainly out at the start. That's exactly what championship leader Joe Dickinson needed to do from the outside line, and he's nailed the start. Perfect.
So here we go, Husqvarna 1 and 2, Joe Dickinson and Kyle Ryde. Honda 150 in third with Dane Blackburn. Fourth position, Ash Barnes from Richard Holmes Williams, and Jack Bednarek in there as well. So we've got a battle here between the two and the four strokes here, because the 248s, Joe Dickinson and Carl Ryde, both Husqvarna 85cc two strokes. Most of the bikes at the front nowadays do seem to be the two strokes, but we've still got one or two of the Honda 150s running well here. Dane Blackburn in third, Richard Holmes Williams in fourth, well, fifth, I should say. Yeah, because we have got Ash Barnes between those two.
Slight hiccup on the timing screen, not quite sure why it's not counting down laps at the moment, because we should have 11 laps to go rather than 12, but for some reason it's just having a little bit of a headache at the moment. It must be the time of the month for the timing screen, but we'll get it up and running again as soon as we possibly can. But there is that squabble. Ash Barnes still in front of Richard Holmes Williams, who is never far from the front end of a decent British mini bikes field, is he? He's always right up at the sharp end. But Barnes is doing a fantastic job, and he's another of the riders that's on double duty, of course, this weekend. Really enjoying his time on the Super Minis as he tries to get that little bit way closer to the riders in front.
Not too sure if the 2 or 4 strokes will make that much of a difference around here, because we've got a real mixture. As you see, the 38 and 11 a bit further down, that's Ryan Tyres also battling away further down. Got a real mixture of the 2 and the 4 strokes as again they trade positions. Now the 114 of Dane Blackburn pulling away slightly from this battle here between Ash Barnes and Richard Holmes Williams. We've got the number 19 in there, right? I think there's a lap down at the moment.
No, that's Jack Bednarek.
Bednarek. Oh, my apologies.
He managed to get past both of them, which is why it was confusing, because he was in 6th at one stage and he's managed to nip them off one by one, and now Bednarek is right there. in front of Barnes. Barnes is still hungry for a way through on the inside, but Bednarek doing a fantastic job as he runs in 4th place. Just trying to open up the throttle that fraction of a second quicker at each apex to really start to get back after Blackburn.
And this is where you got the difference of the 2 and the 4 strokes. Well, these bikes are quite high revving anyway, even the 4 strokes, but the 2-stroke really has got an aggressive power band. It's all mid to top end really, so they've got to keep working those engines. The 4-stroke a little bit more torquey, you would say, out of those slower corners. So you have got the opportunity, you would say, perhaps in the slower, more technical part of the track, such as here, it might be a bit easy to carry some corner speed through on the 4-strokes, but certainly when you get those 85cc machines singing, they don't half go, especially down the back straights here. But certainly the 150s suiting themselves well at the moment, but it is all about Joe Dickinson and Carl Ryde at the front. The 2 Husqvarnas in the front here, making their way down towards Ashby once again, all very close.
Oh, lovely.
Lovely down the inside. That was an opportunistic move there.
I don't think Dickinson even saw that one coming, you know, because that was a fairly easy line for him, and Ryde just danced up the inside line and snatched the lead back again. But these two are essentially having an exhibition run out front for Husqvarna, aren't they? They're just dancing away, both on very similar bikes, and they're just charging in front. It's a lovely run from them as they just continue to skate around this Wilton Mill circuit. No problems at all for them, keeping it nice and in gesture and having a lovely time of it at the front. It's a nice Sunday ride on the countryside.
So very close at the moment between Carl Ryde and Joe Dickinson, 1st and 2nd place. Both riders learning the circuit very well grooved at the moment, as we see the number 19 has had a great ride through the field at the moment. Now Bednarek coming under some real pressure from Ash Barnes into Christmas Corner. They got the 114 of Dane Blackburn just ahead in 3rd position, a distant 3rd at the moment though, as Blackburn tries to break away from this battle for 4th place. Bednarek just ahead of Barnes. KTM and Husqvarna, pretty much the hardware of these bikes identical really, and there we see the Honda just behind our Richard Holmes Williams. All very close here, 2-stroke versus 4. Entertaining battle here for 4th position.
It's worth remembering that the lead battle, Carl Ryde having got past Dickinson, Ryde is technically still in the fight for the title race despite missing lead, because obviously once they take away, I think there's only 1 or maybe 2 rounds at the maximum that you can drop in terms of the point score. At least that's certainly been the way it's been in the past. So Ryde's still very much in the hunt for the title race because he blitzed it at the first round at Ella Park, and now he's here at Wilton Mill trying to gain back some momentum with a decent result. And the way he's going in front of Dickinson, he's definitely going to gain some ground and momentum. So when it comes to the dropped scores system at the end of the season, unless all of them do count this time because of the current outbreak situation, there is a genuine chance that Ryde is still getting himself into a decent championship winning position if he can get himself back at the front. Missing lead was unfortunate, but fighting back and getting back past Dickinson, very crucial in the title fight.
Here we have a look at Ash Barnes, just trying to get the exit speed out of the corners as we go into boot once again. Now the KTM and Husqvarna here, pretty much as we said before, identical bikes underneath. Both falling under the KTM group nowadays, of course. They've just lapped the 07 a little bit further down the field.
I think that's Gary Butler.
Yeah, quite possibly, just on the edge of the top 20. Not really causing any trouble for the leaders, of course. Up the hill they go. Once again, they're losing Richard Holmes Williams slightly, but still very... Oh, they've got a back marker in front of Dane Blackburn. Now that, I think, would be well, Lee Thompson, possibly. And that's the 177. That's Gary Butler.
Oh, that's Butler. So the other one was Howard Taylor. Then,
that was Howard Taylor, I think.
That's not a nice part of the circuit to catch anybody on the way out of Christmas. Goodness me.
Very slow technical part of the track there. And it's just racing, isn't it? It's just unfortunate, really, just to encounter the slow rider at the wrong part of the track.
So a very tricky battle, this. And now that... the momentum appears to be slightly with Ash Barnes. There's an awful lot that can go wrong here for the 19 of Jack Bednarek. So he's just got to keep it nice and honest. He's got to keep patient at this point of the boot because Barnes is very close to him. But the man who's really got to be sensible here is Richard Holmes Williams. He's still there, sat in 6th position. These two are getting closer all the time. He can afford to have a couple of bike lengths discrepancy behind these guys because if they connect, he needs to have time to roll off the power, gently squeeze the brake, compress it as they come through the apex, and avoid the incident if there is one in front. So Holmes Williams wants to get involved in it, but he can't afford to get too meaty towards them in the apex of the braking zone because if he's too close and they squabble, he's got nowhere to go but into them.
Shadowing at the moment then, Holmes Williams as Ash Barnes again. Let's have a look on the exit here. Does seem to just carry the speed out of the corner just a little bit more strongly as they head towards boot. And again, Holmes Williams just looking threatening there as they go into boot. Bednarek on the number 19.
See, this is the difficulty. It's stalemate in a battle like this. You've got the 3 riders all very evenly matched, but you've got to get past the rider in front of you nice and quickly. Otherwise, you're just going to be squabbling for the same bit of paint on the inside line of the curve. You've got to be so careful, and this is the difficulty. You are squabbling for position, you're trying to make your move, you're trying to get on the inside line, but there's not much difference between these riders at all in terms of raw speed. You can't get the overtaking move because you can't get the undercut. And then the rider behind is compressed back in.
Oh, got trouble here. That's a bit further down the field. I think it may possibly be Christopher Pattison. We're not sure. We're just having a look at the 19 here of Bednarek, especially through boot. You can just see how much of a deal it is to get the power down as Barnes has a look. Bednarek's up the corner. Let's have a look at Bednarek's line through here, because you can really see how, again, you just see the back end just kicking slightly. So that's getting the power down on that 85cc machine. It's a really hard-hitting power band. All the power comes down at the top end, and Bednarek working hard to get that power down, but obviously not dump it all at once, because those bikes, they're really peaky power band. They do kick in. Here we come once again. Barnes really does seem to be putting the claws down now as Holmes Williams starts to get involved. Nips down the inside of the back marker. This, incidentally, once again, this is the battle for fourth position. Dane Blackburn on the 114 has cleared away slightly. Joe Dickinson and Kyle Ryde still all on their own at the front. But Ash Barnes, at the moment, can't find. You can just see how the blue pipe on those bikes, they really are working hard at the moment.
I wonder if Bednarek's tyres are starting to overheat here, because he's really struggling to maintain the grip in the braking zone. The bike starts to wash. He manages to catch it before it really starts to tip over, but it's unsettling him, and it's costing him a fraction of a second every time he gets back on the power to try and unsettle the bike. They go into the last lap, and this is going to be really tricky for Bednarek to hold on to now, because you've got the 8 of Ash Barnes really starting to stretch him. He's trying to test him into the braking zones here, and Barnes knows this is his only chance now. He's got to go for it. They've got to slow a bike up in front, so Barnes has got to read the situation quite wisely here. Bednarek is having to play a little bit cautious.
Caught off on the back marker there.
That was close, far too close.
So that, if anything now, that has actually benefited Bednarek, because he pulls away a bike length there, get a better drive out of Ashby. Meanwhile, Kyle Ryde and Joe Dickinson come around the final corner to take the checkered flag. So that looks like Kyle Ryde, I think, has taken the win. Joe Dickinson in second. It's going to be the 114 of Dane Blackburn in third. There he goes. Blackburn around the final corner. And Bednarek just about holding off the number 8 of Ash Barnes and Holmes Williams. So there we see the two
Dickinson and Ryde having a conversation as they go round. This is what I was talking about it basically being like a benefit for Husqvarna. They're just enjoying themselves up front. For them, it doesn't really matter who wins. They're first and second. What a fantastic run.
Very good there, as that looks like the 30 of Tom Lewis also in there as well, 85. Rounding up towards the edge of the top 10 here now. So once again, the Super Minis, brought to you in association with Rat Bikes. Always got some very close action throughout the field. Jordan Pritchard on the 151, just nipping through there, just on the edge of the top 10, I believe in about 11th place. Gary Butler fighting back well, a few more positions. Once again, this great 2-stroke versus 4 battle at the front in the Super Minis, and that draws to a close then. Got the Race Fasteners 190/70s coming up very shortly, plus of course the Parker Racing stock pit bike 140s to round out the first block of racing here at Wilton Mill for round number 3 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes. Mini GP 190 and 70s coming up next in association with Race Fasteners, and they'll be out in just a few moments' time. Coming up next, we have, in association with Race Fasteners Pro-Rite, the Mini GP 190 and 70 group, just waiting for the riders to make their way down to the waiting zone. Apologies if you're at home with the lap charts here. We've still got a bit of a issue with the timing, unfortunately. So we couldn't quite keep up to date with the timings on screen last time out for the Super Minis. And at the moment, it looks like we've got this issue. Just waiting for the lap scorers to get the issue sorted out, and hopefully we'll be able to get the full coverage very soon as the riders make their way out onto the circuit. Now it looks like Rhys Stevenson on the 1, 2, 3, and again, he was a rider who really is making a name for himself this year. And there have been some top riders actually, like Pete Hickman and a few others have been coming along to these BMB events, and this is a rider who they have noticed is one that seems to absorb information like a sponge, really learning all the time and looking very competitive.
Yeah, he's a rider that's been on the lips of many experts in the paddock for a while now, and you know, he's definitely a rider who's got good developmental speed. He doesn't really push any harder than he has to in races. He's good at reining himself in when the pressure's on, and he's good at working with the tyres in particular on the bike. Now that's the kind of thing that really does you good in terms of the endurance side of things, but also in terms of the team development of, side of things. If you're needing to work with a bike to get it to move further up the order, it's that mentality, that decisive and analytical approach that really gives you a good benefit. And pro teams in the future, they're going to look at somebody like Rhys Stevenson with his very objective but also very clear-cut methodology of working with the bike, and it's really going to pay him dividends in the future. There may not be many bikes in this particular heat, but obviously you're going to get to see a lot of riders really pushing themselves to their limits as they get through. But yeah, absolutely, Stevenson's a name that's been cropping up quite a few times over the last 18 months anyway, and he's a rider that we definitely need to keep an eye on, and the focus for the future for him is essentially to just keep knuckling down, keep doing what he's really good at, and essentially just ride every race that comes to him with that same authority, that same discipline, and that very measured approach. It's going to serve him well as time wears on.
Well, Rhys Stevenson has very much been the rider to beat. We've got not many riders in this race, but last time out at Lydd, it certainly was not short of action. Riders then lining up and will be underway in just a few moments' time. Next out, of course, we will have the pit bike stock classes, which we will look forward to a bit later on in the programme as we get underway. Not the best start for Stevenson. Away he goes in third position. Just going to that's the 46 at the front there as we make our way up towards Christmas for the first time. Oh, very decent start here, and as you can see, well, we thought there was a start. We thought there was a start.
Is that not a start? I think they've sent them round again.
Haven't they? They dropped the flag, didn't they? But yeah, the official's still on track, so again, a little bit excited there, but
I think we're just going to have to let them go around again another time.
It did seem a bit odd there. It didn't seem like they were going full pelted.
No, it didn't seem like they were a full chat. I was a little bit confused there. The eyebrows were raised, let's put it that way. But yeah, the riders are going to come back into their positions once again, and you know, this is still, you've got to remember that for there to be grids at all in this 2020 season, the way the world situation is still a very big achievement. And although not every grid is going to be burgeoning and full to the brim, you've still got to give everybody the credit for getting out here in the first place. Now the flag is going to drop, and now we're going to go racing.
Here we go then. So the first race on the day for these group gets underway. Oh, this looks more like it. Into the first corner, a bit more aggressive, you would say. So that's the 57 there, coming up to the top corner. And oh, it's very close indeed into Christmas for the first time. Now, got the Bucci bikes out there as well, the Ovali, very similar sort of machinery out here. So once again, it's very closely fought, and we saw this at Lydd actually. There weren't many riders in this race, but it did seem to be very competitive, and certainly you would say there's no real margin for error at the moment.
The difficulty we have, of course, on talking of a race like this, unfortunately, is that, you know, with the timing screen still down, it's very difficult to identify those in the field other than the ones that have already competed in previous rounds, and that's where the difficulty is. But we've certainly got Stevenson there running a very good race at the moment as he runs through at the head of this pack at the present moment. And obviously, based on the times that they had yesterday, he is looking very strong as he now moves there into second position, having got a decent run away from the pack, running a very good battle as things currently preside. But as you mentioned, you know, we've had some very solid competitors running in this battle and in this particular group over the last two rounds. Chris Weston there, though, trying to close in on Rhys Stevenson, but it is Ash Barnes, the 46, that is out in front.
Yeah, just picking up the details here now as we see who's who, and there's Rhys Stevenson, Ash Barnes, looking good at the moment, had a decent start. There's the 17 of Chris Weston, at the moment alone in that position. We go through boot once again. Rest around the corner, and here they come down towards the finish line once again.
Dan Goodman's in the mix there in 4th position. I think we may have lost Mikey Shuker, the 75. I think that is Willis, actually, who's in there, the 151 bike, in 5th position. So I'm not quite sure what happened to Mikey Shuker, but certainly running in a fairly decent position. It's a different bike to what we've seen before. Maybe that is Shuker, in fact, actually, because I think Peter Willis runs in different overalls than that, as far as I'm aware. So
a bit different there. So
Willis must have focused on his other classes today.
I'll have to pick that one up afterwards, maybe. It certainly looks like Ash Barnes looking strong at the front at this stage as they make their way around to complete another lap. We're looking at Daniel Goodman on the 57 at the moment. A bit unfair to say battle for last place 6. It is very competitive. Even though there's not many riders in this race, it is still very competitive indeed as they make their way through boot once again and down towards the finish line. Still Ash Barnes leading the way. Reece Stevenson looking strong from Chris Weston, and the 57 of Daniel Goodman. There is the race leader Barnes through Christmas Corner. Stevenson in 2nd. Now, we haven't got the lap times at the moment, so we can't give an idea of the pace, but at the moment Stevenson looks strong. Barnes maintaining a good pace at the front. There he is in the green overalls, green and black overalls, leading his way through. And, well, Stevenson looks strong here, but Barnes, sometimes when they're very smooth, you would say, it just goes to how much speed they're carrying, because Barnes looking very smooth and serene at the front at this stage.
Well, this is the thing. I mean, once you've got a decent opening lap, you can really start to stretch your legs out. And if he's got confidence on the bike, then he can really start to make progress. Here's that battle still for 4th place between Goodman and Shuker. And they're continuing their little squabble over 4th place. But this is that same adage that we said again a little earlier on. You've got to be in it to win it. You've really got to push for it. And with these two, you know, you're battling for 4th position, maybe a few seconds off the lead now, but the next time, that battle's going to be for a higher position. Shuker having a look on the inside, and I think that's going to be done. There's no question about that. Really nicely nailed there by Shuker.
Had that one nailed coming out of Fair Lady. Nice exit out of the corner, got the drive up the hill, but certainly you would say Goodman not giving this one up as you go down into Ashby. Shuker really tilting that bike over there. It was a very tight corner angle through Ashby, you would say. So Goodman trying to fight back now down the inside once again. Of course, this Mini GP 119-70 group, not with the numbers compared to some of the other classes, but certainly plenty of action and very competitive. Stevenson is still there in 3rd. We've still got Ash Barnes and Chris Weston in 3rd. And this is the battle for 4th position as they make their way around the final corner. And nice little move there on the inside, and Goodman can't find a way through at the moment.
And it's very difficult to find the overtaking move when the rider in front of you has already got the overtake on you and seems to have found some momentum. It's hard to get back on the horse, essentially, and get back into a gallop, because you've really got to work hard on where you were vulnerable the first time around. How did you lose that position? What was wrong? Where did you lose out? And then you have to work on that and try and read the situation better, chase the opponent and see where they're vulnerable. You've basically got to give as good as you've got, essentially. And this is a difficult one for Goodman, because it's clear that Shuker's not able to disappear. He's not able to pull out a gap, but he still has a little bit of momentum on his side as Goodman, so he doesn't want to back down off the chase. I'm starting to wonder, those clouds are coming back over the circuit. Might there be the slightest hint of a drizzle coming over the circuit now? That's going to play into the hands of a few of the riders later.
Let's have a look as the day goes on, and it certainly seems that Goodman's quicker on the second half of the lap, and Shuker pulling away on these fast opening parts of the lap here. At the moment, it's still Ash Barnes that leads the way. 2nd position is the 17 of Chris Weston. Reece Stevenson was in 3rd. We're concentrating on this battle between Shuker and Goodman down into Ashby. And once again, the 57 of Goodman seemed to lose pace at the first part of the lap on the run up to Christmas. Now we get towards the more tighter technical part of the track. Goodman seems to have some nice lines through here, seems to be aggressive on the braking and really closing up as we make our way through towards the final part of the lap. And again, you see, it just seems to ebb and flow sometimes. The Goodman again really closing up as we go towards the boot complex around the final corner. And let's have a look and see what the 44 does here, because I think may well pull away again now through the first couple of corners. Let's have a look going up to Christmas. has a glance over the shoulder, and yes, indeed, pulling away. This is the sort of race that seems to ebb and flow, because you'll find that one rider will be quicker on one part of the track, and then the other one quicker on the second part. It just seems to all fall together, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's stalemate, and this is the thing. You know, you're sat behind your rider that you're trying to overtake, but you can't gain enough momentum. You can't find that little bit of extra speed, that little bit of extra grip. You can't get that switchback maneuver. And essentially then you're stuck. You know, you're in a rock and a hard place. You're trying to find a way to come through, and there's nothing really on a circuit this technical that you can change other than hope that the guy in front is going to make a little bit of an error. And as I say that, Shuka's looking the tiniest bit twitchy through the toe of the boot as they come through the heel and then back onto the main straight up towards Oblivion. You've got to get right over for that corner, although Goodman seems to have found a line that works better for him. It's slightly over from the outside line, and of course that outer line is normally a decent racing line. Is he going to charge at the inside? He came from so far back.
Goodman had a nice line there through the first corner. Seemed to, I think he was just sussing it out almost there. Better line that time out to the corner. And on the run up to Christmas here, we see once again lovely exit out of the corner, and well, just all he did really is carry the momentum, wasn't it?
You'd be forgiven for thinking that Shuka's got a little mechanical problem there, because Goodman has literally come from so far back and charged up the inside line there. Really solid manoeuvre. And considering he was a good, what, 4 or 5 bike lengths behind as they came out of Crook, that's a really confident start there from Goodman. He felt he had a little bit more momentum. He's changed his line slightly as he comes through. Look, watch him again. He's not quite over to the far side, is he? But that inside line, it gives him a slightly better purchase out of Oblivion and Crook.
Now Shuka's going to try and repay the favour here. Had a nice, neat line out on the approach to Christmas. As I look down the inside, they're making the moves here on the exit of the second corner, it seems. All about the exit speed of that corner. Goodman making the pass on momentum. And we should say this is the battle for the last place at the moment. It sounds hard to say, isn't it? But
well, it is, but if it's the best race that's out there, then fair enough. But at the same time, you know, they've put so much rubber down at Oblivion and Crook now that this is what I was talking about. This second half of the day, the riders can afford to be a little bit more aggro on the throttle as they come through those first 2 corners, because the bike will bite more, it'll get more grip, and it will stick to the road better. But in the early phases of the races, you're never quite going to have that same opportunity, because the bike is on greasy surfaces, it's squabbling, it's tilting, you're trying not to get it into a tank stabber. Shuka's now got more confidence. Look, he's putting a lot more speed in through that first apex, and he's going to drive right
on the
past
exit.
him.
Yeah, on the exit of the corner there. That was almost a pass that was...
And back again!
Yeah, he's overcommitted himself here. Shuka again on the outside on the exit of Christmas. Very close, and carries the momentum there on the outside down to Ashby, and he's going to make the move stick there. So all of that momentum there. These bikes are almost identical on power. And, well, he's held on this time, and Goodman's got to try and fight again. It's still Ash Barnes that leads. I believe Stevenson second.
That is what 3 overtakes in 3 corners looks like. That is absolutely mega from the 2 of them. And they're absolutely giving it full chat, total and utter commitment in every single bend. That's a really, really sweet little duel that they just had. And now each man knows what the other's capable of. Last lap, they're going to push it. And Goodman's got to find something special here, because he's really been caught out by Shuka. He didn't realise that Shuka could come from that far back and do the same deed he's done to him. So now he's got to come from a long way back, but he's never going to nail that one.
So it was all about the momentum out of that second corner. These bikes very similar on pace, so it's all about exit speed. Oh, and they almost touch handlebars going down into Ashby, but Shuka's got the line as we were looking at to see where Ash Barnes, I think, will take the checkered flag. Going to be Reece Stevenson second, Chris Weston third, concentrating on this battle of 4th position. And yes, indeed,
checkered flag's
gone out. Has taken the win, so win for Ash Barnes.
But is Goodman's there, back up the inside. Goodman's got him. Goodman's got him on the inside line, and now Shuka's going to try and come on the final turn one more time. He's got him back. This is going to be to the line between these two now.
Yeah, he's got the exit. Oh, that's... I think without the luxury of transponder timing there, I think it looks like Shuka just about took that one.
Maybe by half a wheel length at most.
And this is the interesting part here, because we've got bikes identical on power almost. It's all about line choice and getting the exit speed, because it's difficult sometimes to do a simple out braking maneuver.
Shuka looks pretty satisfied with that one. He's almost weeping there. Oh, either that or he feels that he just missed out. I think you've got it, mate. I think you did it.
Yeah, I mean, we are running without the transponder times here, so we believe that we are still running at race control, so they will have the luxury of that.
I want to see that duel again. The 3 moves in 3 corners, because that was pretty spicy, and you could see, you know, this was two riders giving it as good as they've got in fine momentum. And the first one was out of the final turn into the first corner, because you had Schuker diving up the inside of Goodman, and I think that really took the wind out of Goodman's sails a little bit. So then as they came out of Crook and Oblivion, he was able to get back on the inside line for the braking zone. So it was a very cunning maneuver that he managed to pull off. Really, really exciting stuff between the two riders. But the next race is coming out onto the circuit.
So here we go with the... So Mini Bikes 140, Group 1 going out onto the track now for their formation lap, and we've got the, this is Group B Race 1. Ben Lord was the fastest qualifier from Ryan Tyres. Well, Lathrop third from Reece Stevenson, Jim Lovell and Mick Lord in 6th position. I think this is the whole group actually. We'll run through everyone. Ty Kinton 7th, Chase Collymore 8th, Joe Woodward 9th, Matt Davis 10th. Ben Kluke has taken us down to 12th place. These riders, I presume, will be going out in Group A a bit later on, so we'll look at that a little bit later. So riders, of course, split into the two groups. There were some of our fastest qualifiers who will be out next time in Group A. So we'll pick up some of the leading riders in a few moments from the live timing, which we believe will be back soon. Just waiting for that to come through. So riders are going out onto the track now. These riders going out in the morning qualifying. We've got Group B and Group A. So this is the Group B riders first. Now I presume, I looked at some of the names there a few moments ago. That's some of the top names in Group A, which we'll see very shortly. I'll have to try and pick up who's who at them in a few moments. In the Group B,
really intense battle this one is set to be, though. It's always very close and very even indeed in this particular category, and there are so many riders that can win the race at this level. That's the thing. I think we're just waiting now on the main straight for one of the competitors who got out of the blocks just a little bit later and a little bit subdued than the others, but you obviously have to wait for them. So that particular rider is continuing on their way through, but it's a very competitive battle in these races, and obviously still a very, very tough mission for the competitors in this particular category. But pit stop, the pit bike stocks are obviously very, very evenly matched and some very competitive riders, so we are set for an amazing duel. Hopefully our timing screen will be back in position. It's unfortunately a little bit stunted up until that point, so we will try and get there as soon as we humanly can. That's a rider towards the sharp end of the field having some difficulty starting the bike.
looks like it's restarted, so
Thank goodness for that.
Yeah, it's good timing there. Easy to lose the engine sometimes, but they are relatively easy to get going, especially before they get too warm. The green flag is about to drop, and away we go with the pit bike stock 140s charging into that first corner. And that looks like the 2.5, I believe that's Nathan Gardner, 2.54, who's been there or thereabouts at the front of Group B and has got a good jump on the field as they make their way up towards Christmas for the first time. The 0-2.
3 wide nearly.
Oh, that was close. And that was Dean Quincy, the 2.87, who's he's a rider who certainly can make a pass when he wants to. Has been
second.
He's going to go for the pass down the inside into Ashby as well. So Quincy, oh, he had to be brave on the inside there not to wash out the front end.
Were you holding your breath as much as I was then? Goodness me.
I think that was relying on the second place rider not to turn in as much as there, because that was tight. It's very off cambered, that corner as well.
Yeah, it's easy to wash out in that one, but you know, the riders have done okay on this first lap. It's still a little bit greasy and slippery. That's a big lunge up the inside from Ginge. Can he make his move on the inside line there? Not going to happen on this particular occasion, but still a very squirrely. Oh, and off the final part of the boot. That is the man up front. That's Gardner.
Yeah, Nathan Gardner just losing the front end. Still Dean Quincy that leads the way. Gardner's okay, so I'll get the bike restarted, although right at the back of the field, they make their way up towards Christmas once again. The 2.87 of Quincy leading the way up towards the top corner. The 1.62 Ginge down the inside, trying to go for the move into Christmas. But at the moment, it's the 2.87 rider who has been in good
Tom Stanford. There. That's Stanford going over. Ginger's gone.
And Quincy as well, caught the back wheel.
Oh dear, oh dear. Let's watch this again, because it's on the exit.
Oh, it was Quincy, just seemed to
It's the man at the front of the battle that lost it.
Quincy just lost the rear end there, and of course those three with nowhere to go, straight into each other there.
Yeah.
So
unfortunately it was Ginge, you know, Tom Stanford, who took the worst of that and ended up tumbling over. So a very nasty end to his race. but the rest of them, it's unusual because it's been a little bit lackadaisical these first couple of laps. I was wondering, maybe has some fluid gone down on the circuit? Has somebody had an issue from the previous race, or is there some drizzle?
Yeah, it's a bit slippy. It is a very off-cambered corner there, of course, isn't it? So it'll be interesting to see. Doesn't seem to be any rain out there at the moment, so might just be issues with grip there in general, possibly. This treble 6 of Simon James Dean coming up the hill now. That looks like the 56 at the front. So that's Simon James Dean. Now we believe in second place as they make their way down towards Ashby once again. Top three riders all very close indeed as James Dean has a look down the inside, but not close enough to go for the pass and has to bail out of that one. Trying again on the exit though, and again hasn't got the line to the corner. So James Dean holds on to that second place, making our way through once again. And the top three all very close. Let's have a look as they make their way once again towards the boot complex.
Trying again. Oh, dear, this is such a hard position for Simon James Dean to be in because he knows in his head, I'm quicker than the guy in front. I've got a little bit more speed and I've got more potential in this race because he's holding us up. He's a bit of a bottleneck situation opening up, but he needs to commit to the inside line. He's not quite brave enough on the brakes yet.
Lost down the Oblivion as well there. So that's the trouble when you're battling for the lead. If you're in that second position, you can't overcommit yourself because the next rider will easily come through with, Dean had a look again on the inside there, didn't he? But a little bit too late. And this is turning into a four-way battle for the lead.
And this is the problem. You know, you're really struggling to maintain the advantage up front, but there is a really difficult dynamic continuing on as they run their way through the field. So it continues to be a really difficult situation. But Ryan Tyers running a solid effort there as he's now taken the upper hand. But it is a really tricky race, and everybody just seeming a little bit cautious and a little eager and aggressive on the brakes. Again, you're just trying to slide up the inside. And that's the leader's caught the brakes there. He's caught the curb on the inside line and lost momentum. Down to second place, but Simon James Dean got caught out as well. He's now down to fourth place on the treble 6, so he's lost out in the same breath. A really exciting little tussle going on at the moment.
Just trying to identify, I believe that may be Stephen Tempest possibly at the front now. It's all very close at the front. Some established Group B riders here as the Triple 8 getting involved there as well. It's all incredibly close here. We lost, of course, the likes of Dean Quincy, some of the established front runners from the morning qualifying session. So this race has been thrown wide open as they make their way down towards Ashby once again. And nice and neat, of course.
There is the treble 8 going on the inside. That's Dan Merrin. Has Merrin got the advantage enough to get through to the lead past Tempest? That could be interesting as he's made the move stick. Well, they've got a back marker closing up on them. They're closing up on as well, so that's not going to make life any easier.
And Simon James Dean, it appears, has lost a little bit of pace over that previous lap. Here they come through boot once again. The bike's again looking a little bit screwy. And just a case of trying to get the power down on the exit through the heel complex and down the straight they go once again. The Treble 8 has taken the lead through the finish line straight, so they make their way up towards Christmas once again.
And again, I think this could be down to pressures. If he's got the pressures right, then he's been able to get a much more confident start. As up the inside, trying to get past on the inside of Simon James Dean there. That is Ben Ribicki. So Ben Ribicki trying to come through and make up the place there to get into fourth position. But he hasn't quite been able to make the gains. But you do seem to cite out there that both Merrin and Ribicki have got tyre pressures absolutely spot on. Merrin able to charge through these three as they squabble away, trying to hope that they've got it right. They clearly haven't been able to keep the momentum and the advantage up. But Ribicki is now starting to find some raw pace. A little bit of a mistake there, I think, from Tempest. That's going to put him on the back foot as Simon James Dean tries to close up a little bit. But he's obviously, look, these guys are dropping back. They're really struggling to maintain the pace, though. Really struggling to keep the grip up as Tyers is backing himself into Simon James Dean, who's backing himself up into Ribicki. And it's just because, you know, all it takes is 1 or 2 PSI's difference and the bike is completely unsettled if you've got the calculation wrong.
Seems that way at the moment because, again, Dean having a look down the inside into Christmas, deep into the... it's a brave move there. Now, he's got to make it stick on the exit, and he does so. So Simon James Dean, a very, very late move there. I think he was just a bit more aggressive into the corner and leads as they make their way through Ashby. Important, of course, to hold on to that position into the left-hander on the exit as the 152 washing on, of course, went down in that incident with Quincy at the start of the race. Mini Bikes Group B brought to you in association with Race Fasteners, drawing to a close conclusion here. We believe it's Tempest leading the way. We'll get confirmation later on in the day, of course. We've got this very close battle for third position. The treble 8 making his way through there, looking neat around the final corner. That's usually the number of Dan Merrin, so again, that's one we'll have to confirm later on today. But it's all very close as they make their way through Fair Lady on the way up to Christmas Corner.
And the same there with the 56. I thought it was the 55. It's actually the 56 of Connor Wyatt who's dueling there for third position. So Connor Wyatt is in the mix there as he questions after third place. He has it at the moment over Simon James Dean, but Ribicki is still giving them plenty of hassle and hurry up as they duel away for position. So it's getting interesting, that is for sure. It's a difficult situation for the riders as they, again, are all very much in the same boat and they're trying to even themselves up as they progress through. But the treble 6 is running a very solid race there up in front in fourth position, just tucked up in there in front of Ribicki. Ribicki's still doing everything possible to come through.
Quincy fighting. This is the rider, of course, that lost the rear end at the top by Christmas Corner. Way down the field. They got shunted by about 2 or 3 others as well because it was the wrong place to be to drop the bike, but he seems to have recovered. And, well, that's the top few riders are making their way past the finish line now. So I think he could well be on the edge of the top 10 here, I believe. It is guesswork, unfortunately, at the moment, but he has come through quite nicely. And, of course, that issue with Christmas Corner, we've seen 1 or 2 riders, Simon James Dean as well, going for the manoeuvre. The left-hander that follows that corner at the top of the circuit, it's very tight and off camber, so it's important to make the most stick. Oh, he's gone down.
Adam Pipe's going down. He tried to make the move there on the inside of Johnny Billing, and unfortunately, it's caught him out big time.
Touched the back wheel there, I think. Let's have a look as he goes across.
He's caught the curb.
Yeah, squeezed there between the curb and the back wheel, and that's just going to bring the bike to a complete standstill. He's a hefty tumble, actually, but he seems okay.
He's ended up being a bit of a dog and a pony show there, unfortunately, as the bike completely spits him off like a bucking bronco through the curb. So easy to get that wrong when you're committed to the overtaking move. And you've
Quincy's on a move here. He's finding lines. Has a look down the inside. Now, Quincy, he does seem to find a gap sometimes. You've seen in the first couple of rounds. And see the waved yellows there for that incident, and Quincy sweeping around the outside. He looks for lines everywhere.
That. That's masterful. This is nip one, pearl one, drop one, curl one, isn't it? He's just absolutely storming it around these midfielders. This is the frustration he's got as he tries his best to carve his way back into a competitive position. But when you drop it in the early stages, you're essentially, you know that all you're going to get is essentially close to a top 5 position, if that. So you've just got to hope and pray that it's going to work out in your effort. Now there's Brian Dodd trying to get himself into the hunt as well, the 52.
Yeah, down the hill we go. So Quincy, of course, this is an interesting part here because when you drop the bike, it's just a case of keeping a cool head, really, just to fight the way back through the field, not let the red mist go down. And Quincy just getting to work now, picking his way through the riders, and he's cleared away from this midfield battle. I think Quincy will get confirmation from the lap scorers later on, but well and truly within the top 10 as they make their way through towards boot. Once again, this 4-way battle.
Matthew Corbett riding well there, the second in the line. Corbett really seems to have got a decent run off the turn and gets the move on the inside line. Lovely bit of riding from Matthew Corbett as he opens out the throttle just neatly enough to have that momentum to sweep back through. So a good run there from Matthew Corbett. He storms on the inside line, gains another position, and look, he's got the momentum and the velocity to just dissipate up in front, and then you've got these two still dueling away for position.
Down the inside into Christmas.
That's brave from Dodd, but he's made it work. Look at that. Solid as a rock on the inside line for the braking zone.
Difficult as well sometimes to make the move stick. Oh, it's getting close into Ash. One rider almost onto the grass there, but making the move stick out of Christmas Corner as well, because you've got that off-cambered left-hander, and it's easy, of course, to claim the next corner there. We see Matthew Corbett, the 205.
Back on the inside.
Oh, but hasn't got the apex that time. It's close.
See, Dodd's going to push him to the limit of where he can put that bike, and he's going to give him the choice. Essentially, you're going to back out of the corner or we're going to have an accident. It's up to you, mate.
Here we go then. So, looks like he's made the move stick as we move towards the closing part of this race. In the 205 Matthew Corbett, we cut back to the treble 6 of Simon James Dean.
Yeah, Ribicki still can't get past Simon James Dean. He's making him really work out for it. But Ribicki now, he's had enough. He's fed up. He's going for it. But Simon James Dean's not going to let that one happen easily.
Now that's an off-cambered corner, of course, and it's very easy to, even if you're guarding the corner, to get the momentum on the exit of the corner. So you really have got to be aggressive into that corner to make the move stick, but not overcook it and end up in the grass. Dean holding onto that position and again making that bike as wide as possible as they go through into boot once again. Outside sweeper Going to try and cut back here, going into the final corner, but not quite enough to get that line as they make their way around the final corner. As the checkered flag goes out, and Simon James Dean will hold on to the position. Oh, just about. That was close, wasn't it?
That was tight at the line. Fair play to them. They gave it a really hard race of it, but very, very close quarter stuff. It was pretty nail-biting to the end there. Good solid race and lots of good battles all the way through, lots of good overtakes. Unfortunately, we can't give you a final confirmation of results. That's all going to come down onto the website, BritishMinibikes.com. If you're keeping up to date with the championship standings and the point scores and each official race result as it happens, that's where the updates will be. Whether that's going to be confirmed in between races or probably at the end of the day once everything has been sorted out is possible, but we are not able to confirm at the moment. Just a slight error and a slight hiccup with Alpha Timing at the moment. Not entirely sure what the situation is, but we'll get it sorted as soon as it's humanly.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that later on, of course. Have a look at the BritishMinibikes.com website for the results later on today. If they don't appear right now, they certainly are being registered and will be recorded later on. More information, of course, about the series on there and future rounds of the championship. Three Sisters next month, and of course a return back here to Wilton Mill, and the series ending in November. Up at the Teesside circuit will round things off. So it really is a series that's travelling across the country this year, and some new circuits this year. Albert Park, the first round of the championship, was the first time that we've seen mini bikes at that circuit for many years, and really did seem to go down well. So running now towards the end of the first block, and it is the 140s Group A out in just a few moments. Brought to you in association with Parker Racing, this is the Pit Bike 140 stock group making their way out onto the track for the formation lap. The Group A riders, so some of the top riders in British mini bikes. This is the final race of the block, and it's always the one that never fails to deliver on action. Plenty of top established riders out in this one. We go through, of course, to our second block of racing right after this. And there we see the number 7 of Chase Collymore, heading a group of riders up towards the top of the Christmas corner. Number 97 in there, Jim Lovell as well. Another rider to look out for. And as we say, we haven't got the lap times from qualifying, unfortunately. We've got this glitch at the moment, so you'll have to bear with us. But needless to say, there's quite a few top riders in this one who'll be looking forward to getting out on a familiar circuit and very competitive race in store.
Absolutely. You've got to look at the likes of Ben Lord, Rhys Stevenson, Jim Lovell. Will Lathrop's going to be in the mix there, of course, as well. Rhys Stevenson, Ty Kinton, Joe Woodward and Chase Collymore, all right there up at the sharp end. There's a lot of big names from the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes. Parker Racing, Pit Bike Stock 140 Group A. These are the guys that always give us plenty of drama and action. There's been plenty of season finale in these that are perfect enough to make any Best of British Motorsport show reel in any spectrum at all. So these guys will give us plenty of entertainment and drama. The championship battle obviously is still very close after the 2 weekends at Ella Park and Lydd as well, and that's going to give us plenty of talking points. It's still very even up at the front end of the field, but with Rhys Stevenson doing all the right things at the moment towards the qualifying session, he's right up there in the midst on the second row with Will Lathrop. Lord and Tyres have set the early pace, but that means that they're just playing catch-up after a difficult opening start to their championship campaigns.
So the last few riders now making their way around the course onto the grid for the formation lap, and we'll be on the way very shortly with these very competitive riders, and all looks to be a very close race in store as the riders make their way through. I think there's just one rider left behind actually in the waiting zone, so it's a case of making sure we're all ready to go.
Well, Dom Herbertson technically leads the championship up at this point, the number 11 bike, but Jim Lovell and Ben Lord are very close to him. Only 2 points between them after a very competitive opening first 2 weekends. So this is where the real face of the championship can really play hands here. Dom Herbertson not here this weekend, so it basically opens the door to Jim Lovell, Ben Lord and Ryan Tyres to really start to make the rafters rock here in the title battle.
And of course there was that collision with Lord and Lovell at the previous round at Lydd, which really has opened up the championship somewhat. That first moto, it was a pretty hefty tumble. Both riders perfectly okay and sporting about it, but that really has blown the championship wide open. The last few riders now making their way onto the line. I think we are ready to go actually. So Lord on the inside. Reece Stevenson also well placed in around I think about third, fourth position there, it looks like. So they are looking like they're ready to go. And in association then with Parker Racing, Group A is about to get underway. The flag is about to be raised. Pit bike stock 140. Here we go then. So Ryan Tyres, Ben Lord, Jim Lovell riders to look out for amongst others. And away we go. Down the inside goes the number 1 of Ben Lord. Ryan Tyres in second place. Stevenson third. And squeezing down the inside there. Now, was that John Buckle or... No, it was the 97 actually of Jim Lovell. Here they go into Christmas for the first time. Great move down the inside there though from Reece Stevenson. Very aggressive opening few corners, and Stevenson's got away well.
Yeah, Lovell and Lathrop very close together to connecting on the way out of Crook. So I think Lathrop discretion the better part of valour as they came through the right-hander. But this is a very even and open contest already as the top 6 riders come through. And it is still Lord just in front of the 55 of Ryan Tyres. But you've got a very interesting squabble developing behind. Is this going to be the move for the lead already?
Stevenson down the inside, had that one weighed up going into boot. Very fast on the exit, and Stevenson takes the lead nice and early from Lord. It looks like the 55 of Ryan Tyres in third position. Will Lathrop well placed as well. The 226 just ahead of the number 9 as they make their way up towards Christmas once again. But Stevenson, a great start to the race. Lord's going to try and fight back into Christmas corner, but not too close to make the move down the inside. On the edge of the top 10, there's John Buckle, number 20, battling away with the 84 Ben Clucas through Christmas corner. Down towards Ashby we go once again, and trouble here in the midfield. 2 riders down on the approach to, well, that's actually in Christmas corner, the 221. And
that's Luis Collado.
Collado.
Luis Collado's gone down. Was it the 51 in there as well?
55, I think it was, that went down. 2 riders colliding under braking. Both seem to be okay, and just checking that they're checking each other out. They're all both okay, those riders. The race goes on as the 2 riders pick themselves up, still with Stevenson leading the way, charging around that final corner. You get this quick drone footage there showing you how quick the circuit is as the 55 of Ryan Tyres starts to close up on Lord now as they go to Christmas corner. Is he going to try and make a move down the inside? He is. Snatches the apex, and now of course he's got to guard the exit of that corner as one of the fallen riders moves to one side of the track. So the 55 of Ryan Tyres up to second place. Lord in third, Lathrop fourth. All very close, and at the moment the race leader Stevenson can't shake these riders off at the front. It's all very close indeed. There's Stevenson, and all of a sudden it looks threatening in second place.
So this is going to be tight all the way through because you've got 3 or 4 riders here now dueling for position. Lathrop, after his little squiggle on the opening lap, is now starting to get himself back up into contention again in 4th place behind Lord, and then in 5th place there, really starting to tighten in behind them. Jim Lavelle has not really dropped off the pace at all, so you've got these 5 riders very close in together. Stevenson having a little bit of a twitch there on the throttle. Tyres could get him.
Tyres maintaining the power out of the corner up towards Christmas corner. Is he close enough to go for the outbraking maneuver? Not quite, and he's got to be careful here because Ben Lord is on his tail now. Tyres sweeping on the outside, going to try and cut down the inside into Ashby. He's going to be late on the brakes.
That's very late on the brakes. They're both going to trip wide if they're not careful. Lord's going to get up the inside again into second and now make a move for the inside line, and that's really compromised Stevenson. He's down to 4th now behind Lord and Lathrop.
Proper block pass there from Ryan Tyres. Stevenson stands up in the corner and loses position. So Lord up to second place. But you can't certainly write off Stevenson. He's still very much in the mix. So Ryan Tyres, brave move through Ashby. Textbook block pass manoeuvre there, takes the lead. But Ben Lord in second place as they cross the line. Looks like Lathrop's still there in third, and Lathrop seems quick now. Looking at Stevenson there, very quick into oblivion, but seems to lose a little bit of time on the exit as Lord tries to find a line down the inside and makes the move. So another leader, Ben Lord this time. Lathrop looks threatening in third though. Here he comes down the hill towards Ashby. And is he going to try the inside? Not quite close enough as Tyres goes. Oh, now Ben Lord, I think, drifted wide under braking there.
Yeah, he made the mistake into Ashby, and that's dropped him to third place. And now Lathrop's got a real crack at the lead in behind Tyres. So this is going to get interesting and spicy again for Lathrop in second place. He's been working his magic all the way through this race, as low as 5th at one stage, now getting himself back up into second place. This is about Tyres now, just holding focus at the front end of the field here. Lathrop in second, Lord in third still from Stevenson and Lovell. And these 5 absolutely bolted knotted together. This is the glorious race we were hoping for. Goodness me, 4 wide further back into Ashby.
Close in the midfield there. It's incredibly close battle here throughout the field as the midfield runners make their way through, heading down towards Boot as we look at the leaders once again, and looks like Lathrop has taken the lead.
He's done it, yeah, he's done it. He started that move up at Crook and Oblivion. He basically kept the throttle open around the outside, managing to get into the breaking point for Christmas, and has now hit the front. So Lathrop is your leader. A fantastic drive, as low as 5th on the opening tour. Now he's up in 1st place. Really good effort.
So Lathrop, your new race leader, but Tyres maintaining the exit speed out of the corner as they go towards Boot. It's a drag race into Boot, but Lathrop's got the line and will hold on to the lead. Let's see what Tyres can do now. He's going to try and cut down the inside into the final corner. Oh, he stands it up down the inside.
Oh dear, they almost clattered into each other. This is easily the race of the day thus far, as Lord tries to slice up the inside of Tyres to get back on terms in a 2nd place. But he's got better purchase on the throttle. He's going to draw alongside. He actually cuts across the white line slightly. Stevenson's going to do them both.
Inside. Oh, he's very late into the corner there, but can't quite get the advantage down the inside. This is all going to benefit Lathrop at the front.
Well, Lord has gone into 2nd. That's the crucial one. Lord did manage to get the move done there on the inside. And Stevenson has gone through to 2nd. Lovell gets spat out.
Just caught the back wheel of Stevenson there, gets stood up and stays on the bike though, of course. That was very close not to tumble down the track. Lord's got the momentum going into Boot. Nice line out to the exit and sweeps around the outside of Ben Lord. Here we go into the top corner. Let's see if Lathrop can fight back down the inside into the final corner. Nice exit there. Through heel and takes the lead once again. It's all about exit speed at the moment. We've still got Ryan Tyres in 3rd. Stevenson watching in 4th. And let's see who gets the better line, the better drive up the hill. Lord looks quick out of the corner there. He's going to try and find a gap down the inside. Not quite though. With Lathrop holds on to the position. Here they come down towards Ashby once again. It's almost like slips, like a drag race almost. It's all about the exit speed at the moment.
Yeah, this is all about elbows and ego at the moment. Who's got it in spades to be able to hold the driver to the apex in the braking zone? Because they've all got about as much one-lap pace as each other here. Lord has got plenty of momentum. Tyres has got plenty of aggression. And you've got to say that defensively, this is a really solid ride from Lathrop, because he's got 2 very hard-charging riders in behind him. Lovell has lost total momentum there in 5th position. Stevenson is struggling to maintain the gap now to the 3 riders up front. Oh, goodness me, a big mistake there from Lathrop out of the final turn. Almost caught the cone on the outside of the curb, and that could have been very difficult for him. That would have unsettled the bike completely, as now Lord has got another good run. Lathrop choosing the inside line to defend. Lord is going to try and sweep by, squeeze the throttle to cover on the exit, and this could be an overtaking move into Ashby.
Here they come down the hill then once again. They are closing up on tail enders as well. That could be another factor in the closing part of the race. Lathrop guarding the outside on the exit as Lord looks down the inside. He kept the momentum up and down the inside we go. Now let's have a look at Tyres as well. We'll sneak through. This is where Lord seems quick, but Ryan Tyres has got a good drive out towards Boot. Going to try and keep the momentum up through Boot now. Very slow technical part of the track here, but it's important to keep the momentum going. Tyres having a peek down the outside. He's going to shadow on the back wheel here. They are closing up on tail enders. Here they come through Oblivion. Tyres just shadowing the back wheel. Going to try and get a good exit, but Lathrop looks threatening in 3rd as they make their way up the hill towards Christmas once again. Drag race down the inside. They're slipstreaming. It's all close, but Lord holds on to the position. And let's have a look down the track now towards Ashby. They are closing up on back marks as well.
Yeah, this is where it's going to get very tricky. You've got 3 incredibly feisty riders on the limit of adhesion as they try and get on the undercut of these back markers. There's almost certainly going to be one of these 3 riders compromised from now on, because they're in their own little battle. They're trying to get in the undercut of a slower rider, and there you go. Now Lord is trying to take Tyres with him, but also try and lose the guys behind to essentially get them tucked in behind another competitor. It's really caught out the man in 3rd place. Lathrop has lost a little bit of momentum, but he gains it straight back. He gains it straight back as now Lord is having to tiptoe his way past. They've all just about kept that one in.
Squeezing through there.
Dear, oh dear.
You can see the lappers as well. Once Lord gets through, they see the number 1 plate. They know they're coming through. You can almost see him checking their shoulders there. So it is allowing 2nd and 3rd just to tail on here and get through. Because once the leader gets through, somebody's gone. Somebody's almost in Northampton there, I think.
Yeah, it's Reading.
Reading's off, but rider's okay. Completely cooked the brakes there into Christmas, I think.
This battle's got so much coming, hasn't it? It's not done yet. As up the inside, Lord is defending.
That's one of the fallers from earlier on. So Lord, oh, here we go. We've got the timing back now, as you can see on the screen. So
it has
Lord
come
from
back, thank
tyres.
goodness.
And oh, look at this midfield scrap here, though. They're all battling for position. Now, of course, they're not too far ahead of Ben Lord, the race leader. So this is going to be the last lap any moment now. Here we go. So this battle we're looking at now, 77 in there. This is the Pearson in 17th place, all battling in the midfield. They're going to come into the attention of the race leader very shortly. With 1 lap to go, Lord still leading, but Tyres and Lathrop still very much contenders in this one.
This is going to be tricky. You've got to time this one absolutely spot on, Ben. This is not going to be easy to slice because you've got 4 riders absolutely at each other's throats in front. You can't afford to back down off the chase either because you've got Tyres and Lathrop still incredibly close to each other. Was that a move? Was that a move on the inside of Lord there?
I think it might have been because they are closing up on this midfield group. Oh, this is too close to call here. Ty is still leading, as battling for the lead, you should say. Well,
let's look back. Let's look back because this is where it's all kicking off. Lord is in the midst of it all. Is Lord going to be able to hold it to the line?
Oh, it's going to be close. But, Lord just 0.6 of a second covering the top 3 riders. They encountered traffic on the final lap, but Ben Lord barely by the front width of a front wheel there takes the checkered flag from Ryan Tyres. Lathrop third. Stevenson a little bit further behind in fourth, with Lovell rounding up the top 5. And there we see exhilarating race, and having to deal with lappers in the midfield on the final lap. And as we said before, of course, those midfielders, they've got, sportsmanship is to let the leaders through, but equally they've got their own race to run as well, so it's going to be tough.
Well, that's it. And the riders they were in the midst of there, they were only battling for about 13th, 14th position, so they didn't actually lose a massive amount of time. But at the same time, you've obviously got riders out there who want the position, so they're not going to give way. So it takes a massive amount of calm and discipline from the leading 2 riders there to make sure they don't get themselves caught up in anything silly towards the end of racing there, because that could have been incredibly messy. But they managed to get out of it. Lord gets the win from Tyres and Lathrop, so it's very nicely done. Without a doubt, the race of the day. But now that the sun's coming out again, the clouds are pushing away, these second races should be even faster.
Well, let's see how it goes. Of course, that's the end of the first block of racing. Mini GP and Junior SM90s coming up for their second race in just a few moments. So now we go through to the second group of races for the afternoon, and going back to the Junior SM90 Mini GPs, Arnie Carr was the fastest qualifier this morning, only rider to break the 1 minute marker. Luca Wilkinson in second, Daniel Stevenson, Jack Newton in fourth, Hudson Cooper and Thomas Bond running at the top 6 in the morning qualifying. And looking further down the field, Charlie Cunningham was in 7th from Billy Carter, Charlie Ward 9th, Brooke Champion running up the top 10, Owen Tempest and Pierce Reeves taking us down to 12th position, Finley Hanna in 13th from Logan Connolly, Leo Soliu in 15th position, Ollie Brooks, Jack Beard, Ava Cushing, no time in qualifying, so rounding out the field in 18th. I think we did lose a couple of riders earlier on today, but the rest of the field making their way out for Moto number 2. And of course the junior riders out a lot earlier on today, so had a few more of the adult groups earlier on. So of course you get this in the motocross as well. When you've been out early on in the program and you've had quite a long time off the bike, you're coming out onto a very different circuit.
That's very true. I mean, it was cool, it was greasy, it was quite slippery earlier on, but now it is a completely different racetrack, as you say. And I think this time the riders are obviously going to have to be very circumspect in the opening lap, because there's going to be a lot more grip to play with. So which riders will get out of the blocks and be a bit more aggressive early doors, and who will have a little bit too much energy in the bike in that opening lap? They've got to try and rein it in, essentially, particularly for these younger riders. It's always very difficult to know who's going to bolt out of the blocks and go for it, because as you mentioned, the circuit is going to be very, very changeable compared to what we saw earlier this morning. The circuit obviously itself, in terms of the camber, is quite abrasive in nature, but with the surface of the circuit now being a lot drier, a lot more grippy, it'll be tougher for all of the competitors out there to maintain a decent vigil on that opening lap.
So riders now making their way down onto the grid for their second moto of the day, and we were told that there may be a slight reduction in the race times, because we did have some lengthy red flags earlier on today, which of course hope those riders are not seriously injured. Did take a while into the race, into the program, you might say. So this may mean that we have a shorter second race. Of course, that does mean that the start will be very important indeed. Riders, last few making their way onto the grid. You got the high-vis jackets at the back there. That indicates that it's a novice rider. So it's just a warning for some of the more experienced guys, particularly at the front, that these riders are new to the sport. They might not be so experienced when they're being overtaken. So just be careful. Expect possibly a sudden line choice, line change, you might say, in the corner. And always good to see the novices out on the track as we wait for, I think they're ready to go. Just waiting for the grid to clear here. We're just being told to clear the grid here as we are ready to get the race underway. Moto number 2 of Junior SM90 in the Mini GP. Flag goes up. Once the flag drops, of course, we are underway. And here we go for race number 2. Good jump on the outside there from Luca Wilkinson, who has got the lead. Arnie Carr in there as well. And Carr looks quick on the outside though as they make their way up towards Christmas Corner. Tries to cut down the inside. The 135 of Jack Newton in third. But lovely move down the inside from Carr. But will he make it stick? Yes, he does. He had to be brave into the corner there. He really had to be committed because Wilkinson was trying to shut the door there, but Carr just kept on going.
He was. I mean, Wilkinson had to make sure he left enough space for Carr, but Carr was almost hesitating as he came into the corner as well. He was like, well, have I got this move on? Have I not? So he just kind of had to make a decision in a split second there, whether he powered on the throttle or whether he reined off onto the brake. But he did the right thing there. He averted the crisis. He managed to get the overtaking move done. And because of Wilkinson's slight hesitation, he's been able to already get a little bit of an advantage there. You can see he's already built up, look, a good sort of 7 to 8 bike lengths over Wilkinson. So Carr running a good race out in front. And second place, well, it's going to be a tough one because Daniel Stevenson, championship leader before today, is definitely starting to make inroads into Wilkinson now.
Stevenson with a good second half of the lap there. Of course, this race is a little bit shorter than the first moto, so a little less time for Stevenson to get through, but Arnie Carr getting a great jump as Stevenson charges down the inside. He's got to be brave onto the brakes to make that one stick, but no, Wilkinson learning from the first lap and determined to shut that door. We've got the 4th position, Jack Newton, Hudson Cooper, Charlie Cunningham a bit further behind, and a bit further back we've got Ollie Brooks and Ava Cushing going through towards the back of the field. There's the 217 of Hudson Cooper just trying to pull away now from Jack Newton as we look back at Stevenson. Well, that's good. Wide entry there, just seemed to get the exit speed there as well.
That's good news for Cooper then if he's just made the move on Newton, but here comes Stevenson again. But once more, he's got to be so cautious about when he makes his move on Wilkinson. This is exactly a rerun of race 1, isn't it? Because this is exactly how it ended before. Stevenson trying to get the move on Wilkinson with Cooper and Newton essentially chomping at the bit to try and close up. Cooper looking very strong, though, up in 4th place now, having got the move on Newton, and he sets a personal best lap, which means that he's now on terms again with the likes of Wilkinson and Stevenson. It's not going to be too long before he's chomping at the bit to try and get into 2nd place. But Arnie Carr, what a performance from him so far. Everyone else is still in the 61s and the 62s for the lap. He's just done a 58.82. No one's going to win this race unless their name is Arnie Carr.
Really flying at the front then, Arnie Carr, but at the moment Stevenson just trying to get some lines on the exit here. The number 11, black leather's easy to identify against Wilkinson as they start to catch up on some of the tail enders. I think that may possibly be Ava Cushing. Leo Solly a little bit further ahead as well. Stevenson trying to have a look down the inside as they go into boot, but not quite close enough. Wilkinson guards the apex on the inside. Stevenson now has got to try and find some exit speed around the final few corners, but Wilkinson looks clear through here as again Arnie Carr breaking the 1 minute barrier. Really on a pace ahead of these 2nd and 3rd place runners. It's all about the battle for 2nd place so far. Hudson Cooper a little bit further back in 4th from Jack Newton as the 76 of Luca Wilkinson up into the top corner. Stevenson looking strong, but at the moment it looks like Wilkinson has got the lines sorted out at the moment. He did look a bit vulnerable going into Christmas Corner earlier on, but he seems to have found a bit of pace.
And let's not forget that 2nd and 3rd, Wilkinson versus Stevenson, this is the victory battle in Junior SM90. Carney up in front in the Mini GP 90s in a different class, so he's obviously able to stretch out the gap with the confidence on the bike. But Wilkinson versus Stevenson, this is essentially not just the race battle, but it's also the title battle between these two. Stevenson with 100 points, Wilkinson with 90 up to this point. So Wilkinson beating Stevenson is actually quite critical in terms of the title fight.
Have to be careful there with Ollie Brooks on the 19. As, yeah, Ollie Brooks lets the third place man through Stephen. There was a moment there because Brooks came into the corner and I don't think realised that Wilkinson was approaching there.
Well, it's difficult when they catch you unawares and you've got a little bit more speed underneath you than you feel that you have. It's always a very critical situation. Wilkinson sets the new fastest lap he's done, which is a 1:01.81, still a good 3 seconds off the pace of Arnie Carr. But the critical nature of this is that he's able to stretch out a gap of Stevenson to 1 second. That's what getting through the traffic the way that he has done has been able to give him a little bit of momentum. And then obviously Stevenson being 10 points ahead of him in the 20 points ahead of him, because Wilkinson had 80 coming into this weekend. Stevenson had 100. So Wilkinson gaining ground on Stevenson is actually very critical in terms of the nature of the title fight, because it definitely evens things up a little bit, and it brings the title fight back to him to a certain degree. He's going to take about 10 points out of his tally going into the next round. So this is a great ride from Wilkinson, and when he needed to do it as well.
Well, he's starting now to eke away from Stevenson in third as they make their round to complete another lap. This, of course, the second group of racing now. Back to the junior riders. Just a shout out for Sophie Coleman about the Pit Bike Stock 140. Just had the first race of that one, actually. Here's a bit of a delayed programme due to the red flag, so be about 8 races time a bit later on this afternoon, although the races have been shortened because of those incidents. Looking further back here, that was Logan Conley, the 25, currently running a lap down in 13th position, battling with Finley Hanna and Leo Soliu. Those riders sweeping down the inside is the 76 of Luca Wilkinson. Wilkinson pulling away all the time now from Stevenson, and a bit of a slightly better racecraft, you might say, from Wilkinson, who's got through the back markers nice and neatly. 12 seconds adrift of Arnie Carr, who has swept away at the front of the field. Just to recap the rest of the top 10, Charlie Cunningham in 6th, just behind Jack Newton, Thomas Bond, Brooke Champion, Charlie Ward and Owen Tempest rounding out the top 10. Very close actually for 6th place with Cunningham and Bond. But here we see Wilkinson round to complete another lap and looking very neat in that second place. This is the man of the race so far, though. Arnie Carr has had the race all to himself.
Well, absolutely, and he's been so strong over the course of racing. It's unfortunate that his closest rival in that particular category, Billy Carter, has been unable to continue on after his fall earlier on that brought out the red flags in the first race. But Arnie Carr, he is under no pressure at all up front. He's opened up the gap to Wilkinson to 15 seconds. Stevenson's in some trouble, though. He's fallen down the order behind Wilkinson. He's still there in third, but Newton has caught him right up as they came across the line there. In fact, look, there is Stevenson, under big pressure from Newton and Cooper.
Newton has really found a bit of pace towards the end of the race here, and Stevenson coming under some real pressure. The 2:17 of Hudson Cooper, not too far behind here as we make our way towards boot once again. There's the 1:35 then. Newton. Cooper is just all over the back wheel there.
I would have Stevenson's had an off somewhere, you know, because he's lost a massive amount of time to Wilkinson in a very short space of time. He was only a second back from him. Yeah, he's had a slow lap. He's had a slow lap the last time back. His last lap was a 1:06. So he's come off the circuit somewhere, lost about 5 seconds, and now he's got Newton and Cooper all over the back of him. So Stevenson's got to get back on with this.
And of course, this is the trouble when you lose pace with the rider in front. It's just a case of trying to get back into contention. Just a shout out, actually looking at some people asking on the YouTube about how old the riders are in this race. This is a group of riders aged 7 to 10 years. So this is very much the junior class, and these riders with the high-vis vests on, that's the 23 of Ava Cushing, currently in 16th place. The novice riders wearing the high-vis jackets, just to indicate that they are inexperienced riders. So these riders 7 to 10 years old in this group, very much the youngest group as we look again at the number 11. So evidently out of camera shot, Daniel Stevenson has made some sort of a mistake on that previous lap, and this has allowed the 1:35, really has got the bit between his teeth here now. Newton ran the final corner as we head towards the penultimate lap. At the moment, Arnie Carr, only rider running under the 1 minute marker, leading by 18 seconds from Luca Wilkinson. Daniel Stevenson third, and it looks like Stevenson at the moment has regained a bit of composure going into this penultimate lap.
Yeah, I think he needed to. I think it was essentially just a couple of laps of realising, yes, I've made the mistake, I've made the error. I now need to get back into a position here. There's nothing I can do about it. I can't close up on Wilkinson now. He's gone, but I can maintain third. But I know my way enough around the course now to be quite consolatory about how I just get myself back into my rhythm and back into my metronomic pace. There's no issue for him here. He's still going to be second in class as long as he maintains in front of Newton and Cooper. So it's essentially the best of a difficult situation that he's been able to work with. But look at this man, Arnie Carr. He's just been, there's only one word for it, flawless.
Has been very, very smooth indeed going through Christmas for the final time, and as you can see, looking quite relaxed at the front, just taking his time to pick his way through the back marks. Although I think we say back marks, I think some of these riders are on the edge of the top 10. Actually, I think that was 34. Charlie Cunningham about to be lapped, who's well into the top 10. Again, you see Arnie Carr just using his head here. He's coming up against Cunningham, who's racing for position and not in a great rush to get through. He just nips his way down the inside. Now with a clear track, and Arnie Carr making his way into boot for the final time. It's been a wonderful afternoon for him. The gap in front, he can take his time around this final corner. The number 83, Arnie Carr. It's been a brilliant afternoon and will take his second moto win. Punches the air as he goes through. Cunningham looks pleased, a lap just ahead actually, the 46. We saw that battle with Charlie Cunningham and Brooke champion for seventh place, sorry, yes, as Wilkinson should be coming through any moment now in second. There we see Arnie Carr, the race winner. Here's the battle for second. Oh, just lost group momentarily, but it looks like Wilkinson will take second. Stevenson should be in third. Yes, oh, only just Newton and Cooper. Saw that action behind there, but Arnie Carr really has been the rider of the weekend in this class.
Yeah, he's just been so serene and strong out in front. He's got the measure of this Mini GP 90 of Arley, and it's absolutely perfect as far as he's concerned. He's really given it 10 tenths all weekend long. He's never really let up. He's been the fastest in qualifying. He's nailed it in both races. He can really open up the emotions now. He doesn't have to worry about anything else now. He can really celebrate, and it's 2 from 2. That takes him one step closer to a title in the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes in 2020, and he can be so proud of himself for today. It's not been easy in the slightest, but he really has made it look like child's play.
Certainly has, and just going to show only 6 riders finishing on the lead lap. There's some quick riders in this group. Of course, they are the youngest riders, only 7 to 10, but they've experienced racecraft with some of the front runners. But even 7th place Charlie Cunningham ended up lapped. Just goes to show how quick things were. So we're going to move on to our pit bikes in a few moments, starting with the pit bike spares. Stock 160 Group B will be out in just a few moments. Brought to you in association with Pit Bike Spares. This is the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Pit Bike Spares Stock 160 Group B. Riders are in the waiting zone at the moment and we out on track for their formation lap for their second and final moto of the day for this race class in just a few moments. Last of the junior riders making their way off the circuit and down into the pits. There are a few riders doing extra entries in different race categories, so we'll see a few of those riders later on today, but most of the juniors, they done a bit later on. We're just waiting now for the riders to make their way out onto the track for the Pit Bike Stock 160 Group B. We have got, of course, the Group A to follow as the riders make their way out onto the track for their formation lap. So here we go. This is the second moto of the day for these riders. It was, of course, we did have the incident in the first race earlier on with the red flag, so let's hope that we don't get any such trouble again in moto number 2. Riders now making their way up towards Christmas for the formation lap, and similar names, of course, that we see in the Pit Bike Stock 140s. The 160s now out on track, and as we say, of course, it's a few of these riders, of course, were out earlier on, so they are very much used to the circuit.
Yeah, Stanford was the man who took the victory earlier on, of course. Ginge, as he's known, but it was a good run for Joe Stanford earlier on in the day. Jack Carter ahead of Daniel Pearson. This is from the results from the earlier Group B race, of course. And then you've got the likes of Nathan Smith and Ed Roberts, who were on the front row of the grid originally, of course. And then you have Simon James Dean, Kieran Boyd, Gary Carter, Nathan Gardner, who's had already a very interesting and lackadaisical day at the office sometimes. And then 10th on the grid, James Lewis. So there's a lot of good talent in this field once again. it's all going to be about who's composed, as there you see Stanford, the 162, making his way to the starting grid in multiple classes here today as well. So he's obviously keeping himself very nicely knit as we get ourselves underway once more. But the riders now getting themselves into a decent position as they come through onto the grid. And this is all going to be about who gets the best start. Will it be Smith on the inside line or Ed Roberts on the outside line in his second ever Rich Energy British Mini Bikes race?
Well, he certainly had a good first race, didn't he? Got away very well. We're just waiting now for, I think the riders are ready, and we wait for the flag to drop. Moto number 2 for the stock 140s in association with Pit Bike Spares gets underway, and a nice move down the inside. That was Nathan Smith with a good jump.
Oh, he's done it again, Roberts.
He's done it again. Roberts on the outside, but he just overcompensated himself on the exit there. So up into the front, that's Nolan, I believe, at the front at the 112.
Yeah, it is. Fascinating start, really good getaway, and now they're going to be side by side out of Christmas, and that was so close as they squirrel away, but it's nicely done from Nolan, who heads the field. Now Roberts is going to try and come back into it as he's lost ground.
It's dropping to 4th momentarily on that first lap. Looks like the number 11 then getting away quite nicely as the machine of Ed was there down the inside as well. Ginge in there as well in the 152. Not such a good start, but trying to find his way back through the top 10.
Oh, goodness me. A lot of curb there in 3rd place. A lot of curb, almost a little too much, as up the inside the Carters are battling away together. The 11, of course, is Gary Carter. The treble one is Jack Carter as they battle away behind Nolan. So the Carters are squabbling for 2nd place here as they continue their journey. But out in front, it is still a very close race for Nolan, who heads the pack in front of Gary Carter. It is in 2nd place. Jack Carter is right there in 3rd, but now Gary Carter is going to try and make his way through on the inside line. That's nicely done.
Yeah, Carter certainly made that move almost on the exit of the first corner, going up Fair Lady up to Christmas, the top corner. And so Carter 1 and Carter 2 almost here down towards Ashby. Nolan trying to guard the apex on the entrance to the corner, and yeah, just holds on to that 2nd place, but it's going to be a sweep on the outside. Nolan coming under some real pressure here as Carter tries the outside, going to try and cut across as we head towards Boot once again. Very close battle still. It's Ginge a little bit further behind on the 162. Had a tumble earlier on in the 160s as Nolan holds that position through Boot once again. Got to get the exit right here because the momentum really does seem to draw out of this final corner through the very quick first corner Oblivion section here as they cross the line once again, as Carter still leads from Nixon, and it's all incredibly close. Now one thing here, of course, Jake, is the approach into Christmas corner we're looking at here. Riders have been making the move almost as we look at Carter down the inside. The move almost is made, I believe, in that first corner. It's all like the exit speed coming up the hill.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to carry the speed and the momentum all the way through. The fastest lap of the race is the man in 4th place on the 162 bike. That is Stanford. So Stanford's trying to get his way back into position again. He took the first race win, don't forget, just there in front of Nathan Smith, the treble 5. But Stanford, or Ginge as he's known, he wants to get his way further forward. So Stanford pushing hard there in P4 to move up progress. He's less than a second off the leader. Gary Carter leading the way now from Jack Carter in 2nd, and Nixon is down to 3rd. But now Stanford is looking very hungry there in P4 as he tries to get close to it. But now this is all about Gary and Jack Carter up in front. And of course, there's not going to be much brotherly love out there if they get too close together. It could be brotherly shove if they're not too careful.
Pulling away now, the 111, and there's a rider down in the midfield. Just trying to pick them. That's the 06.
That's Chapman going down. That was Widdowson. That was Widdowson going down, but now they're really racing each other.
Oh, now this is going to allow Nixon back into here because they stood each other up in Christmas.
Well, Jack Carter getting the narrowest of moves. So this is Widdowson going down. But watch, look, Jack Carter nearly sliding into Gary Carter there. He actually put his hand out to steady himself against sliding into Gary Carter. So, well, that's one of the more bizarre incidents I've ever seen in Rich Energy British Mini Bikes. He put his hand out as if to say, I'm going to fall into you, just let me go by.
I've seen that, very rare I've seen that with the bikes. It's sometimes at the slower speeds, it's a case of almost leaning into the competitor, and it's a real degree of trust between the two riders. Nixon's still 3rd.
I've seen that round the back of an Essex council estate, but I've certainly never seen it at Wilton Mill. And what's the gesture now from Jack Carter?
He's enjoying himself out there,
well,
I think.
He's gesturing to Gary as almost if to say, come on, come back.
Here they come. So Gary Carter still 2nd, Nixon 3rd, Stanford 4th on the 162, and you can't discount here Nathan Smith in 5th position. It's all getting close here as Carter 1 and 2 here almost Jack Carter leads, Gary Carter in second. They make their way through Ashby, and the 1-1-2 of Ben Nixon. Carter just checking the shoulder there as Nixon has a look down the inside of Carter, but not close enough to go for a pass.
Do you know, I have a feeling that looking at that incident back again, Jack Carter clearly felt the bike was unsteady, managed to get through on Gary Carter, and I think he's saying, you need to take this place back, because that was a bit cheeky from me. I didn't mean to do that. So I think he was trying to read to Gary. He's like, you better come back past me. You need to get that place back off me. But then he suddenly looked back, realised how far into the clutches of Nixon Gary Carter had gone, and went, well, I can't do that, so I may as well just bolt. I need to just get away now and see if I can maintain it.
Just trying to get a tow here, and Jack Carter, incidentally, the fastest lap of the race, 56.804. Stanford having a look down the inside of Nixon. Oh, not close enough to go for the pass. Certainly having a peek, though, and still watching in 5th place is Nathan Smith. He's putting in some good lap times at the moment. The top riders making their way down the hill towards Ashby now, and it's still the 111 of Jack Carter leads, 11 of Gary Carter second, 112 of Ben Nixon in third, just trying to look down the inside. We've got Stanford and Smith just a bit further behind. Here we go, back towards Boot once again, and Nixon just trying to find a way through, but can't quite get the initiative going into the corner. Still the treble 5 of Nathan Smith looking threatening. It does seem quick through the Boot complex, through heel, the final corner, and still Jack Carter holds on to the lead, although Gary Carter is starting to close the gap once again. Here we go on the approach up to Christmas corner, and Nixon has got a good exit. Here we go, it's going to get close into the top corner.
Stanford might get a late opportunity on the inside line here as well. He's looking hungry for the move. Every time Nixon fails to make the move, he gets a little bit closer in terms of his raw momentum. So Stanford, who of course took the win earlier on, let's not forget he got a win in the first race of the day. So he's now stuck in 4th position. This will be frustrating for Stanford because Carter's already pulled out. Jack Carter 2 seconds clear of Gary up in the front end of the field. Nixon is here in 3rd, Stanford 4th, Smith in 5th position. But there's not much to choose between these 4 bikes at all, and Stanford will be getting a little bit frustrated that he can't quite get the move on Nixon, because if he gets that move done, he'll get a better chance. Nixon runs wide, Stanford with a great chance, but he can't quite capitalise on it.
It's close there as they make way through. Once again, this is all going to benefit Jack Carter. Gary Carter is just ahead of this battle for 3rd place. Ben Nixon trying desperately to close up here, but Stanford looks quick out of the 2nd corner on the run up to Christmas corner, as does Smith on the treble 5. And Stanford with a lovely move down the inside. He's got to make sure not to overcook it, which he seemed
he does.
too deep there.
He carried so much speed through the first turn that he felt, right, I've got this. I just need to get a little bit later on the braking to sustain it. And he just overcooked it by 1.5 meters, and that's all it takes. You just got to run a little bit deep, and then it's curtains. Now they're getting into the back markers. This is where Stanford's going to get another chance. But up the inside, Smith might get past both of them.
Of course, the corner just after Christmas is very slow and off-cambered, so as we saw last time round, it's very important not to outbrake yourself, because you'll just go off into the wilderness effectively, and the progress has gone back to as it was previous time round then. Still with Gary Carter in 2nd, Ben Nixon, Stanford, Smith, Edward Roberts in 6th position, a bit further back, James Lewis, Kieran Boyd, Simon James Dean, rounding up the top 10 with Nathan Gardner, as Nixon has a look down the inside. And good defensive work there from Gary Carter to hold that position. Certainly knew that Nixon was coming, but shut the door on him. Still the 111 of Jack Carter leading, as again Nixon looks down the inside, but Carter's got that line covered, but runs very bit wider on the exit.
Oh, goodness me, that's 3 bikes in one.
Trouble here on the exit of Christmas corner, heavy tumble, and those riders I think on the edge of the top 10. Now that's a very technical part of the track where riders will come together, so it looks like 2 or 3 riders going for the same part of track, and one rider still on the floor. The red flag has come out, so
that'll be declared. It'll be Jack Carter's victory.
Yeah, one would think so. Yeah, definitely, with it'll be 2 complete laps to go, and of course concerns are with those 3 riders on the edge of the top. I think it was riders on the edge of the top 10. Didn't get the numbers, but there is still a rider on the floor at the moment, and well, I think it may have been actually we saw 1 or 2 of the back markers being lapped by the leaders.
Yeah.
Now,
did it go slightly wrong for a couple of the leading bikes coming through?
There's still 1 rider on the floor. As you look at our leading group there, you see right on cue the ambulance having to make its way to the top of the circuit And there's 3 riders involved in that incident.
609 is one of them. That's Kieran Boyd. So Kieran Boyd was in the mix there.
Yeah, these are the riders on the edge of the top 10 that went down. So yeah, that's a 609. Kieran Boyd, that's the bike that's being pushed away at the moment.
Yeah, so that's well, Kieran Boyd was in 8th place. So whether it's, I'm just trying to figure out whether it's Simon James Dean that's in there with them, or if it's James Lewis maybe. Maybe James Lewis was in the mix trying to go for an overtake or two.
The incident here is there is one rider still down on the floor as the rest of the riders make their way back towards
that was treble 6 walking away. I think that's Simon James Dean. So it was certainly Boyd and Dean who were battling for 8th place at the time.
So a brief pause in activity here as the Group B race draws to a close, and as far as I'm aware, yeah, they are going back to the paddock. So it looks like that will be declared as a result. Only 2 laps remaining at the end of that war. Yeah. You can see them going back towards the paddock now. So it looks like we are going to go straight through to Pit Bike Spares Stock 160 Group A in just a few moments. The red flag is out at the moment with an injured rider receiving some medical treatment. This is just on the exit of Christmas Corner. 3 riders pretty much going into one. It wasn't going to work out. So we're going to take a break for a few moments and join you back on track here at Wilton Mill in just a few moments. Here we are then with Alpha Live at round number 3 of the Rich Energy British Minibikes Championship. This is the Pit Bike Spares Stock 140 class, currently red flag due to the incident at the closing stages, and medics still on the circuit, so we have got a delay before the race gets underway. This is the halfway point of the championship. Just to recap, if you're following the series, how things are going to go for the rest of the year, we move to Lancashire and the Three Sisters circuit just on the outskirts of Wigan. That will be on the 20th of September. Back here at Wilton Mill for the 18th of October for the penultimate round of the championship, and going all the way to Teesside. And just, of course, in the heart of Middlesbrough, the Teesside Autodrome will round out the series on the 1st of November. More information available on the series at britishminibikes.com, and you can also contact of how to get involved, and it's a very accessible method of motorcycle racing here, the British Minibikes. So if you're interested and want to find out more, go to British Minibikes and you'll certainly find out more about how you can get involved in the race classes available. At the moment, as we say, we have had a few incidents, unfortunately, due to the few accidents earlier on today, which has delayed things, and unfortunately the red flag has flown again. Medics are on the track at the moment dealing with an injured rider, and the delay goes on, unfortunately. So riders still in the waiting zone, and just waiting now for racing to get back underway. Unfortunately, there's going to be no prospect at the moment. So we're going to cut to an interview that we did earlier on today. Of course, Jake Sanson joining me in the commentary booth, and spoke to Rudy Booth a bit earlier on today.
Well, through the course of the day, a lot of the young riders are starting to learn the Wilton Mill circuit and how it's changing through the weekend. I'm here with Ruby Booth ahead of today's races. Ruby, just how tough is the Wilton Mill circuit?
I've been to harder tracks. I do like it, but some corners are challenging.
So, obviously, yesterday was a very wet day, so how does today compare?
Well, Well, I didn't go out in the last qualifying because that was my only wet session. But today's a lot drier, so I think I can do some faster lap times today.
And how exactly does it affect the surface as the track dries through the course of the day?
Well, it's really slippy. It's kind of slippy when it's not wet, so when it is wet, it's really slippy. So I don't like going out when it's wet here.
So is this the kind of circuit that over the course of the day you get more confidence with as it dries out?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Perfect. So there's a lot of riders out here, obviously differing levels of experience. What can you expect from this weekend in terms of results?
Well, this is my first time on a pit bike 140, so I'm hoping for top 15.
Fantastic. Well, hopefully that's a good day for you, and we'll see you at the checkered flag. Thanks, Ruby.
So that was Ruby Booth just telling us how the weekend's gone so far. Just an update on the injured rider, still receiving medical treatment, but the rider has got up and walked away with the aid of the medic. So going back to the medical centre for some more treatment. Wilton Mill, of course, is a staple circuit with the British mini bikes, popular with many of the riders, if not most of them, you would say. It does present its own challenges, though, and Jake told us about that a little bit earlier on.
Well, the circuit here is a very difficult one because there are so many technical challenges around the Wilton Mill track. You've got a lot of different types of corner, you've got elevation and camber changes, and because it was very wet yesterday, the rain is definitely going to cause its own problems because it will rub and wash away a lot of the surface rubber that have come off the tyres in yesterday's practice sessions. So particularly as you head on the way through these first two corners, through Oblivion and into Crook, the bike is going to really start tank slapping away, particularly in the Ovale 110s and probably in the Mini GP classes as well. Riders are going to really struggle off the line because that surface rubber that's there on the starting grid, usually in these conditions, a lot of that will have been washed away. So now the riders have got to learn the circuit again in these slightly colder conditions. There's not a massive headwind either. Now that would normally catch riders out in these difficult circumstances, but they're actually doing quite a decent job through these practice and qualifying sessions of learning the track again, so to speak. As you can see, we're obviously adapting to new conditions here as well with the COVID-19 protocols, so it's a very exciting challenge for the riders. And as you can see, they're also learning by doing. This is the kind of circuit that's very challenging for the ultimate competitor. Through these practice sessions and these warm-up sessions, you can see that essentially the riders are being given the task of heading out and learning by doing. It's not the easiest situation on these corners, particularly up at the far end of the circuit here. On the run through towards Ashby and up to Parker and Chapman, the circuit drains quite quickly. So obviously, because we've now got a very sunny start to the day, there are still damp patches around the circuit, but they are going to get away from the top surface of the tarmac fairly quickly. So there are certain points in the early races, particularly, where riders will want to be a little bit more conservative. But it's never easy to get it right. And on a circuit like this, which is so changeable in terms of conditions, the riders are really going to have to work hard. The second race, they can afford to be a little more aggressive, I think, than they can in race one. But it's certainly going to be an interesting day at the office.
B&B 2020, are you ready?
Welcome back to Wilton Mill and round number 3 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship, where we still have the pause in action whilst the injured rider is attended to by the medics. Pleased to say that we saw them walking away with the assistance of medical crews, admittedly, but the rider making their own way to the ambulance. So as we say, let's hope it's nothing too serious, but nonetheless, rider safety does come first. And we'll give the medics the time they need just to be able to deal with that situation. This was in the closing stages of Pit Bike Stock 160 Group B. The Group A riders will be out very soon as we just wait for the riders to assemble in the waiting zone. So thanks for your patience and thanks for bearing with us. We hope to get back on track very soon for the remainder of the second group of racing. We've still got a few races to go, actually. We've got the Group A riders due to be out very, very shortly indeed, followed by the Ugly & Co. Mini GP and Junior Supermoto 140 and 50, one of our junior classes a bit later on. Veterans, the Ovali Cup, Super Minis, and after the MotoGP, we've got the return of the Parker Racing stock class a bit later on today with some of the biggest names in mini bikes. I'm Chris Czora and delighted again to be taking you through the afternoon's action, joined by Jake Sanson, who was very busy out on track earlier today. And Jake, of course, we were talking earlier about the first round at Ella Park and round number 2 at Lydd were both on very fast circuits, of course, and this, of course, is a very different track around number 3 here at Wilton Mill. It's a track that riders are very used to, but of course it's a bit more technical and some bit of a slower braking corners here as well, with, of course, the issue of the off-cameras as well. So a real different challenge for the riders. And Jake, I believe, actually, is making his way out onto the track. So whilst we've got this pause in the action, Jake's going to pop down onto the grid. I'm just going to grab a word with a few riders. The track has been changing. We've got Jake's excellent track guide earlier on today just to explain some of the challenges with the damp weather and the rain that we had yesterday with the riders. Changeable conditions throughout the day. And of course, there was wet weather yesterday, but the weather looking good today has been threatening. There's been some rather nasty clouds in the air. Looking at the weather forecast, though, it does appear that there's negligible chance of rain, but we've heard that before at Wilton Mill. So far from perfect late summer weather, but at least it's dry, and if it's a little bit cool, of course, but the track has developed its own challenges. There's been some wet weather over the weekend to wash away some of the racing lines. So riders dealing with a changeable circuit. And we're just waiting now, of course, for the riders to make their way back onto the circuit very soon. We've got 1 or 2 waiting down in the waiting zone at the moment. Medics are back at the medical zone at the moment, dealing with the injured rider who is off the circuit, I should say. We can't confirm who it was. There was an incident there of 2 or 3 riders just coming together, lapping, I believe, a tail ender as well. So just waiting now for things to get back underway at this third round of the championship. Just a reminder again, of course, as to how the series pans out after today. This is the halfway mark in this revised 2020 calendar. Just a very short pause until the next round where we go to Lancashire and the Three Sisters circuit on the 20th of September for round number 4. Penultimate round of the championship is back here at Wilton Mill in just about 6 weeks' time. Of course, 18th of October back here at Wilton Mill. And our final round of the championship takes us all the way up to Teesside, the Teesside Autodrome, and of course pretty much in the heart of Middlesbrough, and that will be on the 1st of November. As we say, of course, so things have drawn to a close here momentarily, waiting for racing to get back underway again. The red flags came out at the end of the Pit Bike Stock 160, and that was the Group B race that was drawn to a close. It was a win for Jack Carter, pulling away from, it was a really entertaining race actually. Gary Carter in second, from Ben Nixon in third, Stanford fourth, and the treble 5 of Nathan Smith rounding out the top 5. But red flags coming out towards the end of the race with about 2 laps to go. We saw a couple of riders going down at the top of the circuit by Christmas Corner. That brought out the red flags. Medics were on the track for quite some time. And just to update, the injured rider has walked off the circuit, albeit with the aid of the medical crews. So at the moment, the action is in the medical zone whilst the medics deal with the injured rider. No medical cover out on track at the moment, as of course with the COVID-19 regulations, it's just a case, of course, of making sure that everything is done to schedule, or to by the book, you might say. I'm just waiting for an update from the clerk of the course, and hopefully we will be able to get racing back underway in just as soon as we can, of course. We are still waiting. The marshals on the track just having a chat as well, making sure everything is good to go. And hopefully we should be ready in a few moments. And down in the waiting zone at the moment, I think Jake has now moved down trackside, and we'll grab a few words down there in a few moments, of course. So there are still a few riders down there. And we wait. Actually, most riders are in the paddock, just waiting for them to be called down. And we'll be underway in just a few moments' time then, as we wait for the third round to get underway. Jake is down in the waiting zone.
So we're down here in the pit lane ready to go for the next race, but obviously there is the slight pause in proceedings. I think we've still got medical teams just adhering to the situation that was at Christmas Corner a short while ago. So we've got a bit of an empty pit road here at the moment, as obviously the bikers are still waiting news for when the Group A race is going to get underway. But obviously the battle that we've seen, we talked a little bit earlier on about how the track is changing. I'm looking out now again over the circuit, and those clouds that have been trying to cool down the circuit and doing a fair job of it have come back over the circuit. They've swept back across, and that's going to make the last few races of the day a little bit faster on the tyres, I think, because you'll be able to generate a little bit more temperature over to the main surface of the carcass of the tyre, and that's going to give you a little bit more heat to generate around the circuit. So you'll see drivers going for a few more aggressive moves. Plus, of course, that tends to be the dynamic of the weekend anyway, in that the second race you tend to see drivers, riders even, I will do it, get that right eventually, going through in the procedure as they battle away. The riders get a little bit more physical, a little bit more aggressive in the second race because they've got a little bit more confidence out of what happened in the previous race to take into the event. Now, obviously, looking at the championship standings coming into this one, it has been very, very close up at the top end over the first two weekends between Tyres and Lovell, and we've seen that Lovell, just to a little extent, has been on the back foot over the course of the first race. So this is a race he really needs to make a little bit more of a gain. For Tyres, essentially, he just needs to keep doing what he's doing. He's absolutely on fire at the moment and really enjoying his racing. Just waiting for a few of the competitors to make their way down. There's a little bit of uncertainty at the moment down here in pit road because the riders are still waiting for their cues, essentially, to come out onto the circuit. So we'll let you chat away a little bit more about how things are looking from the previous races, Chris, and then when we've got a few more riders down here ready to go, we'll be able to bring you a little bit more information. But it's a little bit eerie down here at the moment, as the nerves are a little bit unsettled as the wind is starting to pick up and the track temperature has plummeted.
Well, thanks, Jake, and that's going to make things difficult for the riders as the track temperature goes down. We are, of course, pretty much on an empty circuit at the moment, and like Jake says, it's a little bit eerie out there at the moment. It's everyone's in position, all the bikes are in the paddock, riders still here, but all gone quiet. It's not what we like to see at a race meeting, of course, because that usually means that something's gone wrong, and at the moment we are still waiting for the medical incident to be completed. Thanks, of course, always go to our medical teams that support these events. It's one of the jobs that we hope we don't need to see them in action. And fortunately today there has been a few more incidents than normal, and they've certainly been kept busy. But let's hope that we get this back underway very soon. Thanks, of course, to all of our marshals and officials for all their hard work as well. As always, without the marshals out on track, it's not always the easiest job out there in the elements, but without the marshals, you simply could not have these race meetings. So thanks, of course, to our marshals and to everyone behind the scenes at British Mini Bikes for all their hard work. Lap scores, of course, working hard. Just past this finish line area here, we've got the lap scoring area, and they'll be working hard with the transponder systems, keeping on top of the timing. Here we see actually a cutaway of the Wilton Mill circuit and this very impressive new clubhouse that has been constructed in recent years. Wilton Mill, a very popular circuit, very much in the centre of the UK, and a lot of investment going in off the track as well to invest in newer facilities. This very nice clubhouse, got a restaurant, offices, everything you'd want as well, and really is a popular venue. This track is in the, pretty much as you say, in the centre of the UK. It's in Northamptonshire, just outside of Daventry, and it's very well located for the main A5 road down to London and the M1 as well. So almost, you would say, well, not quite equidistant, but it's very much between the Midlands and the London area. Not that far from Silverstone either, and as you can see from the backdrop, it is very much a karting circuit. We were here last week actually with Alpha Live for the Wilton Mill Karting Club, very big meetings that they run here throughout the year, and they're also on Alpha Live. But Wilton Mill is well established as a two-wheeled circuit as well. The British mini bikes have been coming here for many years. There's regular test sessions here, and the majority of the riders competing here today, certainly the ones who are experienced in mini bike racing, will know the Wilton Mill circuit very well. They'll be used to its nuances, and as Jake touched on earlier, it is quite a demanding circuit. You may get an idea from this camera shot that it is a little bit bumpy in places. It's a demanding circuit, and certainly compared to what we had in the first two rounds of the championship, we had Ella Park over in Suffolk and round number 2 Lydd all the way down in Kent. They were very fast flowing circuits and a lot of fast corners, not much in the way of chicanes or slow hairpins, but Wilton Mill has got a bit of everything really. It's got the really fast section just after this shot here on the finish line. They go through Oblivion, that first and second corner. You've got the left and right hand switch, very fast part of the circuit. You see some of the camera angles on that first corner, the speed some of the top riders carry through there, and the run up the hill to Christmas Corner, which is deceptively steep and off cambered. Then it gets a bit slow at the top and then speeding up in the centre of the circuit for the very fast switchback. This last corner here that we're looking at now, this is the double apex. There's two right-handers, and effectively racing line really is to use that as one big sweeper and carry a lot of speed around the final corner. Important really not to go too far off the track on this last corner. There is a large concrete runoff area, but ideally you don't want to be scrambling over there really and losing too much space. So really is a popular track, but very demanding in its own way as well. Jake talked about some of the difficulties with that earlier on today in the track guide, and it really is a challenge for the riders, certainly compared to a different challenge you would say to Lydd last time out. Certainly that was a lot quicker circuit all the way round, and of course you've got the prospect of course of tyre temperatures and track temperature dropping as well here as the afternoon goes on. We are still at a pause here at the third round of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship here at Wilton Mill. Red flag in the pit bike stock 160 Group B right at the end of the race with just 2 laps remaining, so that race has been declared, and at the moment we're just waiting for the medical crews to give us the all clear and the clerk of the course, and we're just waiting now for the racing to get back underway. Just to keep you filled in though, we've got an interview with Dean Winnerton.
So the riders obviously have the tough technical challenge in front of them, but let's look a little bit at the technical side of the bikes. And with Dean Winnerton, just talk us around your particular machine.
It's a 160cc made by MR2, sponsored by A&G Commercial. Yeah, runs fine. Had a few problems with it yesterday with the carb, so we've changed it and it feels nice to ride today, yeah.
So obviously you're learning some quite niche skills as a rider on this particular bike. What makes this particular machine so challenging to ride?
It's quite nice to ride. I don't think there's any challenges. But yeah.
So obviously there are so many different types of bike that someone of your age could take on. What is it about this particular class that you like in terms of the competition, in terms of the style?
It's got a good amount of riders in the class, in the race. It's a good CC bike. Go fast on the straights. It's easy to go around the corners. Yeah.
Now, there are a lot of those here at Wilton Mill, and there are a lot of different styles and types of corner. It's a tough challenge. What do you like about the circuit?
It's got a lot of tight corners. It's a bit challenging as I fell off on Friday in the rain. Snapped the brake, but got back on it. Started to learn the track. Started to get used to it.
Now, obviously it's dry today, but as you mentioned, it was raining yesterday. How big a difference does it make to the circuit when it's rained the day before?
It's really slippery and wet in the rain. You have to give it a good 5 laps to get the tyres warm, and in the warm, give it 2 laps and you're ready to go really.
So I can imagine then that the racing is going to be fairly close over the course of the 2 races.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, hopefully it's a good result for you, Dean. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
So that was Dean Winnerton giving us a bit of an insight into the bikes and the weekend so far. Here we see once again the Wilton Mill circuit in all its glory, looking great in the the late summer weather, you would say, very well prepared circuit. Much like all the other tracks on the schedule, they've all been well turned out and very much looking like proper motor racing venues that we go to nowadays. We've got some, of course, Ella Park, a lot of money going into the setup there at the track, as the same at Lydd, really. These tracks really have had a load of money chucked at them in terms of the infrastructure and the quality of the turnout of the track. Wilton Mill, of course, is no exception. There we see, of course, it's all manner of 2- and 4-wheeled events going on here. And away from the track, of course, as we mentioned a few moments ago, we've got this impressive new clubhouse area, which houses all of the offices and the infrastructure here at Wilton Mill. You may see, perhaps as we look at this cutaway of the circuit, you'll probably see the occasional lorry going past on the M1. It's very much backing out onto this track. It's a few moments away from the motorway junction, and it certainly is very well centrally located in the UK. Just a shout out actually from Connor Weston. Good luck to Chloe Jones, who we'll see a bit later on this afternoon. Just to recap then, here at round number 3 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship here at Wilton Mill, things have drawn to a close temporarily, and we hope to get racing back underway as soon as possible, so please bear with us. We'll be starting again with the Pit Bike 160 Group A just as soon as we get the all clear from the medics and the clerk of the course. And of course, if you've been following the programme, you will know that we have drawn to a close temporarily due to the accident in the previous race, the Pit Bike 160 Group B. Now, there was a red flag very late in the race, actually, with just over 2 laps to go. And we're just going to cut back. Of course, Jake Sanson with me this afternoon here has been very busy down in the paddock and went down for another interview earlier on.
Well, obviously, we're not just focusing on the young categories here, we're also focusing on the senior riders categories. And with me is Chris Patterson. Chris, we've obviously got a very interesting pair of races today because of how challenging the class is and how challenging the circuit is here at Wilton Mill.
Yeah, this is my first time in B&B, first time at Wilton Mill. So I'm not aiming to get anywhere near the middle or the top, but I'm going to set my own race at the back and see where I can get forward enough. But yeah, it's looked like we've got a really nice day today. Could do with a bit more sun and warm the track up a bit, but I think we've got as best as we can expect.
So as a newbie coming into Rich Energy British Mini Bikes for the first time, just tell us what it's like for those who are watching who are thinking, this looks quite good, I'm fancy a go at it myself.
Just well organised, really well organised. You know where you are, you know where you're meant to be, and you know when you're meant to go out, and everything's, you know, a few weeks beforehand, you know exactly what's what, and yeah, it's great, just a great run, I think, yeah.
And your knowledge of motorcycle racing to come into this, I mean, do you come with a lot of experience coming into this, or are you literally just coming in for the first time, essentially?
No, a couple of years I did Sport, so it's supermoto, half dirt, half track. I came second in the first year racing there, so I thought I'll go for something a bit more competitive and jump on this.
And you've certainly got your teeth in there because this is one of the most competitive classes in motorcycles.
Yeah, definitely, definitely, and especially as the bike's completely stock as well, so, you know, it's great, it's great. I'm going to have to get out though.
Okay, well, we'll let you crack on with it. Thanks very much, Chris. Thanks for talking to us.
Cheers, pal.
So there we go, just another word from the track. As we say, we are still under a pause here with the red flag situation. Just to explain briefly what's going on at the moment. The rider is, say, it's certainly a case of the rider receiving medical treatment, but it's a case that all medics are dealing with the incident at the moment, and it's simply unsafe to carry on at the moment due to the red flag situation. So we're just going to have a pause whilst we wait for racing to get back underway. And just as soon as we get the all clear, we will look to get the racing back underway. So this is the third round of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship here at Wilton Mill. I'm Chris Czora, joined by Jake Sanson throughout the afternoon for all of the race action. Thanks, of course, for your patience. And as we say, we have got a pause on the action at the moment due to this medical situation. Hoping to get racing back underway just as soon as possible. And at the moment, so we're just getting the waiting for the confirmation for things to get back underway. Just to recap the program, race program anyway, we're in the second block of racing at this third round of the championship. And at the moment, we're waiting for the Pit Bike Spares Stock 160 Group A to get back underway. That will be the next race, just as soon as we get the all clear. Followed by the Ugly and Clow Mini GP Junior Supermoto 140/50 group, one of our junior groups. Veterans, a bit later on, the Ovale Cup second race is still yet to come, and the Super Minis, Race Fasteners, Mini GP 190s, and the always one of the most popular races, the Parker Racing Stock 140 Group B and Group A, scheduled to round out the programme. But at the moment, as we say, we are, well, quite literally on a pause at the moment, waiting for action to get back underway. Thanks, of course, for joining us here at Alpha Live. And, of course, plenty of action on 2 and 4 wheels across the season here with Alpha Live. Thanks, of course, for coming along and enjoying the programme here on Alpha Live. For more details on the British Mini Bikes Championship, go to britishminibikes.com. More information about the 2020 Championship and how you can get involved as well. It's plenty of ways to get into the series as well. If you want more information on getting into the series as well, there is a contact details available on the website as well. And one thing, of course, with these bikes is that it's quite an accessible way of getting into racing as well. The bikes generally have very strict guidelines on what can and can't be done in terms of the engine and work on the bike. It is in the spirit of fair play and accessibility for the bikes, because we've got the way you can just get a bike and get into racing as well without having to spend a great deal of money and be competitive right from the off. So as you say, at the moment we are still waiting for racing to get back underway. Thank you for your patience, and we hope to be back on track very soon indeed here at the 3rd round of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship. So just for those of you out there, welcome to the 3rd round of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship. I'm Chris Czora, joined by Jake Sanson for this 3rd round of the championship. And just to recap, of course, we are under a pause due to a red flag incident in the previous race, the Pit Bike Stock 160 Group B, which was red flagged towards the end of that race. At the moment, the injured rider is in the medical centre receiving further treatment. And just as soon as we get the all clear from the medics and the clerk of the course, we should be able to get racing back underway. Thanks, of course, for your patience. Of course, you'll appreciate that in a situation like this, rider safety is the important factor. So we are taking a pause at the moment and hope to get racing back underway, like we say, just as soon as possible. But at the moment, riders have stood down. They're waiting in the paddock, and we'll hope to call them back to the waiting zone very soon. So just to remind you, of course, this is the third round of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship here at Wilton Mill in Northamptonshire. I'm Chris Czora, joined for the afternoon with Jake Sampson for all the afternoon's action, but unfortunately, of course, things have drawn to a close momentarily. As I'm sure you will know if you've been following the programme, there was a red flag incident in the Pit Bike 160 Group B race with about 2 laps to go. Three-way collision just after the Christmas corner, and there was one rider down injured for quite some time. Has been taken to the medical centre, and it's just a case at the moment that medical attention required for that rider just to make sure they're stabilised, and most likely will be taken away from the circuit for further medical treatment. So at the moment it's determined that it's not safe to continue at the moment, due of course to the medical cover being busy dealing with the injured rider. So at the moment, of course, without adequate medical coverage, it's unsafe for the racing to continue. So at the moment there is a pause with action. We hope to get racing back underway just as soon as possible, and that will be dependent, of course, on the clerk of the course and the medics determining that the track is safe to continue. So here we are, as you say, everyone has stood down for a moment. The marshals has taken a break. They've had a relatively busy afternoon here, and we hope to be able to get the racing back underway just as soon as possible. Whilst we have a pause, we can perhaps have a look at some of the championship tables going in, of course, to this third round here at Wilton Mill. This is from the first 2 rounds of the season of the series. This year, of course, there's only 6 rounds because things have been curtailed somewhat due to COVID-19. So the championship classes, all rounds will count this year. And just looking at the Super Minis to begin with, Joe Dickinson, who we saw through great form earlier on today, leads the championship on 220 points from Lawrence Wardle, Dom Herbertson, Jordan Pritchard and Dane Blackburn running at the top 5 in that championship. But Joe Dickinson very much the rider to beat in the Super Minis. In terms of the 160s, the riders who we're waiting to see later on, Ryan Tyers leading the championship on 230 points. 40 points ahead of Jim Lovell in second place, Dominic Herbertson, Jamie Callan and Jake Whittaker running at the top 5 coming into this third round here at Wilton Mill. Ed Peed and Phil Dickens a bit further behind. So that's the Pit Bike Stock 160. Those riders will be out a little bit later on this afternoon, we hope, as soon as we get the all clear from the medics. So of course that is very important. Rider safety is the main priority. But just to recap then, here at Wilton Mill, we're waiting for the next race to get underway. It's the Pit Bike 160, sorry, out on the track very soon. There was a medical incident earlier on, and Group A going out very soon. Ryan Tyers, Jim Lovell, Dominic Herbertson, the likes to look out for. And one rider who had a shout out earlier was one of the young stars, Chloe Jones. And a bit earlier on today, Jake went down to the pits to speak to Chloe to see how she was getting on and her hopes for today.
Well, there are many different types of bikes here at Wilton Mill in the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes. Let's have a word with Chloe Jones, who could tell us a bit about the class she's in. So tell us about this particular bike, Chloe.
So this isn't actually my bike, but this is a GRC. It's a brand new, it's UK, the first one in the UK. We're just developing it. MRS is the official the supplier of it now. So it's a good little bike. You can get them in 110s, 140s and 190s. So it's for all classes, all ages, and it's just a great little bike to start on as well.
Now, you've been in this paddock a fair while now as a competitor, and you've evolved so quickly since your first day on the bike. Just how challenging is it to step out of the comfort zone as a novice and then get mixing it with the front runners?
Yeah, obviously it's a bit it's obviously challenging. Like, you come to the best in the country, the best championship you can ride in. So obviously it's not going to be easy, but it's very good, very good. A lot of competition and great fun.
And obviously, and compared to other forms of motorsport at this level, the learning curve is quite steep, but once you click with the bike and the circuit, you can find you're gaining lap times pretty quickly.
Yeah, exactly. Like these little Ovale bikes, they're great to start on, and then once you're building up, it's just amazing. Like, now I'm out in the adults, it's just so much more fun and so much more faster and challenging more than ever.
One of the things I've always really liked about the British mini bike paddock as well is just how many women like yourself are racing and up at the front end of the field. Just how has that changed over the last 2 or 3 years? Because it used to be there were 1 or 2, and now there seems to be dozens of you.
Yeah, when I first started there was only 2 of us, but now there's more women that are enjoying it, like more girls that are enjoying it, and they're being inspired by Maria Costello, Jenny Timmuth and people like that.
It's fantastic to see. I mean, this is a Wilton Mill circuit that can be very tough and very technically challenging. How are you guys finding it in your team?
Yeah, it's just a little bit of fun, because obviously in and out of BSB, we got it next weekend, we had it last weekend, so we just come in for a bit of fun really. Qualifying went good, I think I was P7, mixing it up in the 160s on a 140, so it's just having a bit of fun.
Well, hopefully it's a good one for you today. Good luck.
Thank you.
So that was Chloe Jones, a rider who's very much grown up with the British mini bikes, has been about on the scene for many years, experienced rider, and of course, like many of the top ones, will certainly know a lot about Wilton Mill. A few riders just making their way down to the waiting zone just to keep up to date. We are hoping to get the racing back underway just as soon as possible. I think we are approaching the all clear from the clerk of the course. I think racing will be underway very shortly. Marshals will be making their way back to position if they haven't done so already, and hopefully we'll get the racing back underway just as soon as possible. Thanks of course for your patience. I'm sure that you'd appreciate that we want to get things back underway. And there again, just looking at the footage, you can see just how close we are to the transport hubs of the M1. There was the one of the main West Coast mainline trains going down there as well, I think. So it's all very busy down here in Northamptonshire. Except on the track, unfortunately, because there's not much going on here at Wilton Mill right now, but we're hoping to get the bikes out on track. That will be, I believe, will be the pit bike stock 160s, but we're just looking to see who's down there in the waiting zone at the moment. There are a couple of riders starting to assemble. I believe we are running to program, but we're just going to make sure that we're all ready to go. I'm Chris Czora, joined by Jake Sanson, who I think has been sampling the restaurant here at Wilton. It smells very nice here in the commentary booth right now, and plenty of facilities off the track as well.
Nothing like a good portion of halloumi fries from the Wilton Mill Cafe. That's all I'm going to say. But yes, it does look as though we have some pit lane activity, certainly here at the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes at Wilton Mill. It looks as though we're going to try and complete as much of the racing programme as is humanly possible. Obviously, we are only racing to a certain time limit brought on by the incident a little while ago, so it has to be to a certain schedule. But as you can see, riders are now starting to make their way into their positions once again, and as you mentioned before, I'm fairly sure it is going to be the continuation of the pit bikes, the stock 140s, I think it is, that's coming up next on the circuit. So
160s,
160s, my apologies. I knew I was going to get it 20 out. So it's one or the other, but certainly, yes, the pit bike 160s heading out onto the circuit again. And after their earlier race, of course, which saw Ryan Tyers take the victory in front of Rhys Stevenson, this is a big, important opportunity for Jim Lavelle, who you can see there is lining up third on the grid. But interestingly, the front row is empty. I don't see Ryan Tyers and I don't see Rhys Stevenson, but certainly the riders are heading out onto the circuit. Now, whether they'll be able to join in a little bit after everybody else or not is unclear, but we'll have to double check, because the riders are, as you can see, making their way around the circuit. I didn't see either Ryan Tyers or Rhys Stevenson in their positions on the holding area, so I'm assuming they should be allowed to rejoin and get themselves into their starting grid positions from out of the pit lane.
There's Rhys Stevenson, actually,
yep.
1, 2, 3, just on the inside. So, of course, he'll make his way around and join the grid when he gets back in position. I think there was Jim Lovell possibly out there as well. We'll confirm this all when they come back towards us.
I definitely saw Lovell, the 97, there in his original grid slot in third position in the holding area. But certainly the 55 of Ryan Tyres. We haven't seen him yet, but I'm sure that when he emerges onto the front row of the grid as normal, then all shall be well. Just taking some time to gauge some of the feelings of the competitors in between that last race start and the massive gap, of course. Now, we have unconfirmed sources that tell us that there is an injury to one of the riders that was involved in that one. It's not confirmed the extent of the injury, but obviously the delay is due to the fact that the correct safety procedures and guidelines had to be adhered to in correlation with the COVID-19 safety guidelines. But because it's a rather acute incident, that's why we had such a big gap between the last race and the present one. So unfortunate there, and I know that's very frustrating for a lot of the people watching along, but it does mean, of course, that we can go racing again now. And that's obviously a good sign, because if it was a particularly severe incident, then we wouldn't be able to start racing again. But obviously, we're trying to get through as much of the program that is left of races as physically possible, and it will all be down to essentially how much of that we can complete now.
So after the delay, we wait for the racing to get underway. The flag is about to drop, and this is the Pit Bike 60. Group A gets underway. Reece Stevenson with a great drive round the outside. He really got away well.
Oh,
and a
dear, oh
high-sider
dear.
on the first corner. Caught the back wheel. Rider seems to be okay. We didn't get the number of that rider.
I think that's Mostica, potentially, the
Possibly.
27. So certainly one of the riders from the very front end of the field that's basically been spat out of the queue there.
Just caught the back wheel and nowhere to go. High-siding off them. The rider is still down. Unfortunately, I dread to say, let's hope that we can get things. The red flag has been displayed. He has still on the ground, so that was all of 30 seconds, unfortunately.
This is silly.
So trouble there, just caught the back wheel. Down he went. Who was one of the front runners will
This is the eagerness. You see, this is the eagerness and the insistence to go racing again, and the urgency to get back into the action one more time. But unfortunately, we've just had a red flag that's been very much extended, and now another rider gone down at the run through Oblivion and into Crook.
Just a bit of bad luck there. Just seemed to front wheel went away, just got taken out by one of the riders in front. Just a bit of bad luck there as they went through, and quite a hefty tumble. That run through Oblivion, that first corner, it's a very fast part of the track. So we have, luckily so far, haven't had a first corner incident today, but
it would be right now when we've had a massive delay that the first one appears, isn't it?
The rider just receiving some medical treatment. The rider's still down. We thought they were okay, actually, but the rider has stayed down and is receiving some medical attention. As we see the rest of the riders paused in the waiting zone right now.
I can tell you the rider in question that it was. It's JJ Cunningham. So it's JJ Cunningham that went down in that first incident. So it was Cunningham trying to get on the inside line and essentially going into too small a space on the inside line there. So it's Cunningham that gets squeezed, trying to maintain his line on the inside, but he's got a rider to his outside trying to come through and make a position. Trying to figure out which rider this is. I think it's Jim Lovell, actually. Jim Lovell's got a relatively poor start, but then comes around the outside of Cunningham to gain the position back. And essentially Cunningham gets spat out between the bike and the curb, and it is quite a hefty fall he takes there. So it's an unfortunate issue. Look at Tyres there, currently with the 1, 2, 3 of Stevenson. They're having a nice little bit of banter there. There's nothing irritating about that at all. That's all playful. They're just having a bit of a spat there. A nice bit of banter there as they wait for something to start. They're all just bantering there and saying, well, what's yours in the pub later?
So yeah, plenty of discussions going on down there. We're waiting for the incident. Cunningham is still down, JJ Cunningham, who got caught up in that first corner melee. And as we say, rider safety is the important part, so let's hope that we can get things back underway. Well, this is unfortunate. It's the way things go sometimes. We've had such a long delay. Racing gets back underway, and then a hefty first corner accident. It just seemed to be, it wasn't certainly anything with any riders going over their heads. It was just a racing incident, and well, we were back in the situation once again with riders waiting by the first corner. Well, this is by the approach to boot on the final part of the lap. Whether somebody's got some running repairs down on the left-hand side of the track, I don't know, but hopefully once the incident is dealt with, we hope we can get the riders back out on track very soon. I think there was 1 or 2 bikes just being attended to there at the moment. Whether there's a mechanical fault or something, I don't know, but at the moment riders just waiting. There is an incident then on the first corner. We believe then it was JJ Cunningham Can't see Cunningham's bike in that lineup there. So we're going to take a break and hopefully be back with you very shortly for the restart of Pit Bike 160 Group A. Welcome back to Wilton Mill and round number 3 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship. As we're waiting once again for race to get back underway, JJ Cunningham taking a nasty tumble on the first corner, which brings out the red flag. Fortunately, we have seen him walking away under his own steam from the accident site. And for myself and Jake Sanson, it's a bit of an anxious wait before we can get racing back underway.
Certainly is. It's a long, long time from May to September, isn't it? It's been one of those stop and start days, unfortunately, here at the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes. Obviously, the team behind the scenes working their hardest to ensure that all the correct safety protocols and procedures are adhered to, but there's only certain limitations that they can work within and certain guidelines that they can adhere to with the current world situation, and obviously the riders' safety is absolutely paramount above anything else. So they have to ensure that that procedure is maintained. And obviously this environment still needs to be maintained as a safe one. But it does mean, of course, that the competitors are taking it very merrily and in their stride. We can see the riders there. They've all had all sorts of banter on the circuit and off it over the course of the last few hours, as racing is hopefully going to be continuing to the letter and to the end of the programme as soon as is humanly possible. But obviously there are some constraints that the championship organisers are having to work towards in terms of medical facilities. There's only a certain amount you can do in these certain situations, so we just have to follow the protocols and procedures and await the verdict as to what will happen next. But full credit to everybody within the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes paddock. They've worked tirelessly and been very, very hard pushed to make sure everything works swimmingly this weekend, especially considering how tough things were yesterday in terms of the weather conditions. It was brutal for a lot of yesterday, and a lot of changeable conditions and stop-starts all the way through. But we are now obviously in a situation where the riders are obviously in the same boat as each other. They just want to go racing, but they have to make sure that it's done to the correct procedure. Lovely drone pictures again over the course of this very picturesque circuit, just a stone's throw away from Silverstone, which is about 20 minutes drive away from this circuit. And a lot of the racers obviously hoping to go from this place to that place, because of course many a rider in each of these categories would dearly love to compete on the racetrack of BSB, and then maybe even, you never know, World Superbikes or MotoGP one day on the home of British motor racing just down the road from here. And it's great to see that there are so many talented competitors of all ages working their craft in these particular categories, and it's no surprise and no joke to consider just how skillful these young riders are when they're given the opportunity to push it to the limit around a circuit as challenging and as technical as this one here at Wilton Mill. And certainly this pit bike category, it's got a real mixture of youth and adult riders. De facto it is an adult race class, but riders, I'll double check, I believe it is from the age of 14 can compete in this race class. We've got Chase Collymore down there, I think the rider you may see centre of the screen next to the marshal. Now he's not very old, he can't be any more than about 14. He was one of the junior riders a while back, now mixing it with the adults. And one of the things, of course, with the younger riders is they really do get the opportunity to learn their racecraft, and
some of the riders at the front of the field, especially in these junior race categories, do seem to have gained that very quickly, got used to the racecraft and being around traffic, making moves as well, and really do seem to have learned their craft very early on.
Well, this is the thing, and I always find about British mini bikes in particular in these classes, the gap of knowledge and the gap of learning is such a big chasm, but there's no alternative for these riders. I mean, you can go on test days and you can learn the circuit and learn the bike, and that's one thing, but you have no knowledge of going into racing at this level until you just get yourself onto the grid with a novice jacket. You know, you've just got to hurl yourself in at the deep end and hope that you are able to float, essentially. It's very tough, but it does breed really great racers, and it breeds amazing athletes as well, because when you're coping with that much adversity all in one go, it does raise your game. You know, you do have to increase your discipline, your patience, your stamina. There are so many things and so many factors that go into making a decent motorcycle racer. And I don't think there's any other form of motorsport where the microscope that you're under is so highly trained on you. You know, you're in there with the midst of drivers who are very well backed and supported, some of them who have done, you know, 2 or 3 seasons of racing, and then you've got the others on the grid who are new to this and are literally dipping their toe in the water of racing at this level for the first time. And there's no other level, essentially, from this that you can compete at. It's got to be this or nothing, you know, and that's such a minefield for a lot of these young racers. We see a few of them, and we've seen a lot of them come, you know, 2 seasons ago, 3 seasons ago, they're 30 seconds off the pace at the back of the field being lapped 2 or 3 times, but then 2 years later, they've got it, they've clicked, and now they're the ones that are competing at the front of the field. And I always find it really fascinating to watch how these guys have learnt and how they have developed as competitors, as the riders are there just checking out how low the drone can go as they fly over the circuit. It's great to see. There's not little else to do while we wait for the race to continue, but great to see that the likes of Ryan Tyers and Jim Lovell there at the front end of the field, they're getting into the spirit of things. And as I keep saying, you know, this is a very fun-natured paddock, as well as the intensity of trying to become a top-level motorcycle racer. It's a very pleasant paddock to be in. There are a lot of great characters here.
And of course, I think 1 or 2 have clocked how low that drone is. One of the new series for 2020, the Ovale Cup. And Ovale, it's an Italian manufacturer brought into the UK by none other than Peter Hickman, the BSB, and of course known as the fastest rider on the Isle of Man TT course. And Hickman actually was here at the first round of BMB at Ella Park, and he's far from being just a money man. He's actually taking an active role in this, and talking to me, he did pop into the commentary booth a bit later on during the day of that first round of the championship. He had to go on the Ovale machine himself as a mini bike, and one of the things he was saying is he likes the idea that, of course, it's a business opportunity for him, but he's helping to bring new riders into the sport. The Ovale, it's a bit of a package you can just go out and buy, basically. The engines are sealed, so it's pretty much a bike that you can just get in there and race. And one of these things, the accessibility, just to get out there and get racing.
Yeah, it's all about talent for Peter Hickman. He really does love watching the young generation come through, and that's what I really like about, you know, his stance these days. He's obviously been very focused and committed and dedicated to his program in motorsport as a rider, but he's also about giving the young generation that nurture and that opportunity. And the Ovale bike, it's very exquisite, it's very well prepared, but it's also a great tool for riders to learn on.
So it looks the part, doesn't it?
It really does, you know, and a lot of a young rider's motivation and a lot of a youngster's energy that they put into it is, if the bike looks the real deal, they want to put everything into it. And it's about aesthetics to a certain degree, because you have so much good nature amongst the racers. Yes, obviously it's a fun hobby, but so many of them want to take this and move on to the upper echelons of the sport. They want to get into the super bikes and, you know, the Grand Prix bikes of this world. But if the tools you're racing on, if they look the part, you give a little bit more of yourself to it. You know, you put a bit more of your dedication, your motivation, your passion into it, and it brings more out of you. So it brings more racecraft, it brings more speed, and it actually brings more of your own personality into it. I love these pit bikes with my whole heart, but I love the Metro kits, and particularly the Ovale 110s. They are such a good bike for youngsters to learn, and it really is an amazing tool for them to step up. But you've got so much talent within these pit bikes, and as you mentioned earlier, you know, a lot of them are from the road racing leagues, but they've come here because, whether it's to do with budget or whether it's to do with a change of pace and a change of scenery, you've got some amazing racers here to duel for the victory.
So here we go then. As you can see, the riders are now lining up on the grid for the restart of Pit Bike Stock 160 Group A. I'm sure It will be a bridge program, of course, slightly shorter races. Had a few incidents today, unfortunately, a few red flags, so the program has been delayed slightly, and we hope to get as many of the races through as possible. The riders now lining up on the grid. Let's hope for a clean start. Once the action gets underway, there's a couple of more riders making their way around the final corner, and we should be way minus, of course, JJ Cunningham. You'll see the third place grid absent at the moment, of course, due to that red flag incident, and he's currently receiving some medical attention. Last few riders now lining up on the grid, and we should be ready for the restart of Group A in a few moments. This is the pit bike stock 160 class. Flag is about to drop, and away we go. Great start on the outside from the 1-2-3 Rhys Stevenson. Nice drive into the first corner from Ryan Tyres, and let's hope it's clean this time. Seems to have got through okay. Up the hill they go for Christmas for the first time.
Yeah, another brilliant start from Stevenson. He's really been able to utilise the outside line to charge forward and get one over on Ryan Tyres as they head through the first few corners of the lap. So far, so good, and I am touching wood as I say that, so it's very important to make sure we get through all the way. That's the table in front of me for anybody who's a little unsure, but the battle is still raging up at the front. Stevenson there with Ryan Tyres up at the front end. Jim Lovell doing well to hold the bike in third position. But this is a tough race now for Stevenson to hold on to. He's got the initial drop, but Tyres is going to absolutely blast out of the blocks, and he now wants a chance to come forward. So the riders just getting themselves up to speed as they come through the toe of the boot and then up towards the heel. And this is where riders are really going to start to push it.
Here we go around the final corner, and the number 7 of Chase Collymore looking strong at that final corner. As we watch the 55 of Ryan Tyres, got a great drive out of the corner, although Stevenson cuts the front end off a bit there going up to Christmas corner, and the 97, the rider to look out for right now, Jim Lovell, coming down towards Ashby. We should see on the drone footage there in the centre of your screen, going down the outside of Stevenson, and we got the apex there but got squeezed out, and Stevenson holds on to the lead. It's Tyres in second, Lovell third. Those top three breaking away somewhat now from Brad Copland, James Mostica, Chloe Jones, who Jake spoke to earlier, currently 6th at the line last time round from Chase Collymore as the third place rider, 97.
You'll notice they're being quite a bit more deliberate with their overtaking moves. That's because they've got less time to do them. This is only a 5-lap sprint, and as they come across to the end of the second lap, they've only got 3 laps to go because of the reduced time of the program. So Tyres cannot afford to wait around here behind Stevenson. He's got to get on with this now, and Stevenson knows that, so he'll know that Tyres is being quite desperate in terms of his bids to come by. So Stevenson just needs to keep it on the inside apex, well planted, and he's got a good opportunity. But look at Tyres, he's so fast on the throttle coming out of Christmas. He needs to make this run into Ashby. But he's
nice.
No, that's worked perfectly because Stevenson actually ended up with a knee on the curb, and that made him stand in the seat, so he's not able to get the good purchase off the hairpin, and Tyres made mincemeat of him. That was such a well-judged move.
That was your textbook block pass there, squaring the turn off on the way down to Ashby and taking the front wheel fairly, of course, away from Stevenson to prevent him from making the repass, and that has worked to perfection because you can see now that Tyres has pulled a small gap at the front. Stevenson still second, Lovell third, and that really was a textbook block pass to Ashby, taking the front wheel away and fairly, you would say, preventing the opponent from repassing. So these top three really have broke away now. The 4th placed rider, Brad Copland, on the 32 is over 4 seconds down, which is light years in effect in this race. We've got 2 laps to go. Any one of these three could still win, although at the moment Ryan Tyres has got the lead and is trying to get a good lap in and pull away.
And then, of course, you've got the likes of Mostica and Collymore still scrapping away with Copland for that 4th place. Chloe Jones doing a fair job there in 7th place ahead of Clark. But this is a really tight run now for Stevenson because he's been caught out essentially by Tyres. So he knows he's not got long to do anything about it. And essentially now, he's in a race for 2nd position. He can't catch up to Tyres, who's really bolted out of the blocks now and started to stretch away. So this last lap is going to be about hanging on to 2nd place from Jim Lovell. He can't go for the win anymore.
Whoops. Further down with the rider going onto the grass. No, sure. I don't think it's Quincy, it's another one of the blue bikes. But
it's up at Parker.
Yeah, Parker was it, sorry?
Oh, it's up at Parker.
Up at Parker, sorry, beg your pardon. Ryan Tyres, your race leader, running well as you see this battle on the edge of the top 10. There's the 27 of Mostica as Chase Collymore has a peek down the inside of the 56. Collymore, one of the young stars of British mini bikes, and certainly running well on this final lap as we cut back to the leaders. And at the moment, it looks like Ryan Tyres has got enough in the bag. Waved yellows with that incident a bit further down the track. Nothing serious, but the riders will have to maintain position as they make their way through. It looks like Ryan Tyres at the moment has got this one in the bag.
Yeah, he's settled it really nicely as they come through the final couple of corners. He's really made this one his own.
Ryan Tyres in one more corner to go. Great move, Ashby, to take the checkered flag. And he takes a well-deserved victory. Rhys Stevenson has to settle for second place. Jim Lovell third. It was all about those three. And the rest of the top 10 go through. James Mosticker, Chase Collymore on the last lap up to 5th position from Brad Copland, Chloe Jones and Ryan Clark just a little bit further behind. So certainly took a while to get that race back underway, but you would say, Jake, it was worth the wait.
It certainly was, and for Ryan Tyres, you know, he really made that one come to him, essentially. He didn't panic about the fact that Stevenson got a better start. He knew he didn't have long. He knew he only had about 5 laps to get the move done, but once he knew where Stevenson was going to be vulnerable on that first part of the lap, he thought, right, well, Ashby is where I can get it done. If I squeeze him into position, I'll be able to maximise the throttle off the turn, stand on the brakes. If I force him to the inside curve to try and get the switch back, I might be able to unsettle him, which is exactly how he did it. Really mature and really good foresight from him to get racing up to the lead of the race, and a perfect victory, pulling out a second to secure the job.
So we're going to go through very shortly for our next race of the day, the Ugly & Co. Mini GP and Junior Supermoto 140s and 50s, underway in a few moments' time. So here we are in association with Ugly & Co. We move forward to our second race of the day for this race category, Junior SM 140s and the Mini GP 140-50. Headed on the grid by Daniel Goodman with a 54.398 this morning. Ruben Bray, who's been in such good form today, is second on the grid. Zach Weston, Joel Gregg in 4th. Lewis Mullen 5th. Peter Willis rounding out the top 6. It was Mason Greasley in 7th. Harvey Lathrop in 8th position. 9th for Nathan Ellis Ward. And as they make their way out onto the track, Luke Hutchinson in 10th. A bit further back, Kobe Perry, Tao Collymore, Luke Schofield, Bobby King, Dominic Gardner, and Matthew Wood was 18th in the qualifying session. Last few riders on the grid included Ruby Booth, Joe Mosticker, George Wood, James Walker, Harry Pell and Cade Watt. Ozian Thomas in 25th, Jack Knight in 26th from Brook Champion, Harvey Brooks and Kelsey Carter. Ryan Frost and George Bowes no time in the qualifying, so they will start at the back of the field. This is another one of our main junior race categories. Plenty of riders entered for the weekend as well, and as we saw in the first race, some very good action, and certainly Daniel Goodman and Ruben Bray amongst others riders to watch in this second moto.
Yeah, they've given us plenty of drama and entertainment already. I have a feeling that this is the race that Ruben Bray will really want to win. He's come so close a couple of times already and had some brave runs to get to second position, but this is now his best chance of a race victory over the course of today's action. He's come very, very tight in with a lot of his performances in the first 2 races of his weekend. He's got good pace, he's got good knowledge of the circuit now. In the cooler conditions, he does seem to have a little bit more speed over 1 lap than his rivals out there, so this could be an interesting one. The tough question is going to be whether he can get a better start than Dan Goodman. If he can get off the line better and ahead of Goodman initially, then that will give him the momentum off the line to move his way forward. But you've got the likes of Weston, Grieg, Mullen and Willis are all in there, so it's definitely going to be quite difficult to see if he can make his way forward. Plus you've also got that JSM 140 battle of Harvey Lathrop, who got the victory last time in his little duel with Mason Greasley, so you have to see how he's going to be. We're not going to have, as far as I'm aware, Nathan Ellis Ward might not be on the grid for this one because he was the one who took the tumble earlier on in the race that ended up getting suspended in this category. So hopefully it's going to be a good... Oh, is he there?
I think he is there. Looking at one of the other shots on the grid, I think he's
in
about
you're right.
8th position. The bike did suffer a bit of damage in that accident in the first block of racing, but
you're right, he's
looks
there.
like he's there. So that's good news.
That's very good news. I mean, it seemed pretty hard at the time, but no, he's been able to get himself back into contention. So very good news.
I think you can tell him he's one of the older riders, I think, and he's twice as big as some of the other ones,
That's
some of the
true.
smaller riders on the grid, isn't he? He's a big lad.
Well, in these classes, they're all made of rubber anyway, aren't they? They just bounce back up, it's fine.
Here we go then. So it looks like the riders are ready and in position. Of course, we've got 2 race classes here. We will keep you up to date with the positions as we wait for the flag to drop. Of course, these races have been shortened due to the stoppages earlier on today. So the start, very important indeed, and nailing it there was Daniel Goodman. Through the first corner they go. Looks like a good getaway as well for Peter Willis and Joel Craig in there as well. But 57, Daniel Goodman with a good start. Ruben Bray has got away well in second. Zach Weston. Joel Craig listed as one of the JSM 140 riders in 4th position. Mason Greasley and Harvey Lathrop a little bit further behind as they make their way down towards Ashby for the first time. And certainly the treble too. Harvey Lathrop, who was in good form in the first race, has had another good getaway.
The slightest bit of hesitation off the line for Bray, and that's what allowed Goodman the chance to slide up the inside line without really having any problems at all. So he's now got himself into that very crucial lead on the opening lap. It's up to Bray now to stay with him and start to hunt him down for position. But he's got the knowledge of knowing that he did beat him in the earlier class in their alternative bikes earlier on. So he's got good speed and good pace around here. It's now up to Bray to really give pressure to Goodman.
Here we go, then the drone footage there showing just how much Ruben Bray was picking up and pulling away from the rest of the field. Here we go towards Christmas once again, that uphill braking zone, and at the moment Goodman has got the advantage at the front and can afford to take his own lines into the corner. Bray not really close enough just yet to go for a pass, and realistically, of course, in the second moto they are shortened quite considerably now because of the incidents earlier on. Really is now or never at the moment to go for position. Ruben Bray, he can't afford to hang around for too long here to try and get past Goodman.
So this is awkward for Bray because he's only got 3.5 laps left of racing before the checkered flag falls. So he doesn't have a massive amount of time to get on with this. He's just got to extend his opportunities in the braking zone. He's got to get a little bit earlier on the throttle every time he gets a chance. Goodman's playing the conservative card here. He's being a little bit easy on the throttle, easy on the brakes. He doesn't want to push the bike too hard. Bray is going hell for leather, and that's what's going to give him a good run as they battle for position. This is a little bit further back. This is Weston and Willis. Willis is going to try and come right round the outside.
Oh, he's going to switch down the inside into Christmas. Lovely move there. That was a very tactical move there from Peter Willis. I think he almost sold Weston a dummy there on the outside. Left that inside open, but always trying to fight back down the inside there is Weston, but can't quite make the move stick. 2.5 laps to go. This battle of the third, very close. That one into Christmas corner, that was quite interesting because I think you would say Willis almost sold a dummy there. Went round the outside and then left the inside open, of course, went straight down and made the move stick.
Yeah, he did. I think Weston was trying to cover him off, essentially, and chopped across the front fairing of the bike. But there was no way he was sticking to that one. He felt, well, I've still got plenty of pace and speed. He's going to be compromised, so this is my chance. And he made full advantage of it. Grieg is now trying to battle away there with Mullen as they hold on for 5th position. Grieg is trying to be a little bit defensive there on Lewis Mullen. You've got to remember they're not even in the same class, these two, but keeping Mullen between him and Lathrop is very good tactically. Lathrop tries again to get up the inside. Well held by Grieg, but he's running the gauntlet there, battling with him. If that was me, I wouldn't be trying quite so hard to keep in front because, yes, you've only got a lap and a half to go, okay, but the main opposition for him are Lathrop and Greasley behind. So if Mullen wants to get through and make the move for position, well, he's got a lot more to lose, Grieg, in 5th position than Mullen has in 6th, because Mullen is racing the guys up in front of them. Grieg is the leader in his class, so he doesn't want to throw away an opportunity to get a victory by battling too hard with someone he's not effectively racing against.
Closing stage of this race now then, 1 lap to go, and at the front it's still Daniel Goodman leading from Ruben Bray.
But look, they've caught the back markers already, and that's already compromised Goodman. Bray is now right with him.
So this is Bray's final chance. Christmas goes begging, you would say there, as it goes round for the final time. There are 1 or 2 slow riders in front, and Bray down the inside with the tail enders, but Goodman shuts the door. Still some slow riders, of course, on this final lap. They look to one side, let the leaders through, and Bray again tries that inside line. Goodman again guarding the inside line, but there's another slower rider in front, of course, running his own race. That's the 93, George Wood, I believe.
I think Ruben's compromised. He's compromised.
Yeah.
I thought he had the chance there to get on the throttle and just get underneath Goodman. He should have taken the opportunity about 4 corners ago. Now he's really going to struggle into this final bend, but if he keeps the throttle open and gets it round the outside, he might get a chance to split them. It's going to be Goodman.
That was close, says the 277 of Cade Watt, brings home in 20th place, splitting those 2 leaders. Very, very close indeed from Goodman and Bray as they got already amongst the slower traffic. Willis in 3rd. The 151, Zach Weston, Joel Grieg Well, Joel Greig didn't look like a JSM bike there, but showing on the class as JSM 140, so provisional winner of that class. Mason Greasley 7th and 2nd of the JSM 140s, Harvey Lathrope, Nathan Ellis-Ward and Teo Collymore rounding out the top 10 in what was a very competitive race. Daniel Goodman and Ruben Bray fighting to the line. Slower traffic on the final lap made life difficult for the two leaders, but it really was a good race to the flag. Daniel Goodman was the one who held them off. So from our youngest riders, we go to some of the older riders in the paddock. It's the Cymotor veterans coming up. And we are back down here in the waiting zone for what is always a popular race. This is the Cymoto veterans, some of the most experienced riders on the grid. Headed in the qualifying by James Mostica, Matthew Davis was in second. Julian Gromit qualified third from Phil Dickens, John Bolsover and Gav Tappenden rounding up the top 6. Alan Brooks in 7th from Ben Douglas, Ian Wareham, Paul Histon rounding up the top 10. 11th for Ian Walker, Adam Redding qualifying in 12th. Darren Hall in 13th from Dervena Lane, 14th position. Al Morris, Tony Reveley in 16th. Gary Carter, Steve Allen qualifying in 18th position. Further back it was William Horner rounding up the top 20 from Robin Kyle, Mark Jarrett, Chris Reed, Matthew Corbett in 24th. Stan Gill 25th, Stu Bateson 26th. John Pearson, Mick Price, Michael Judkins and Roy Marsden with no time running up the field at the back of the grid. They make their way out then for the formation lap, the second race of the day for the veterans, and this is sponsored by Cy Motos. And again, some very experienced riders out here and very high level of competition at the front here, Jake. And I would say that this second race, again, much like all the other classes now, it is a bit shortened because of the red flags earlier today. And the first few laps here could be very close indeed.
It gives us a really tight and intense battle, though, because essentially the riders before would take a couple of laps to get the tyres up to temperature and start to make those overtaking moves. Now you need those laps to make the overtaking moves. You just got to pray that the bike is going to have the grip underneath you to storm forward. Where there were 12 laps of racing, now there's only 5. So obviously it's not great from the riders who are down the order, but essentially at the same time, you know, the flotsam and jetsam that's been littered around the circuit all the way through the day has compromised our race program somewhat. So we've just got to get through the remaining races and hope that we're not too far over the times of the schedule. We are going to be running a little bit later than we had planned to be, but the main thing is that there are no major injuries. There are only some slight severities of problems. But it's great to see that, you know, the racing is still very even and close. But certainly in the pit bike veterans, we saw a good little battle early doors as Julian Gromit worked his way back into position. I'm rather hoping that this time Phil Dickens can get off the line, because of course he was a bit compromised earlier on from that second row. So hopefully this time he's going to have a much better play of it.
So here we go, the last few of the vets making their way onto the grid. We'll be back underway very shortly. And like we say, hoping that Dickens gets a better getaway this time, because he stalled on the grid in the first moto. Looks like the last few riders are in position and ready to go. Grid is ready. The green flag goes up. Riders now waiting for the flag to drop. And vets race number 2 is underway. Great jump on the inside from James Mostica. Looks like he's going to claim the corner and retain the lead. Gaff Tappenden getting away well in third from Matthew Davis second. Gromit and Bolsover rounding out the top 5. Now, for whatever reason, Dickens seemed to start a bit further down the field, as down the inside goes Julian Gromit battling with John Bolsover. Looks like a clean start on that first half lap as they make their way down towards Ashby for the first time, and getting away well there, James Mostica.
Well, Tappenden is really going to have a bit of pressure underneath him now, because Gromit is trying to hold on to that third place. He's got a bit of opposition now as he tries to fend off into position. In fact, is that Gromit through?
Yeah, Gromit's gone through to third.
Yes, he has. So he's made the bid on Tappenden. And look, Tappenden again looking down at the bike. I think he's got some issues with this bike, you know. It's not quite going his way. And John Bolsover is going to be catching him pretty rapidly on the 142. Tappenden, look, he's shaking his head. Shaking his head as he comes around. He's like, I've got nothing. Whether he's got no grip or whether he's got no power, something is not going well.
To be honest, Jake, after watching him at the first 2 rounds of the championship, this is a very different rider. He's usually quite, I don't want to say aggressive, but he's quite out there, and it's a very attacking rider. It just seems to be riding, it just seems no mojo in the bike at all, really. Just doesn't look happy at all, doesn't look comfortable, and really not troubling the leaders. But looking at the 75 here. Of course, we've only got 4 laps to go in this shortened race, and Julian Gromit in the 3rd position now. Of course, time isn't on his side, looking threatening.
No, it's not, and this is a complete replay of the battle we saw between these two at the end of the previous race. It was Davies in second, with Gromit trying to chase him down, and Mostica up in front for the victory. Now Gromit has no time to play with here at all. He's just got to get stuck in and get on with it. Those elbows have got to come out. That stance has got to be a little bit more aggressive as they come off the turn. He needs to really up the ante now, so this is going to be Gromit, the championship leader, trying to battle his way through to second place past Matthew Davies. But Davies is no slouch. He's not going to give him any quarter.
Gromit tries the outside line, coming up Fair Lady up the hill. Great move there on the exit, and will he claim the corner? It's going to be close into Christmas, but no, Davies has got the line. Gromit now, I think, will maybe try and square the turn off, go down the inside into Ashby, but Davies has got the line covered. Gromit having to trail there, and it was a good move there on the outside from Gromit, trying the outside line, the momentum on the outside, but couldn't quite claim the corner.
Well, if Davies had any doubt about just how close and intense Gromit's pressure is going to be for him, there's no doubt now, is there, around the outside of Crook and up Fine Lady. A big twitch from Davies. Gromit getting a little bit more aggressive, but again, Davies is able to just balance and give himself the position in the bike as they run through again. This is a little bit tighter around the far side of the course. The midfield battle really starting to taper up as Gromit nearly strikes the cone on the way out of the final turn. The bike's looking a little unsettled now. I think Davies has got him rattled.
Trying to do all he can to keep the momentum up, but poor line there, it seems. And, well, this race is very fine margins here. Davies now pulling away. James Mostica, incidentally, fastest lap of the race with a 54.475, is pulling away from the rest of the field. At the moment, it looks like Matthew Davies has got a few good lines out there. Gromit losing ground, it appears, and for whatever reason, it just seemed to lose momentum. Very closely fought race. Those three really have broke clear. Gavin Tappenden doing a great job of holding on to that 4th place. He's a long way behind this, 7 seconds down last time round, but Gav Tappenden, with a bike for whatever reason isn't working for him today, is still doing a good job of trying to battle amongst those leading group of riders.
He's done his best, but it's only got a limited amount of time to do anything about it. Out in front, though, this man has just been serene for a 2nd race in a row. Mostica going to score big here this weekend at Wilton Mill. The bike and he are at one with this race circuit. He really has been into a very settled rhythm ever since qualifying, where the bike has been perfect for him. He was the only rider in time qualifying this morning where he could lap the circuit in under 55 seconds. So he's definitely in a very nice frame of mind. But Davies, having completely outfoxed Gromit, has got himself well clear now. 1.2 seconds the gap between the two. So either Gromit's nursing a problem of some kind, or he's just phased out and thinks that, well, I suppose the best of a bad job. Oh dear, oh dear, the last lap. And 2 riders come together now. That's the treble 5.
That's Histon. And I think it was Ian Walker that got tangled up.
I think it was, yeah. So
Both
Histon and Walker.
okay.
But here's Mostica for the victory.
So Mostica around the final corner. It's been a faultless day for him today and takes the 2nd moto in the vets. Looks very pleased with that one. It's going to be 2nd for Davis. Gromit bringing the bike home in 3rd. Lost a little bit of ground there, so the top 3 clear of the rest of the field. Gav Tappenden, great move for him as well to bring it home in 4th place with a bike he just seemed to be struggling with. Brooks in 5th and Douglas 6th position on the 71. Now I think we lost Histon and Walker in that collision.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, both riders I think are okay though. They saw them getting up, so
nice to see Mostica doing his impression of the Fonz across the line.
Yeah, it looked very cool, calm and collected.
That was
there,
pretty
didn't
sweet,
he? Yeah.
wasn't it? Hey, he was quite happy with that. But he's been absolutely perfect over the course of the day. Faultless from pole position. Both starts he managed to launch away quite nicely, and it's been pretty serene for him out front. He's not had a massive challenge of any kind, really, has he? He's just been able to get on with it and bring it home, and that's really going to help his championship status. It'll help him climb up the table once more.
So the last few riders bringing it home in the Cymoto veterans, and from some of our oldest riders on the grid we go to some of the youngest, and waiting down here by the grid to get underway is the 2nd race of the day of the OMG O'Varley 110 Cup. So here we are down in the waiting zone, waiting for the O'Varley machines to get underway. This is a one-make series, of course, for the bikes. New in 2020, these Italian-constructed O'Varley machines, and it really has gone down very well for 2020. last few riders in the vets making their way off the circuit. We're back underway with the Ovalis in just a few moments, and like all the other race classes, this has been shortened somewhat because of the incidents earlier on today. A couple of lengthy red flag delays means that it really is a dash to the flag for the Ovalis. Just to recap this, the riders in this race aged 8 to 12 years. Headed by the morning qualifying was Henry McCartney from Harley McCabe, Reuben Bray, Luca Hopkins, Wilson Dilks, Laken Payne in 6th place. 7th was Arnie Carr, George Bowes, Zach Weston, Ralph Croft, Daniel Stevenson and Cameron Ancliffe in 12th position. 13th, Jack Newton from Izzy Carter, Charlie Sketchley, Kobe Garbutt, Dan Deering, and no time for Luca Wilkinson at the back of the field in this 18-rider field. Ovalis, then, as I say, riders aged 8 to 12 years old, very popular series, a bit like, of course, your experience with the karting side of things, Jake. These bikes, of course, very close controls on the suspension, and crucially, running sealed engines. So, for those who don't know what we're talking about there, what does sealed engines mean?
So essentially, they are given a particular spec of the engine, and they cannot be tampered with. They cannot be worked on in any way, shape or form. So once the engines are sealed, that is the mode and that is the settings that they can run. You can't make any tweaks, you can't make any adjustments, and that is obviously very, very critical, because the whole purpose of the Ovale 110 Cup is that it comes down to the rider. It's not about the equipment, it's about the rider. So all of these competitors have been given the same equipment, the same machinery, those sealed engines, and obviously they're on the same tyres. Nobody's got a clear advantage in terms of budget, nobody's got a clear advantage in terms of competitive equipment. It's just about the racing, and that's exactly what this category was set up to do. Now, it's great to see that on pole position we are going to see Henry McCartney this time.
Yeah.
Now, he had a mechanical problem for race 1. He wasn't able to get out, so at least for the second race he is able to take up his rightful place in pole position alongside Harley McCabe. That's going to be interesting, because now McCartney's on the back foot, having had that mechanical problem. So can he get himself... a slight problem in the midfield there. That's for the rider. That's for Ralph Croft.
Yeah, just lost the engine, I think, so luckily we're able to kickstart that back into life. Everyone seems ready then, so here we go with the green flag. Oh no, we're right on cue. We're just going to double check. I think there was one rider we thought had lost the engine, but no, yeah, we're okay to go. Ovale race number 2 gets underway. Oh, an aggressive start there from Henry McCartney, and looped out on him, really. Put the power down too hard, really. The front end looped up to say hello. And that means that McCabe, McCartney and Luke Hopkins get through into the top 3. Not been his day so far.
And that's the lack of knowledge he had from the first start as well, because obviously not doing the first race earlier on, he went a little bit too eager. He needed to get this race result to come his way, and it was just a little bit too aggressive for him on the throttle. That's why the bike lurched forward. So McCartney now finds himself down in 4th place behind Bray, and they're in 2nd position. Still a very exciting run thus far from the 411, Luca Hopkins, riding a very good start to the race already.
They make their way around for the first time. The rest of the top 10 go through. As down the inside there, close there with Luca Hopkins and the 31. That was Reuben Bray there as well on the number 12. Bray having a look on the outside, going around the final corner, taking a nice sweep, and oh, that's going to be Brave down the inside into oblivion, but doesn't quite make the move stick. Of course, the pass now will be on for Christmas corner for Reuben Bray. He gets this outside line sorted out, going up the hill, having a look down the inside into Christmas corner, and that was a nice move there from Reuben Bray, about 3 or 4 corners in the making there, you would say. And Reuben Bray makes the pass stick up to 2nd place, and already pulling away, trying to get up with the leader.
Yeah, he's disappearing away from Hopkins already. I think Luca is pretty safe and sound in 3rd place in front of McCartney, the way things currently stack up. There is McCartney just running through in 4th position. Unfortunate from his start, he just got a little bit too eager on the launch, obviously with a lot of work to do and a desperate need to convert pole into victory after his retirement earlier on. But that pressure, that added weight of expectation can just unsettle you that little bit more, especially when you consider that these riders are only 8 to 12 years old, and there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders to get that start perfectly nailed. And when you've only got 5 laps to do anything about it as well, it really does become a bit of a knife edge. So I think essentially Henry McCartney will wash this one away to an unfortunate opportunity stolen from him for various different circumstances. But he can still be very impressed with himself. He was the fastest in time qualifying by 500th of a second. Come on, Ruben. This is where you need to get stuck in now, because Harley McCabe is there. They had a great rivalry earlier on, and this is now Bray's only opportunity that he's going to get today to really blast in there for a race victory. And he's only got 3 laps to do it.
just got to get a front wheel in there and take the corner away, and Bray certainly pushing hard here. Appears quicker than McCabe. Has a look down the inside into boot, but no, he can't get the line into there. This is where Ruben Bray perhaps will look to be a bit tactical. Can't have a look down the inside of Hopkins there. Here we come around the final corner, and Ruben Bray tagging onto the back here of the race leader, Harley McCabe. Again, Hopkins fending off McCartney as the two leaders make their way up towards Christmas Corner. Bray's got a nice jump on the outside. He just can't quite get close enough to get the front wheel in there. In the meantime, though, Hopkins is being pushed along here by Henry McCartney. McCartney all over the back of the red number 41, Luca Hopkins. And those two already, we've got 1.5 laps to go. They are actually starting to close up on the two race leaders.
Yeah, if McCartney can get through on Hopkins there and take a third position, I think that's what he can chalk down to what they call the best of a bad job, isn't it? I mean, it's not his fault that things have worked out the way they have. It's mechanical problems that have kept him from the grid. So it's not really as clear-cut as all that, but it's going to be an interesting one. The battle is still obviously very intense up front, but Ruben Bray has now just got one lap to really push into McCabe. You could see the bike really unsettled as he pushes the absolute limits of what he can do with it. He is going to try one final trick to make his bid on McCabe, but he's really got to go for it.
McCabe is riding defensively here and in turn effectively holding the rest of the pack up here, guarding the inside line, and again does a great job going into Christmas Corner. And it looks like McCartney's gone through to third on the approach to Christmas. Down to Ashby they go. McCartney now clear in third as Hopkins has a look down the inside, but that wasn't going to really happen. Here we go then, half a lap to go. McCabe still holding on. There is McCartney now clear in third, but it's all about these two now going in towards the final half lap. And Bray is going to have to get a good line into boot to make the move stick.
He's got one final chance, essentially, and it's going to be in the right-hander out of the final turn. He needs to set it up here at the apex. He needs to get early on the throttle, power out, and then just throw conviction to the winds here to try and get across the line alongside him. He's got to try everything he can. Not quite. So close.
Fastest lap of the race there for Ruben Bray, but not enough as the 179 of Harley McCabe takes the checkered flag. It will be second position then for Ruben Bray, only just. Henry McCartney on the final lap, moving into third place. Luca Hopkins on the 411 in fourth. Wilson Dilks in fifth place. Arnie Carr in sixth. Laken Payne just crossing the line in seventh position. Rest of the top 10 more than likely to be made up of Ralph Croft and right on cue Luca Wilkinson in ninth. George Bowes, who hit trouble in the first race, went off the machine on the approach to Ashby. And a good recovery to bring it home in 10th position in the second motor of the day for the O'Varley Cup. So that draws things to a close. And another exciting race category coming up very soon, of course. We've got the Brap Super Minis in just a few moments. That was the O'Varleys for today. And we look forward to Brap Super Minis in just a few moments' time. Moto number 2 for the Brap Super Minis coming up in just a few moments as we look at the superb panoramic of Wilton Mill and the M1 just at the top of your screen. Kyle Ride and Joe Dickinson trading positions in Moto number 1, very close in qualifying as well. Dane Blackburn, Ash Barnes in fourth. Jack Bednarek, who had such a good battle in Moto 1, in fifth from Richard Holmes Williams, lining up in sixth position on the 126. Ryan Tyers in seventh from JJ Cunningham. Not too sure if he'll be out in this one. Lawrence Wardle, ninth. Sam Crooks in 10th. Joe Duggan and Tom Lewis in 12th position. Jordan Pritchard in 13th from James Dutton. Stephen Brooks, Mike Smallbones, Callum Ricketts and Craig Spencer. 18th position. 19th for Michael Garwood, Christopher Pattinson, Lee Thompson. Simon Chambers, 22nd from Dean Bednarek and Gary Butler in 24th position. Howard Taylor, Luke Bithell and Dan Shellard did not post a qualifying time. And notably here as well, Jake, with looking at those lap times from qualifying, all of the riders qualifying within the 1 minute mark of this very competitive bikes here. This is a very fast race category.
Certainly is, and also you've got to take into account that although Ride had a bit of an advantage over Dickinson, he has got the measure of this particular bike and this particular circuit, but look at the gaggle of riders from about third down to about sixth. There's only about half a second covering most of them. So it really is a very exciting battle that these riders are going to take us into now as we continue this little scrap for position. But this is obviously, again, a shortened race distance. They've only got 5 laps where normally they'd have 12 because of the race stoppages earlier on. So Now the riders have essentially got to do all of the hard work they would do in the first 2 or 3 laps, just building up the tyre temperature and the brakes on this formation lap. So you can see they're actually pushing a little bit harder on the formation lap to bring the bikes back to the start-finish line, almost at racing speed, because essentially they've got to do most of the homework that they would do on the opening 2 or 3 laps on this one formation lap, because you've only got 5 laps of racing, so you've really got to maximise this lap out of the pits.
So certainly are getting the bikes round very quickly, getting the rubber down. And although the 4-strokes tend to warm up quite quickly, these 2-stroke machines actually, they do take a bit of warming up. So they'll have been down there in the waiting zone nice and early. And you see, if you go down there in person, you'll see how crisp those 85s in particular sound on the grid. Last few riders now making their way down into what looks set to be a very competitive race class. This is the Super Minis with Brat bikes. And we're about to get underway for Moto number 2. 3 more races to go after this one, of course. We've got the Mini GP and the stock pit bike 140s to get underway soon. Flag drops. And away we go with the 2 Husqvarnas at front, Joe Dickinson and Kyle Wright. Looks like Dickinson has got the jump on the field. Good start from Dane Blackburn on the 114 in 3rd position. Ash Barnes just behind in 4th. And aggressive down the inside. That was Richard Holmes-Williams in 5th place. They pile through Christmas corner for the first time. And once again, everyone just seems to have filtered their way through those corners okay. Through Ashby for the first time. And it's still Dickinson and Ride 1 and 2.
So these two obviously are going to go and do their demonstration run up at the front end of the field if they can get a bit of a wiggle on. But this man in 4th position, Ash Barnes, he's the man with the keys to the castle for the podium now in 4th position, just chasing after Dane Blackburn. If he can get a decent run off the turns, he has a great chance to leap forward. Holmes-Williams has already got a better start than he had from the previous race, but he's already in the mix there, fighting with the 188, I think it is, of... oh, no, sorry, that's the 11, my apologies, of Tyres. So Tyres is right in there, trying to move his way further forward. Jack Bednarek not able to get into the front end of the field this time. So a difficult situation for the competitors as they run through. And unable to take the start, actually, Bednarek. I'm not entirely sure what the situation was there for him. But the battle is obviously raging as the competitors are starting to accelerate around the circuit.
And hotting up there for 3rd place, the 2 Husqvarnas in front. The 2 number 48, Dickinson and Ryder at the moment. Blackburn holds on to 3rd on the 114. Ash Barnes on the KTM 2-stroke. Very close behind in 4th. And now we'll see the 2-stroke trying to maintain the power. And of course, it's got a sharper power band than its 4-stroke counterpart. Richard Holmes-Williams just behind, so can't really afford for Barnes to be too aggressive and lose that position. Let's see what happens when they go up to Christmas corner. Blackburn guarding the inside, and again, Barnes cutting on the inside, using the power band of that 2-stroke machine to get the power down a little bit more aggressively. But it's not enough to get the corner as they go through Christmas corner, and Holmes-Williams and Tyre still very much in there. Down the hill they go to Ashby.
So now this battle is raging between the 2 riders on the same machinery up front. Dickinson still hanging on in front of Ride, gets on the grass a little bit. That's how hard he's pushing as they come off of Parker, through Chapman and onto the back straight up towards the boot. Now this is a very difficult section of the course when you're battling away with another competitor. Ash Barnes getting very close in behind Blackburn as they duel over 3rd position, but still Kyle Ride thinks he's got a run here on Joe Dickinson as they come off the turn once again. 3 laps completed. The timing screen says 9 to go. I don't know whether this one is being reduced to 5 laps or not, or if it's going to go the full distance, but we'll soon find out as Ride gets right in tight behind Dickinson. They come into the braking zone for Christmas, and there is absolutely nothing to choose between these 2 riders. They are absolutely knitted together. Gets across the curb, but well held there by Dickinson. Ride's going to commit anyway. Oh, dear, oh dear.
So right there, squaring the turn off, going for the move, but wasn't quite enough. Dickinson holding firm and shutting the door firmly on Ride. So he's going to have to try and fight again here. We saw him squaring the turn off going down to Ashby and trying to get the momentum. These 85 machines, they are peaky, very sharp power bands. So important not to lose the power as Dickinson have a quick look over the shoulder. Blackburn still in 3rd from Barnes, Holmes-Williams and Tyres. You see them at the bottom of your screen now going around the final corner. And Ride, with that mistake going for the pass, has dropped a bit of ground. The gap goes to 1.2 seconds. All of the action here is for 3rd position as again Barnes cuts to the inside, coming up the hill towards Christmas.
They have just been shown the final lap board, I can tell you that. They have been shown the final lap board, so it is going to be 5 laps, which means this is the last lap. So they are going to have to push very hard then as Barnes is still trying to get on terms with Blackburn, but Holmes, Williams and Tyres are essentially at stalemate in 5th and 6th position. It's now going to be about whether Ride can get one more crack at Dickinson, but with the gap having opened up to 1.2, I would say probably not.
Looks like it was cost that mistake going for the pass in Ashby last time round. Looks like Dickinson is going to hold on to victory in this one as the action for third place hots up towards the boot section. Round the final corner goes Joe Dickinson to take the checkered flag. It'll be Kyle Ride in second place. Who's it going to be in third? Very close, and it looks like Dane Blackburn third, only just from Ash Barnes, Richard Holmes Williams and Ryan Tyres, all very close. And that was a good battle there, those two congratulating each other as they crossed the line, but that was close going into Ashby. We saw Ride squaring the turn off, but wasn't quite enough to make the pass stick.
Well, they've now had 2 races against each other and they've both won one. So who does the washing up on the way home? I'm confused.
I presume usually the rule normally is in motocross.
Do they flip a coin now or what? I don't understand.
Theoretically, the second race is usually meant to be tougher because the
I
track's
see.
Deteriorated, so to speak, as later in the day. So normally, I presume it'll be the same in BMB.
Oh, okay.
The tiebreaker would be the second moto normally if they're tied on points.
That's true. And the thing is as well, of course, is that they're on lap 5, so they only had a 5-lap race there, so it was a lot harder.
Oh, we had trouble on the last lap. We're just going to see whereabouts this is. This is on the boot complex. You might see just on the right of your screen, yellow flags. Rider going down on the final lap. We're not too sure who it is at the moment. Well, we'll have to wait and see for confirmation, but one rider going down on the final lap, receiving some treatment from the marshals. Medic's not there at the moment, but you'll see the medical car, unfortunately, on its way down towards the boot complex for not the first time today. We're waiting, of course, for the next race of the day to get underway. That is the Mini GP 190s, the juniors. Supposed to be underway very shortly, but there is a medical incident. You'll see on your shot here, just to the right here. Medics on scene at the moment. That's a very slow part of the track actually, so it'll be quite a hefty tumble if somebody goes down there. Hopefully it's just a case of being winded, because if you slam into the ground there, it will you will feel it actually. So possibly Stephen Brooks was 2 laps down in that race, so didn't pick the final lap at possibly, but we'll have to get that confirmed. Injured rider then on the circuit at the end of the second race. The Brap Super Mini is a victory, of course, for Joe Dickinson, only just from Kyle Ride, but rider down on the ground at the moment. You'll see the medical car just to the right of your screen, currently dealing with the situation. Let's hope it's nothing serious. And looks like sometimes when a rider slams into the ground like that, it can be a case of just being badly winded, so let's hope that's the case. But medics are on the scene dealing with the fallen rider, and we hope to get action back underway as soon as possible. But medics still on the track, so it might be a few moments before the next race gets underway.
This is one of those circumstances that we talk about a lot in motorsport at this level, particularly in British mini bikes as well, and that's that red flags breed red flags, don't they? I mean, we always have these issues, unfortunately, and we've had some stoppages today, so the stop-start nature of a meeting, once it really gets to that point, unfortunately it just kind of breeds more problems, especially when you consider that a lot of the competitors are obviously trying to get these races finished. They're trying to get themselves across the finish line and get a decent lap, get a decent result out of it, but you only have 5 laps in these shortened length of races to get anything done, so it's a lot tougher, and it becomes a bit like a video game. You've just got to get on with it and go quickly, otherwise you're not going to get the overtaking moves you need done. There are still some good races, of course, to come over the course of the remainder of the race programs, and obviously after what we've seen from the races earlier on today, the pit bike veterans obviously giving us plenty of good battles, and the super minis obviously just then giving us more great entertainment. We have the Mini GP 190 and 70s coming out, and then we should have the stock 140s for Group A and Group B, and that will finish us off here at Wilton Mill. Unfortunate that the race distances have had to be decreased in length, but obviously it does mean that we can at least see all of our riders in each of the categories finishing off in fine style. Unfortunately, there is just a little bit of medical attention that is needed for the rider down at the back of the position there on the toe of the boot. It's a rather awkward place to go down, and I think it's just a rather awkward fall for that particular rider, so an interesting situation.
So at the moment we say the rider receiving medical attention. The medic's still down there at the moment dealing with the rider. It does appear that not going to be immediately we'll be able to get racing back underway. There's a couple of riders waiting in the waiting zone for our next race to get underway. A little bit of track work taking place as well. We noticed that the marshal's putting the cement down. I think because the bike went down on the carburetor, it's possible for them to drip fuel onto the track. It's only a bit of a minor oil spillage, fuel spillage on that penultimate corner. Goodman on the 57 waiting down here in the waiting zone for the second and final race to get underway. As we say though, not too sure exactly as to the situation in regards to a restart, but what we are aware of is that they won't be immediate, so it might be a few moments before the next race gets underway. So please bear with us, and we hope to get racing back underway as soon as possible. But we have got an injured rider. Just to give a rough idea, this is in the boot section, the final part of the track, and still receiving some medical attention. As we say, we're not too sure exactly when we'll be able to get racing back underway. Certainly won't be immediately, but we hope to get racing back underway as soon as possible.
Well, while we're waiting, we can certainly talk about the races that have come up to this point today, and obviously we've had some great performances from the riders. Arnie Carr taking the first victory earlier on in the Junior SM90 Mini GP 90 race. He of course taking the class in the latter Mini GP 90. Luca Wilkinson then got the victory in JSM 90 on the same grid ahead of Daniel Stevenson. So some really good battles from them today, and we saw some really good duels from them through the course of proceedings throughout today's racing. And obviously they then went and did the same thing again in their second race a little while ago, with exactly the same result in the end. Arnie Carr managing to finish in first position and Wilkinson getting the run in front of Stevenson. So that's going to be an interesting one in terms of the title fight. Arnie Carr still holds the lead and just extends it, but certainly for Daniel Stevenson, that's going to change the dynamic of his title fight now, because obviously it's going to be a little bit tougher from his point of view. We had Stanford take the victory in Pit Bike Stock 160 race 1B, and Ryan Tyers getting the job done in the A group race. Then we had Dan Goodman, the man who is about to line up in pole position for the next race in the battle for Mini GP 190 and 70. But Dan Goodman has taken a pair of races in the Junior SM 140 and Mini GP 140 races. He did it twice over the course of the day, so a very impressive performance from him to take both victories. In the first encounter, it was Mason Greasley that got the victory over Harvey Lathrop, and in the second, it was James Greig who managed to get the job done after having a problem in the first race, which saw his immediate exit from the race on that particular point. The pit bike veterans, well, it's been a day at the office for James Mostiker, hasn't he? 2 races and 2 wins, and he's been absolutely exceptional through it. The Ovale GPO race 1, obviously Harley McCabe getting both victories there after a very solid drive in both of those encounters. Then we had Kyle Ride and Joe Dickinson taking a race apiece in Super Minis. Ash Barnes was the man who picked up the earlier Mini GP 190 and 70 race, and we're not entirely sure what the situation is as to when he'll come out to try and do a second go of it, but obviously we'll keep you informed. And then from the Pit Bike Stock 140 Group B race, well, that was Dan Merrin that picked up the victory after a thrilling race with the top 5. Some really good rides there up at the front end of the field before Ben Lord came out with a thrilling encounter to the finish through the traffic and picking up the victory in the Group A race. Some brilliant action today and some really good overtakes, but some really good duels as well. It's been very entertaining from the racing thus far here at Wilton Mill. Hopefully we'll have enough time in the can to bring you the last 3. But if not, then obviously you'll be able to follow all of the progress on BritishMinibikes.com and obviously on the social medias, where you'll get the explanation as to what happens next ahead of the 4th weekend.
Well, let's hope we get racing back underway. Just to give you an update, the medical car has left the circuit, making its way back towards the first aid zone where the rider will receive some medical treatment, and hopefully we'll be able to, as I say, get racing back underway. It is quite late in the day now, so time is against us. Let's hope that we can get the racing back underway. Certainly is a shame to see so many red flags. It does seem uncharacteristic, just one of those days really sometimes when there's a few accidents. And you may well see actually just to the left of your screen the medical car making its way off the circuit back to the medical zone. You would say that has been a negative of the day, of course, the amount of red flags, which I think just the way it is unfortunately today, but there has been some great racing in the meantime, of course. And it's just one of these things sometimes. We've been to plenty of races in the past, both commentating and taking part, and sometimes, of course, it's just one that just seems to be leading one to another with the red flags, and you just lose the you know, behind the wheel, you might see them behind the game almost, just off the front foot and chasing the program then on in, and this is where we are at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. As we said before, you know, red flags breed red flags. So you've got these issues in these situations, and unfortunately, we're just kind of waiting for the moment in time. But it is going to be a really good battle for the competitors when they resume, whether that's here today or whether that is for the 4th weekend of the series.
So just to recap, we are on a red flag situation at the moment. You have been advised by the clerk of the course, hoping to get racing back underway within the next 5 minutes or so. So that's certainly a good thing. We will break for an advert and be back with you in just a few moments. Here we are then at Wilton Mill, round number 3 of the Rich Energy British Minibikes Championships. I'm Chris Czora, joined by Jake Sanson, and at the moment we are under another, unfortunately, red flag situation. 7th of the day so far. It's just one of these days where we have quite a few accidents and the action being delayed. The riders in the waiting zone at the moment, this is one of our smallest classes in terms of numbers. This is the Race Fasteners Mini GP 190s and 70s riders in the waiting zone at the moment, and not many racers in this one, but certainly is very close in terms of action. And it looks like, I believe that Jake's popping down to speak to some of these riders before we get the racing underway. We were advised by the clerk of the course that we should be getting racing underway within the next 5 minutes or so. There was an injured rider out on the track, but as far as I've been told, it has been cleared. The rider is back in the medical zone receiving further treatment, and we are hopeful to get racing back underway within the next 5 minutes or so. Riders in shortened races in the second moto, so the start is very important indeed. The riders now assembled for our next race. They'll be underway in a few moments. We've got the pit bikes, of course, to come up later on. The stock 140s, one of the most popular races in British Minibike and some of the top riders. Meanwhile, Jake is down in the waiting zone and we'll grab a few words.
Well, I thought we'd probably let some blood run through our veins before we get started again. I've got Dan Goodman here getting ready to go. You've had an amazing day at the office so far, a really, really good performance here at Wilton Mill. Got one more race to go. How would you describe how the weekend's gone from your point of view?
It's gone quite good because I won both 140 races, so I got first overall, so quite good so far. And I had a really good battle with Sully in the first 190 race, so good.
Well, it looks as though you're about to head out. Good luck. Fantastic. It's not the biggest grid in the world, but obviously these bikes are very, very competitive, and obviously we're going to get some really good battles from them as they head out onto the circuit again. And it's Wilton Mill, so it's going to give us plenty of drama and entertainment, and hopefully no more major problems.
Let's hope that's the case anyway, as the riders make their way out onto the track for their formation lap. This is the second moto of the day for the Race Fasteners Mini GP 190 and 70. We'll pick up the riders in a few moments. And then Shuker, of course, had a great battle with Dan Goodman earlier on today. All these riders, of course, very closely competitive, of course. Very fast riders out here, and there wasn't much margin for error in race number 1. So we look forward to what looks set to be quite a closely fought battle in race number 2 here. Sponsored, of course, by Race Fasteners. Riders making their way back to the grid. There is one rider, I think that's Reece Stevenson, actually, a bit late into the waiting zone, and effectively will go out for another sighting lap to warm up the machines. The riders have been down for quite a while there, so it looks like they're going for an extra formation lap just to get the bikes properly warmed up. There's been quite a delay before this race gets underway. There's Ash Barnes, who was out a few moments ago in the Super Minis, having to jump from one bike to another. And we're looking at Ash Barnes there, of course. He's gone straight from one race to another. Now, I found I've raced before. Sometimes you'll do a double entry, racing in 2 race categories, going from one class to another. You'd almost think, sometimes you think, oh, that's going to be really tiring. It's going to be hard work. But I found in the past, when I've been on from one race straight on to another, it's like you're not really all that tired, and you jump straight onto it. At least you're dialed in, nicely warmed up, know the track. So sometimes it can be quite an advantage.
I think it depends on how well you hand that little bit of adrenaline, because you've obviously got that still pumping around you, and you want to try and just to hop on to the next thing. I know that obviously it used to be the way, didn't it, in the world of motorcycle racing in sort of the, you know, the 50s, 60s, 70s. It would be quite common for a rider to hop off one bike and onto another one, and you do, you know, like 2 or 3 classes over the course of a day. So it's good that there are some riders out there who are still willing to, you know, push it to that extent and give it to that level. But this will be an interesting one for Goodman. This is not his perfect class. He's still working on this one, but he's there or thereabouts, and having had 2 wins earlier in the day in the Junior SM 140 and Mini GP 140 races, hopefully this is going to be a good one for him.
So here we go, the flag is about to drop for the Mini GPs, and here we go. Good jump on the inside from Ash Barnes, but round the outside going the 17 of Chris Weston. Barnes second, looks like Goodman has settled in third. Reece Stevenson, not a good getaway, but certainly making up for lost time round the first corner and into Christmas. Stevenson back into third, Barnes holding on to the lead. Look at Stevenson though, great line through Christmas corner, and looks like he's going to try and challenge going down to Ashby.
Yeah, he's not going to wait around, is he? He knows he's got 5 laps, so he dives up the inside line. Not the best of starts, but boy, has he made up for it since then. Second place now as he works his way forward up the inside of Chris Weston. Now he's got to try and get after the race leader, and Ash Barnes is looking very solid. And it looks as though it's deja vu for the guys in 4th and 5th position. It looks as though we're going to have that little duel again between Sullivan Mounsey and Dan Goodman. So be interesting to see how it goes. We were incorrect, actually. We thought it was Shuka earlier on. It's actually Sullivan Mounsey that's there battling away in 5th position on the 44, but great to see them still dueling away, and Mounsey once again having a little look at Dan Goodman, and they've got 4 laps of it.
Goodman parking that bike on the apex, but Mounsey, great line out. So Fair Lady up the hill towards Christmas corner, and Mounsey takes that 4th position. Ash Barnes still leading the way, but Reece Stevenson trying to make amends and get with the race leader coming down towards Ashby. Ash Barnes, who's come straight off the KTM 85cc 2-stroke motocross derived machine onto, I think it's one of the Bucci Moto mini bikes. Very different type of bike here, and he's certainly adapting well to the different power band, the different way. That's, of course, more like a scaled down road bike, you might say, compared to more like the Supermoto style of the motocross bike. And Ash Barnes coping well, but he's got his work cut out here, because Stevenson, with time running out, is starting to close the gap.
I'm a big fan of these Metro Kit bikes, essentially. They're really, really strong. Good, fast-paced riders have to be very much in tune with the machine to get the best out of them. And with 3 laps remaining, Stevenson is doing his best to chip away. But Ash Barnes has opened up the taps a little bit at the end of the 2nd lap. He's got some gains there that he's made. Mounsey in front of Goodman, and Mounsey now starting to stretch away a little bit from Goodman, so it's definitely helping him out. Stevenson has got to be very calculated here on Ash Barnes. They don't have long to do anything about it, so essentially for Ash Barnes, he just needs to bang in some qualifying laps now and get away from Stevenson. They don't have a lot of time to play with, and they're certainly running the gauntlet a little bit in where they can push the tyres and where they can push the brakes, so they've just got to be very evenly spaced around each apex. But Stevenson hasn't given up, has he? He's still giving it plenty of hurry up to Barnes out in front, and he's actually gained a little time on that lap.
2 laps to go, only half a second separating the top 2 riders as Barnes gets on the power, tries to get a good line going up to Christmas corner. Stevenson still hanging on in there in 2nd place, closing up under braking. More technical part of the track now, down the hill towards Ashby, and Barnes again pulls away. You'll see Stevenson again closing up under the braking, just trying to sort that exit out, just trying to maintain that gap as they go through the top 2 now, really breaking away. Chris Weston, after that good start, now settled in 3rd. Sullivan Mounsey alone in fourth, really pulling away from Dan Goodman. Had that great battle in the first moto for the final position, Mounsey and Goodman, but it seems a bit more clear cut this time. All of the action is at the front as Barnes goes round the final corner. Stevenson, fastest lap of the race last time round with a 50.34. Almost the same time this time round. 1 lap to go. Stevenson marginally quicker, but it really is fine margins, only a few tenths of a second here, and tries to close up under braking going into Christmas corner. Of course, now these riders will close up a bit now under braking, but the battle here now for Stevenson, the task here is to try and keep on that back wheel.
The momentum's with Barnes here, essentially. He's already got that half second to Stevenson, and Stevenson can push as much as he likes, but this is only a 5-lap sprint rather than a 12-lap duel, and as a result of that, Barnes has got plenty of grip still in the tyres. He doesn't need to push too hard here. He's got that little bit of pace on his side, so the bike should be able to give him everything he needs. Just take it nice and gently through the apex. You can afford to cut your lead in half. Stevenson's giving it everything, but he's going to run out of time.
Yeah, Stevenson, you see the front wheel knocking away there as he tries to get the power down, but it's not going to be enough as Ash Barnes takes the checkered flag in this second moto of the day. Stevenson in second, very closely run to the flag. Those two really pulling away even on those 5 laps. Very closely fought race as the 17 of Chris Weston brings it home in third. It'll be Sullivan Mounsey and Daniel Goodman a little bit further behind. Just seemed to drop the pace on that final lap. He will take 5th position. Only 5. It's a very interesting race, actually. It doesn't sound too exciting with just 5 riders in there, but it's a very closely fought race because you've got these top riders in there. When you're competing in a race where there's only a few riders in there, you've really got to keep that pace on, because as soon as you make a mistake and drop off the pace, you as near as damn it is to swearing out of the race, really.
And that's it, and you've got nowhere to hide, so you have to bring out your A game. But it's a very good day at the office for Ash Barnes. No matter what, he can walk away from this weekend having got 2 great victories, and that's a very nice gesture there from the 57 of Dan Goodman to give him the support there as they've come through. A very nice performance all the way through the weekend. They've been very, very competitive throughout, but it is game over in this particular category now, so really good to see just how close and even it's been in this particular category, and 2 wins in the Mini GP 190/70 for Ash Barnes. 2 races to go.
Here we go, and the pit bikes are making their way out onto the track for their second race of the day. So we move away from the Metro Kit and the sort of like the scale down road bike sort of machines to the pit bikes, and brought to you in association with Parker Racing. This is Group B riders now out onto the track, determined of course by the morning qualifying sessions. The faster names of course will be out next in Group A. This is the penultimate race of the day, brought to you in association with Parker Racing here at round number 3 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship. And we've got quite a few good names in Group B making their way down here. Only a 5-lap race as far as we're aware, of course. The event has been curtailed slightly because of the incidents earlier on today. Quite a few incidents delaying the race program, which means of course these are effectively dash to the flag type 5-lap races. The start, very important, especially there's still quite a few riders out there in this penultimate race of the day. And once again, of course, Jake, with only 5 laps we're expecting for this one, the start and the first half lap through Christmas will be very important.
Indeed it will, and you're going to have the likes of Dan Pearson and Nathan Smith towards the sharp end of the field, obviously, with Walker and Tempest right in the mix there. Gardner and Quincy towards the sharp end. Watch out for Tom Stanford as well after his earlier victory in the 160 Group B race. And of course, Dan Merrin, who had a nightmare in qualifying, who charged his way from the back of the field all the way back to the victory. Can he do it a second time? It's going to be fascinating to find out.
Let's find out. Riders are ready. The flag goes up and we wait for our green flag, so the start marshal indicating that riders are in position. I think they're just moving move on the grid here, perhaps 1 or 2 riders out of position. There are 1 or 2 riders not competing in this second race as well, but all seems okay. Green flag goes up, and our penultimate race of the day, we're about to say gets underway, but no. That was, that's terrible. That, I think whatever happened there was some sort of incident on the grid, and the start was abandoned.
Well, you've got to feel sorry for Dan Merrin there, haven't you? Dan Merrin having the issue from the front end of the field, actually. I thought he was at the tail end, but he's not. He's at the front.
Here we go. So looks like ready to go, and take 2. Let's see if we can get underway this time. Yes, we do. And a nice run down the inside. I think that's Nathan Gardner with a good jump, but round the outside goes Tempest. I think he's got No, it hasn't got the lead. That's actually Stanford, I think, around the outside to take the lead. Up the hill they go towards Christmas Corner. Looks like a good clean start, and they pile into Christmas Corner for the first time.
So they're just going to have to keep away from each other in this opening phase of the race to make sure they can get a clean run through. But they only have, again, 5 laps of the course, so they've got to be very gentle as well as very quick in order to make it all work for them. So the treble 8 still towards the front end of the field. Dan Merrin hoping to work his way forward, but Nathan Gardner getting the best initial getaway. They're still struggling a little bit as they come through.
We'll confirm this in a moment. I think it might actually be Stanford as well, getting to the jump early on. Stephen Tempest also well placed as the 287 of Dean Quincy's also got away well, and of course he's a rider very aggressive near the front, looking to get a good getaway. The leader, though, already pulling away at the end of the first lap. Great start.
It is Stanford,
there.
you're
Stanford,
right.
Yeah, he's got a real jump on the field there. Quincy second, Gardner, Wyatt and Tempest running up the top 5. So Stanford pulling away by almost 2.5 seconds on that first lap. Easier said than done.
And Dan Merrin's had an absolute nightmare from the pole position on the grid, down to 6th position behind Tempest and ahead of Marsh and Booth. So not the easiest of starts for anybody, but certainly up at the sharp end of the field there for Stanford. He's got a terrific launch away. 2.6 clear of Quincy already.
So there's Quincy going through Ashby very wide, carrying the speed on the outside, but Gardner not quite close enough to make the move stick as we move to the second half of the lap. Only 3 laps to go at the end of this one. Yellow flags up there, so somebody's gone down at the back of the field, maybe on the side of the tracks. Doesn't seem to be affecting the leader so far. Where's well, there's the leader. Stanford going through as the waved yellows are up here. Rider down, it appears, somewhere on the track. The race goes on, of course.
There he is, walking away.
So that's at least the rider seems to be not badly hurt.
And that is Lewis McKay, I'm afraid to say. So Lewis McKay is now off the bike and walking away, but fortunately he is able to walk away. That's a bit of a relief.
Here we go then through Fair Lady, and there's the race leader. It's all been about Stanford on the 162, pulling away at the start of the race. Quincy pulling away in second as they go through into Christmas once again. And Nathan Gardner, the 254, nice line through there. Fastest lap of the race for Stanford of 58.114. Only 2 laps to go at the end of this one as the rest of the field go through. Here is the midfield battle making their way down to Ashby. And with only 2 laps to go at the end of this one, this battle in the edge of the top 10, it's very close and very tense for the riders.
Yeah, it's very close and even as Marsh is trying to hold his opportunity, knocking there to try and get on the inside as he battles away very closely there with Booth. Rybake's in the mix there as well, of course, but Booth wants to get up the inside. Here he is on the 52 as Booth is trying to get the move on the inside line there. Can't quite get on the undercut of the bike in front to make that move stick, but still the battle raging as the opportunity is going to continue.
And that's interesting there because we look at Booth on the inside. He seems slow through the boot complex, but has got the bike well positioned. Those riders behind can't find a way through at the moment. And again, just parking that bike very nicely on the apex.
Not a lot of space to play with, is there, as they run back up the hill once again. But it's a very tricky one as Rybake tries to come around the outside of Booth as they battle away for position. Spencer and Dodd are giving chase in behind, but out in front, you've got to say full credit to Tom Stanford, or Ginge as he's known. He's having a really good run up in the lead of proceedings here, Tom Stanford. And he's pulled out the gap already to 3.4 ahead of Quincy, Gardner, Wyatt and Tempest. So that's a pretty impressive run of it. But what has happened to Merrin? He seems to have completely disappeared from the front end of the field. I'm not entirely sure what has happened to the treble 8, but he's certainly nowhere to be seen towards the sharp end, is he? Wyatt is there in 4th place.
Hit trouble. So looking at this in 2nd place at the moment, it's all about Stanford at the front, has pretty much led the entire race from about the first corner. Quincy battling with Gardner. That scrap at the edge of the top 10 very close as well as they cross the line to start their final lap. Here we go into Christmas for the final time. Stanford has gone and cleared. He's already down towards the centre of the circuit. Gardner keeping Quincy honest, the 287 in 2nd place as we go down the hill. And this, of course, is the 254. Gardner in 3rd. White having a look, though. Nice move on the exit of Ashby for the final time. And again, certainly not giving up down the inside. Well, I think he had that one psychologically covered there. White moving up a position.
Just caught the curb on the way out, but this is beautiful from Tom Stanford. He's really going to finish this day in style. 2 wins today, not bad at all.
Stanford round the final corner, looks neat, and crossing the line, it's going to be Quincy in 2nd place. Dean Quincy round the, and look at this duel for 3rd position. Battling to the line, it's going to be close, and Wyatt on the line. Oh, thousandth of a second there between 3rd and 4th. Gardner had the line out of there, but wasn't quite enough. And Stanford, I think he's looking over to see where everyone has gone, actually.
Yeah. How did I get that far ahead of everybody?
Don't think he realised how well he'd done there. And that battle on the edge of the top 10, all very close. Spencer goes through early. Corbett and the 52 as well of Brian Dodd, all very close on the edge of the top 10.
Well,
so
it's not a massive surprise from Stanford to not know where he is, because once you're in the lead of that race, that's all you've got to focus on. You've just got to get your head down and get those laps in. You're probably not focusing on the rider behind unless they're making an overtaking move, and by then it's too late. So from Stanford's point of view, all he knew is that he had a bit of a gap, he had an advantage, so he was going to stretch it out. But I think he was a bit taken aback when he looked back and realised, goodness me, where are they?
Certainly got his head down there and was looking down the track. That's of course a novice mistake sometimes, to look over the shoulder too much, and certainly Stanford not doing that. Here we go in this third round of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship, and our final race, brought to you in association with Parker Racing, is the Stock 140 Group A. One more race to go then of this exciting but incident-filled day here at Wilton Mill. Bit of a delay to the programme, and the final races have been shortened, which does mean that the start is very important. This race, brought to you in association with Parker Racing, is the 140 Group A. Some of the top names in British mini bikes making their way out onto the circuit now. Here we go for this final race. Only 5 laps, and we believe this will be very much the same. And as we've seen several times in these final few races, the start will be very important indeed. That first lap as well, stay out of trouble and just try and make some places up, get away on those first 2 laps, because in these 5 laps it's a sprint style race, all very important, and a lot of emphasis is on that first lap.
Well, this is all going to be about the top 5 riders again, isn't it? It's going to be that combination of Lord, Tyres, Lathrope, Stevenson, Lovell. These are the 5 riders who gave us a plenty good scrap earlier on, and I think we're going to have another spectacular battle from the competitors again as they head around the circuit. So this is obviously going to be a pretty tricky day at the office for them, this final race. 5 laps, you don't have a lot of time to rest on your laurels. You've just got to get stuck in and go for it and hope that the race is going to come to you. But obviously there is a lot of groundwork to put in on this formation lap. You can see that it's a much faster formation lap than we have seen from the previous heats, and that's because essentially those first 2 or 3 laps of work behind the handlebars, you've got to do it on this formation lap. You don't have long. 12 laps earlier on, 5 laps for this race because of the stoppages and red flags. So you don't have time to waste here.
So certainly get the tyres warmed up as quickly as possible, as much as possible on that formation lap. Riders taking their place on the grid now for this final moto of the day. This is the Parker Racing Pit Bike Stock 140, and everyone seems ready to go. Last few riders now making their way down onto the grid. Riders at the front certainly seem ready, gathering their thoughts and concentrate how they're going to get through these first few corners. And that's a loose wheel bearing or something at the back there. Looking at the back wheel for one of the competitors, I think it was the 62 of Carl Sanders, but whatever the problem was, the bike seems okay. Riders ready, and we wait now for the flag to drop for our final race. Away we go, Reece Stevenson down the middle, but it looks like Lord has got to jump on the inside. However, look at Ryan Tyres into that first corner. They are battling through turn number 1. Lord's held on. Stevenson down the inside of Lathrope as well. Here they come to Christmas corner, and Stevenson goes down.
No, he just got too hungry.
Caught down the inside.
Too hungry on the inside line. Neither of them would bail out of the move.
Rider okay. Let's have a look again. You see going down the inside of Lathrope, and he'd already committed Lathrope, hadn't he? So unfortunately for Stevenson, that wasn't going to come off because, like you say, Lathrope he'd already committed to that one. Yeah,
unfortunately, neither rider wanted to concede. You've only got 5 laps to do anything about it. Lathrope has already caught right onto the back of the man in front, Lord. Has there been another incident further round? I think there has been another incident further round.
Yeah, trouble here. We got 56. That was going down there. That's in the midfield, I think.
It is, yeah.
One or two going down at Ashby. There's 97. Lovell now will lead up to 3rd place then. So at the moment it's turning into a fight between Ben Lord.
Ty Kinton that went down.
Oh, Ty Kinton, yeah. He was on the edge, he was just outside the top 10, wasn't he? So Stevenson, of course, you can see tumbling out of the reckoning. Ty is having a look down the inside of Lord. 4 laps to go here now. I don't think they're going to look behind them too much here, but almost you'd want Tyres and Lord to try and pull away here from the 3rd place Jim Lovell. They'd want to try and pull away and stop Lovell from getting involved in this one, because if these two start trading paint and battling for position here, this could allow Lovell and Lathrope into this one as well.
And don't forget as well, you've got Mick Lord in there in P5, only about 1.8 seconds off it. Chase Collimore's in the mix there as well in 6th position. In a sprint race like this, when you've only got a handful of laps to play with, it really is make or break. This is Tyres' move on the inside line. Surely that's a beautiful sweep in the final turn, and Tyres gets the lead from Lord. Lord is not done yet, though.
Well, Lord are trying there to maintain that momentum out to the final corner, but now getting involved in this one is Jim Lovell. And Tyres has timed that one to perfection, but it's getting close going up to Christmas corner. Lord trying the outside line this time. Now turning into a four-way battle for the lead. And where is Mick Lord and Chase Collingwood? Not too far behind. This is a couple of seconds down. Half a second covering the top 4 riders on that first lap. Oh, it just seemed to me like Tyres oversteered a bit out of the corner there almost. Lord still very much in this level, and Lathrop could be a factor as well. Here we come now. We're getting towards the more technical part of the track, into the boot complex. And Tyres gets a nice line. He looks quick through the boot section.
He does, and when you've got a category which is so evenly spaced between the leading riders, you've got 4 or 5 riders here who are within 100th or maybe even 200ths of a second maximum from each other in terms of raw one-lap pace. That means you're definitely going to get some really exciting competitions between these guys. We saw the earlier heat was absolutely lightning between these 5 riders up front. Sadly, Stevenson now down in 16th, unable really to make much headway after that tumble at Christmas on the opening lap. But these 4 are left to play it out, and you can see that Lathrop has really extended his aggressive stance. He wants a little bit more from this bike. He wants to keep it pushing all the way to the bitter end, and he might just get one whiff of a podium, but it's going to be tough between Tyres and Lord.
Lord has got the momentum now going up towards boot. This is the part of the track where the 55 Tyres looks strong, so he may well pull away once again. Here they come down towards boot once again to complete this penultimate lap, but Lord has found a line here and is tagging onto the rear wheel. So 1 lap to go, and this is where Lord, he's not going to make the pass here, but he's going to try and keep the momentum up and perhaps look at something going into Christmas for what will be the last lap. Here we go. Final lap of this 3rd round of the Rich Energy BMB Championship. Lord trying to find a way through. Lathrope's got a good lap in there as well.
Lord's got this in reserve. Look, he's going to power alongside Tyres. Tyres has really got to commit to the corner if he wants to take the lead back again. Lord slices up the inside. Full commitment, full chat out of Crook. And now it's up to Tyres to try and fend back.
Down the inside into Ashby, but Lord knows he's coming and guards the apex. It's still a 3rd place level, and Lathrope, Lord trying to pull away, but this is where Tyres is strong. He's going to try and tag onto the back wheel of Lord going into the boot complex for the final time. Tyres is quick round here and gets a good drive once again, but Lord has got the line.
Oh, he's going to come around the outside and tuck in for the inside line. Oh, and wide goes Lord. Lord goes wide. And now we're going to get a really tough race to the line from Lovell and Lathrop. Is this going to be Tyres to the line? He's just going to have it. Goodness me.
Tyres holds on there. Here we see once again down the inside of Lord. And that was close. Lord already committed to the corner, but it wasn't going to come off there. Tyres was already on the apex. And the unfortunate Ben Lord has to settle for 4th position. So that's a win for Ryan Tyres, diving down the inside in boot and taking the line and the victory. Jim Lovell sneaks through into 2nd place. It'll be 3rd for Will Lathrop. Ben Lord, unfortunately for him, has to settle for 4th place. Mick Lord in 5th. Chase Collingwood, another good result for him, in 6th. Rounding out the top 10, Matt Davis, Ryan Clark, John Buckle and Reece Stevenson. A good comeback for him, up to 10th position after dropping it on the first lap. But what a thrilling fight to the finish there, with Ryan Tyres and Ben Lord fighting through to the final corner. That pretty much rounds things off for our 2nd and final race for the Pit Bike 140s, and a thrilling conclusion.
What a way to end the day as well. I mean, Wilton Mill really has given us so much excitement in this 3rd weekend of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes. It's been great to be part of it. It has been a bit stop-start, a lot of red flags through the day, 7 in total, but absolutely fantastic battle. It's been really, really exciting and some great racing. I've thoroughly enjoyed myself, and I can't wait to see what happens at round 4.
Well, thanks for coming along, of course, Jake, and thanks for your help today. That is the halfway point of the season, drawing to a close. Next time out for British Mini Bikes is the 20th of September at Three Sisters in Lancashire, back here at Wilton Mill on the 18th of October, and of course the finale at Teesside on the 1st of November. So next time out, we will be at Three Sisters. Join us with Alpha Live on the 20th of September. I've been Chris Czora, joined by Jake Sanson. Thanks, of course, to everybody at Alpha Live for all their hard work. Thanks to all the cameramen, the volunteers out on track, and anyone helping out on track, such as the marshals, of course, the lap scorers, medics, everyone who's played a part in today. Thanks, of course, for coming along, and thanks to you, of course, for watching. We will see you out next time at Three Sisters, but this has been Alpha Live, round number 3 at Wilton Mill. Thanks for coming along, and we hope you enjoyed the day.